Let's go.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
If you can hear us, please let us know. Doing the usual thing of making sure that Twitch and YouTube have not exploded for some reason, which is always a possibility.
Yeah. They do sometimes take their time to catch up once we go live. And hello, good evening, and welcome to everybody out there. I'm very much looking forward to this one. It's going to be a proper, crazy, daft stream. You might be wondering why the hell we're doing this. We're going to get onto that in just a moment.
Yeah. Okay. We are pretty much live everywhere, so we are all ready to kick off.
Yeah, we're not going to mince our words this evening. We have a lot to potentially get through depending upon how this unfolds. So, what are we doing? 40k versus Warhammer! Fight! That's what we're doing. Now, this is an enormous subject. This is a subject that could be taken all manner of different ways. So we're going to have to obviously establish a couple of ground rules as to exactly how we're going to do this. We're going to have to decide who's attacking, potentially where they're attacking, or why they are attacking. And ultimately, it's always going to be the Warhammer world loosely on the defensive. It's not like they're going to up ship and attack 40k. However, I do believe that there will be some potential outcomes where that might actually happen, because there are some exceedingly aggressive species in the Warhammer world. And if they think they can get off planet and get themselves, I don't know, an entire universe full of green cheese, there's going to be some Skaven that are going to be very interested in doing something that's almost exactly like that. And they might be a hellish force depending upon how it all unfolds. So, we will have some rules. We'll be discussing those in a second, but we are going to be using, much like we often do on Wednesdays, polls. The power will be in your hands. We, of course, will say what we think should happen, but ultimately you're going to get to decide. So if you happen to be a 40k stan that thinks the 40k is going to win literally everything, you're going to have a very easy time clicking 40k, 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 40k on every single poll. However, if you listen to the broader argument, you may potentially shift your opinion. And on that, there's a couple of things that we're going to open with. Number one, and this one you have to get clear. 40k and Warhammer now are definitely not in the same universe. Now, it used to be. Way back in the mists of time when I was a young lad, when I was a young warthog. No, let's not go Disney here. When I was a young fellow, 40k and Warhammer were all part of the same setting. The magic was effectively the same. On one side it was called psychics, on the other side it was called magic, and it just manifested a bit differently. However, as time progressed and different people took Warhammer and 40k in different directions, that changed completely. Warhammer was removed, separated, and turned into something that by 8th edition was much more special. And I do mean very special, very different. The old ones, potentially the same old ones as 40k, but probably not, but probably, selected this place because of what it could become. It was the seed of something extraordinary for everything. Eventually, that became Age of Sigmar. But the Warhammer world is different to 40k. 40k and the way it works its psychics is completely different to the winds of magic that come bursting through the Old One gates, which are unlike anything in 40k. It's what, in many respects, makes Warhammer unique. In the 40k universe, if you look at humanity, about 1 in every so many million is a relatively powerful psyker. In Warhammer, every other chap has got some sort of weird mutation, and about 1 in every 1,000 has the spark of magic within them. About 1 in every 10,000 could go to the colleges of magic. Magic is super common in Warhammer. Chaos, as much as it's probably not going to go down well with certain factions of 40k, is super common in the Warhammer world. It isn't in 40k. But in the 40k realm, the gods have kind of won. And by that I mean the Chaos gods. They have taken over the warp. And in many respects, they are the great let's say, parasite that is eating up from the bottom that is effectively going to destroy all of 40k in the end, or so they hope. In Warhammer, they are much weaker. And this is not just something I'm saying. It's very much the case for the rules, the effect that the Chaos Gods can have on the world, the things that they can do. They are somehow held back. You could argue it's the gods. You could say it was Azuran's divine commandment during the Cataclysm. You could take whatever argument you prefer. But there's also a flip side to that. Their demons, their immortal agents on the material plane are arguably more powerful. It is arguable, though. And that's because magic floods the Warhammer world, allowing their demons to swell and become much more capable, potentially lasting for far longer without the great rituals being held in place. You go up to the realm of chaos in the north of the Warhammer world, and they can exist there forever. And indeed, during the Cataclysm, they did. Take a look at Be'lakor trying to become a god, effectively becoming the fifth Chaos Power at the beginning of time in the Cataclysm, when he had thousands of demon princes underneath him. Thousands of demon princes, just take that for a moment, all of whom worship Be'lakor as bestest bud. There's a reason that he got cut down by Tzeentch et al. So we have got ourselves a world that is very different to anything in 40k, and we are accepting that as a base standard because Games Workshop has said it. The Warhammer world is special and it's different. So when 40k folks arrive, they're not going to be going, this is just like what I saw when I was, I don't know, investigating stuff by the Eye of Terror, for example. Or when I was pursuing chaos cults, they were doing this sort of stuff. No, this is some strange, weird, unique bullshit that they, depending on which faction we're dealing with, are almost certain to go, fuck this shit. This is just wrong.
Nuke it from orbit.
Also, the Warhammer world has all manner of magics that makes 40k go, you what now? Particularly when you dial deep into the depths of what Nagash has done with necromancy, for example. It's far beyond simply making corpses stir. And Warpstone and its capabilities is also something that they're just not going to be potentially ready for. It's going to be kind of fun because we have a unique fantasy realm that has unique factions and powers, that has an intensity of magic that is incomparable to anything in 40k. There are more psykers, more magic users on the Warhammer world than pretty much entire factions can field in many respects. Because there's just so much of it. And that's going to make this argument fun. One last thing that I'm going to add before everyone else brings in their individual bits that are worth discussing is we do have a couple of big elephants in the room on both sides. On the Warhammer side, we have Morslieb and what the fuck that's going to do to everything, because Morslieb is a big mess. And on the 40k side, we have a variety of planet killers that can literally wipe out entire planets, depending upon how they're deployed. Now, it might be difficult to get them there. It might be... fuck all that shit. We're going to have everything coming in according to what our individual stories are. We're not going to worry too much about the logistics too much. We're going to worry much more about telling cool stories and figuring out how they can unfold. These planet killers are going to have to be discussed as we go on. But I don't think that we should confirm exactly how they'll be dealt with yet. We should just get stuck in with, where are we going to start, guys?
So, first of all, also, Happy Fool's Day, which is the main impetus behind this stream, is that it's a fool's thing to discuss, so it's perfect timing to do so.
100% stupid topic. I just want to one last little thing, just as a small aside. I've actually done this in game multiple times. I've done it both as battle game stuff, because there used to be rules for having fantasy plays 40k, and it wasn't anywhere near as imbalanced as people think. There was proper rules for how high future weapons dealt with crappy armor, in that they just ignored all armor that was primitive armor. They just ignored all the armor saves unless it was magical, and then the Bretonnians go, ha ha ha.
Oh, I'm sorry. All your weapons are above strength 5. Meet my wart save.
What if I didn't? What if I just didn't care about your gun?
Yeah, totally. And I've also done it in roleplay more than once. And I'm going to quote my wife now. So Lindsay, when I told her that we were going to do this, she just laughed and she said, "Oh, they're fucked. The Green Knight, he just fucking killed everything. It almost took out an entire, the Green Knight," which just made me laugh. Because indeed, the Green Knight, when we played it through, was the green ghost from hell that stalked, and it was awful. I'll also say one last thing. The one that was really the killer for one of our games was an entire Tyranid hive fleet arriving. And in our case, Warhammer won. But they pulled some bullshit moves. And I do mean proper bullshit. But that's what Warhammer's all about. And I think it's going to be super enjoyable for us to discuss out as we dial everything up to. Not just 11, because that's Games Workshop standard. Oh, no. We're not dialing it to 11, because we're making 40k face Warhammer. We're dialing it to 53. Maybe 101.
Yes, and of course, we're very excited to have Colin, aka PancreasNoWork, joining us again. Hiding behind
to be here again
down there.
I don't know how to move it, so it's.
I don't either.
I will stand a little bit taller once I am done with the Rice Krispie treat, so I'm not chewing too loudly.
Delicious. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. It's always a pleasure to have you here, and welcome back. This is we figured if we're gonna go full meme, we need to have like the full meme lord with us to really delve into this.
I'm ready to get into the trenches with you.
And of course, we will be kind of like going through super chats and bits and stuff as the usual, focusing on those. This stream, we're going to attempt to go through it in a somewhat structured fashion, but I heavily suspect we're going to get derailed several times in insane ways, which is the nice thing about Wednesday streams, is that it doesn't really matter if it stays structured because we'll end up where we end up. We'll have a good time. But this should be a really, really good time, and we'll be doing, like Andy said, we'll be doing plenty of polls as we go through for y'all to throw in your own various little additional bonuses. Y'all will get to maybe decide on like what factions we're going to be doing, or how certain things go down, or where certain people end up, and things like that. So it should be a really good time. And feel free to just be throwing comments, and we'll try and grab those that like look or appear interesting, because I know a lot of people are going to be doing the usual Warhammer thing, where if you have even just fancy versus fancy, people go, well, in this Black Library book, so-and-so did this. And you just go, okay. And it's going to get way worse in this one.
And I have no interest at all in people countering all 40k arguments with, go Trek! Because we once, back when I was a manager a long time ago for Games Workshop, we once we did a series of battles that did this. It was deeply heretical. It was near the beginning of Games Workshop's era of domination of the war games industry, and yeah, there was a strong crowd that were just like, yeah, go Trek and kill it. Go Trek and kill it. And that's never changed.
He's got literal plot armor in universe.
But then so do so many 40k characters also.
I will say, I will always love that the Go Trek books are the only canonical thing I've ever read where they go up against a villain that's described as literally invincible, and then he trips. Because Go Trek. He trips, and that's what gets him killed. Poor Arik Demonclaw, man.
Oh,
he just slips.
He turned like 3 other dudes to paste, and then a rock got in his way.
Yeah. Just that damn dwarf, man. Things just get real slippery around him, or chandeliers fall on people. All sorts of bizarre shit goes down. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get through, I guess, like just super chats and stuff right at the start, and then
sounds like a plan.
Go from there. Colin, anything you want to add before we get into it?
No. I don't think I got too much to add. Just getting ready to start throwing some mud.
Yeah. Also, just remember, it's a Fool's Day fun stream. If you get mad, go outside, touch some grass. It's not real. Live your life, but
goofing around.
Do with it what you will. All right, Maglodrov. If my 40k campaigns didn't go by, someone like Nagash would give 40k big problems with control over Eldar wraiths and Necrons. praise the Corpse Emperor and his Empire of Silence.
See, this is if we're attempting to build a good story, this is the sort of shit that would definitely happen, isn't it? Because Nagash is destined for absolute godhood. He's already a god effectively in the Warhammer world. He's just a mortal version of one at the moment. But when we eventually reach Age of Sigmar, he's going to become something much more. But yeah, quite. He is not to be messed with, and I think that Nagash could end up being, in some of the arguments that we end up having about this one, a potentially important figure. In my old campaign, Nagash was looking to murder the Emperor to ascend to godhood through that route by taking control of the great spirit that the Emperor had become with all of the consumption of the souls. Because yes, I've done this 40k versus Warhammer thing more than once, and Nagash almost won. That close. Super fun times. And yeah, we even had Primarchs coming back. So that was before the Primarchs came back in 40k for real. It was almost like someone had read my blogs and went, let's do that.
That sounds cool.
Yeah, so this will actually be a good point to do that. Like, one of the polls that we'll do at some point a little later when we talk about Nagash's stuff is we could potentially do a poll of stuff like, do you want Nagash to be on, do we want to do a scenario of Nagash on defense, or do you want to do a scenario of Nagash on offense when dealing with 40k and fantasy? And that could be really fun when we get into those kinds of little topics and stuff. Thank you. Paul Atreides, I have a proposition. What if Trazyn the Infinite got to the Warhammer world among the first? After all, there are things he would love to collect. Non-alcoholic bugmans. Kremlo, yeah, he can have Kremlo, that's fine. Chirius Geezer, he may also have that. And maybe even the Widowmaker. Trazyn would actually probably be one of the best characters to randomly pop up in fantasy, because from a fantasy perspective, he wouldn't be that weird, because there are some bizarre esoteric assholes wandering around the world. But it would be funny to see what kind of things he take, and also that would be a great justification for whenever something is canon but then never gets talked about again, is just, oh, Trazyn just pocketed it. he just threw a Pokeball at it.
That looks like, real neat.
GC Rust. I feel like the Tau would be incredibly interested in the ogres, specifically for their ability to integrate into other cultures. Also, ogre/Kroot cook-offs would be the stuff of legend. You're not wrong.
A Kroot eating an ogre would be what kicks off the end times 40k once they eat those genes.
Yeah, I do think that the Tau, in some ways, I think would make for an interesting discussion when we eventually get around to them, as they're one of those races that would realistically maybe be more interested in trying to take a more, like, we're going to try and integrate parts of the planet with ourselves as opposed to just destroying it on the onset. But there are dangers that come with that. If you just kind of land on the planet trying to make friends with things, there are problems, like Skaven, who would look at those Tau machines and be like, oh, those look cool.
Greater good.
Mind if we borrow some of those? And it could be really bad for everyone involved. Firesnake, just so how serious are we going to be? Is it going to be Lord Croak looks at them and everyone explodes? Well, it'll kind of depend on the situation and the topic at hand.
So to move Lord Croak, it would have to be something that would move Lord Croak. He's not an individual who moves unless we're heading towards world-ending cataclysm. And Mazdamundi and all of his power is similarly genuinely held back under most circumstances. But if we build a circumstance where the world itself is endangered, then Lord Croak almost certainly has moved, and maybe a millennia before it even happened. Because the Warhammer world isn't like 40k. The future can be traced. The Great Plan is something that they are intrinsically watching for. And when something comes along to stop it, the Lizardmen will do everything in their power to ensure that doesn't come about. And they have Old One artifacts that are proper bullshit.
Yeah, I think the best way to look at it is, when you ask like how serious, is that responses will be aiming to make responses proportional. So if it's like, oh, there's a Tyranid Hive Fleet invasion, well, pretty much every force in the fantasy world is going to be mobilizing to deal with a global invasion, because Tyranid Hive Fleets are a big fucking deal. If it's an Eldar sphere expansion is Tal sphere expansion is happening, the Tal are attempting to settle in like certain areas and like talk with people and stuff. It's gonna be more localized forces that are responding as opposed to global threats. You know, someone's trying to launch an exterminatus on the planet. The forces in the Warhammer world that defend the planet will see this and go, okay, and there will be a proportional response. So think of it that way. Antonio, thank you for the very generous super chat. Thanks. No message. Thank you. Appreciate it. Battlefoot, does 40k even have fishmen? What can they do against such reckless kills? You know, somehow I think the fishmen will unfortunately be the least relevant force in this discussion. Poor bastards.
There's probably some abhuman species mentioned in a paragraph once 20 years ago that's out there. I'm sure you can, if you look hard enough, you can find them.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. You know, there's a tyrannid aquatic species on some water planet somewhere. Arianthal, I'm curious what the three of you think of the Cathay stuff at the Adepticon we saw and stuff we saw seem neat. Briefly,
I think I'm going into debt when that army comes out, is what I think.
Yeah. Money bad. Models good. Yes,
very good.
Meow Yang, hell yes.
Yeah. Matthew Lowry, I don't do tabletop. I'm a lore fan, but that Meow Yang mini is just too beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, Matthew, it's one of those rare moments where I go, I think I might have to buy it and paint it. Shit. Because we all know what happens when we start with just one. And it all goes right over the end and we slide down that slippery slope with a huge smile on our face. Hey, cafe.
Plastic. All plastic here. That is a...
I may live in a box, but my minis will make me happy every day.
Yeah. As I said in the last stream with Sotek, the biggest issue with this army is that it's too pretty and it's going to make all the other armies look like shit.
Super Orlok, we must defeat the most wanked universe in history. Luckily, 3 Grey Knights were killed by a Stone Age tribe, so we can scale that by anti-feat. So there is the how do I say this? There's a concept known for people that like nerd arguments known as power scaling, which is when people try to compare feats across different like storylines and things to be like, oh, so-and-so could beat so-and-so because this happened once and this is how they handle it. And there is a ridiculous, silly amount of things of that you'll have like the Imperium, of course, is the easiest to pick on. Of that, there are Imperium declarations in the various army books or Black Library books where they'll be like, a custodian's armor is impenetrable and he cannot be killed by anything lesser than like a fucking Avatar of Cain. And then they'll release a set that like has the custodians struggling and getting killed by gene stealer cultists, which are just weird little goobs down in the sewers with random junk they stole and some mutations.
But hey, some. I mean,
some.
I do think it's worth noting that we do have multiple versions of the lore here, and because we're going to be dealing with stuff that it transcends editions even, we do have several examples of 40k stuff being used in Warhammer, and they aren't that good. We have literal stats for flamers and power fists, and they're fine.
Yeah, we've had 40k weapons of fantasy, and they were
frequently, and they were fine, but they were nothing in comparison to what, say, the elves or the dwarves wield with their runic items. They would kick their ass. Along comes the Space Marine going, my armor will say, oh, it's going right through. Alaric the Mad is cackling. As Alaric the Mad's Master Rune will literally Karl Franz his way through all of it. So, yeah, it's an interesting one because we've seen what they can do if we trust the various editions of 40k stats of Warhammer. And if we trust them, then a Flamer's just strength 3. Holy crap, that means somehow Warhammer's troops are super strong and super capable. And yes, they are. They're filled with Gyron, magic. They're not normal people. It is fine for us to conclude that. We don't need to conclude that, but we can if we want to do so. So when we compare stat on stat, 40k isn't actually that special, but that's completely different to us tackling it as a more realistic situation where these are, loosely speaking, just, if we're talking about the Empire, average people, right? And if they're going against, say, a Space Marine, they are fucked. But that doesn't mean that there isn't things that are going to kill a Space Marine very easily in turn. And this is things that Space Marines are not used to. They're used to walking through it like it was, I don't know, an Amazon Prime show. And no matter what is thrown at them, they'll punch their way through it. On the other side, Warhammer has so many things that can take out the thing that is impossible to take. And it's not just, this is one or two characters that can do it. There's not just thousands, there's tens of thousands of them in the Warhammer world. Everything from rampaging dragons to rune-equipped elves, dwarves, and then as we move to other factions. So, yeah, it's going to be a fascinating conversation, this one, I think.
Yeah, you have the... I think the favorite example I could easily pull to mind, especially with Old World even adding more to it, is like you have the Space Marine being like, no gun can pierce my armor, and you have that dwarf over there with his little handgun. He's like, all right, I've got the rune of penetration, I've got the rune of that. And he goes, it just melts armor. What are you gonna
do? There are many things that give 0 armor save in Warhammer. A distressing number for anyone who plays dwarves.
Ricky Chapman, okay, we want a dirty fight, so fire up the plague weapons and flamers. After all, fun times rhymes with war crimes. Indeed it does.
Ricky.
I mean,
you're ready for
even
40K.
in fantasy.
Hey, if we're going to really bring out the big guns is at least Warhammer has good guys.
We're gonna have death threats in our emails tomorrow.
Statistically, there's surely one good person in 40K. They're just not part of anyone else's business.
Yeah, they're the guy that just random farmer on the world outside of everyone else's point of view.
That guy probably did nothing wrong. He just wants to eat.
Holy Arts 95, 40K wins due to it having more polls than fantasy. What do you mean by polls, Holy Artist? Like,
I mean, there are more planets.
Like people from Poland?
Somehow I don't think that's what he meant.
Statistically, there's infinitely more polls in 40K because there's no Poland in fantasy.
Apparently, it has 39,999 more hammers. So, I mean, what are we going to do against all those hammers?
But not the Warhammer.
Yeah, the Warhammer.
Yeah. Versus just I will never understand why they kept the name Warhammer 40K of like there's no Warhammer in Warhammer 40K. Why is it called Warhammer? There is no Warhammer.
Yeah.
The Emperor wields a sword. Why doesn't he wield a hammer? Anyway, JJ, what is the closest / best equivalent of the? Oh, well, here it is. The Warhammer in 40K. Vulcans? Vulcans. Special hammer. If there are non-existing, what story / idea would you make for one? I mean, presumably it would be the Emperor's like super sword that like insta kills demons or whatever bullshit. And it's like that's, but there's just not really. I mean, even Vulcan's hammer is not anything like Galmaraz. It's not nearly as cool or epic or present. I don't think anybody even knows where it is right now.
Although we did have a cool one-liner with it, I will give him that. When he was getting tortured, and I think Kurz was like, "Oh, all it is a teleport," and Vulcan was like, "Well, it's also a hammer," and then hit him with it. Which I'll give him that. It was a good one-liner. It was in fact also a hammer.
There you go.
Galmaraz.
There you go. So Vulcan's teleporter / hammer that he smacked his brother in the face with in typical sibling fashion, as you do, as you do.
Sometimes you got to teach your brother not to mess with your stuff.
No, trust me, I get it. I've been there. Ricky Chapman, by the way, we were reading the End of the Death Volume 1, and freaking Queethel showed up with a bunch of Chaos Demons to attack Terra. Why? Okay, why is there a Skaven demon running around?
That's why it's not around in AOS. He got lost.
Yeah, I mean, good for him. I'm glad he showed up somewhere after being missing from all of the fantasy settings. Something Great Horned Rat confirmed. Stephen Lucas, how will Empire Troop versus lore accurate Marine Squad? So
badly.
Not good. Not good.
One Marine is going to mince everything, but that's not the only things that we have in the Empire Army, but it's going to be bad.
Yeah, if you had an initial skirmish of like a Space Marine wandering into an Imperial province, and he comes across, a squad, a part of a state army, and they don't have a wizard or like someone with a rune fang or something with them, yeah, they're gonna have a bad time.
Not great.
I mean, it's going to be really bad. Have you caught our discussion about Skulltaker when we were discussing Verkus, where Skulltaker came from, and how he was a one-man army that took out tens of thousands of marauders in the north by himself? They came towards him as an army, and he went through them. That's what's going to happen with your typical Space Marine. But they are not infallible, and there is not a great number of them either. One of the great mysteries of 40k is why the Space Marines are everywhere when there are so few of them, when you take a look at just the hard numbers involved with them. Because the concept of the legions, the great, almost numberless hordes of Marines, is long dead.
Yeah, because we are dealing with 40k today, not 30k. Is another stipulation I'll note. Antonio Runza, go rat person for the win. Hello from Italy. Well, hello. Hope you're doing well.
Hello.
Doomrider, Morslieb as an autonomous defense platform deployed and corrupted to protect the Warhammer world? Perhaps.
Possibly. What Morslieb is something that 40k doesn't normally have to deal with, which is an enormous chunk of solid magic. A magic that they don't know how to channel, use, prepare, but they could just shoot it, but that would probably be extraordinarily bad for everything. It would just be hell. It's so much raw magic up there that the place is literally swarming with demons. It's a horror show, which is going to be, I think, very interesting for anything that tries to encounter this planet.
It's also, vaguely sentient, spits pieces of itself at people, and also does not move with any logical reasoning. So if you're like, our machines predict it's going to be over here so we can shoot at it, and then it veers and moves and it's got a big old face on it laughing at you. Have fun.
Turn around like Majora's Mask and headbutt a ship.
Yeah, that's exactly what it would do. It's the bad moon after all.
I'm quite looking forward to wherever this silliness goes.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be great. Hey man, good to see PancreasNoWork again. Haha, clever. Marathi, who can I seduce other than Pancreas, of course? Oh, thanks.
All right, I got a call I actually have to take right now. I'll see you all in a little bit.
Suddenly, a much more interesting collaboration event has come up. Colvo, you mean to tell me that Ikit will get the opportunity to study Imperium planet killers, AdMech gizmos, Elder wackadoodles, and Necron technology that Rat will feel like a kid in a candy store?
It would be awful. I'm really hoping the Skaven keep out of the tech side, because if they get into it, they'll just... as Thanquol would put it, they, with their much more intelligent brains and their much more capable technology, will take all of their feeble, useless, pathetic machines and turn them into something that's actually useful. And they'll be able to conquer not just the world, but the universe! Oh, Thanquol would love that shit too. Yeah, I'm loving it. Let's hope that doesn't happen too much.
Yep. Downman, Ultimate Battle, Gotrek versus Malum Cato, the named Ultramarine from Boltgun, who somehow slew like 5 Lords of Change, 3 Great Includes, an entire army of Zinch/Nurgle demons, cultists, and Chaos Space Marines, including dozens of Terminators.
I think I was going to make a joke about it.
That is very much the nature of computer games. Whoever the hero in a computer game is tends to be able to kill literally everything. But what you forget is that if you look at the stats, he dies billions of times more than he succeeds. Because
unless you're a speedrunner, but yeah.
All you see is the one story they go through, not the hundreds of thousands of people around the world going, screw this shit, screw this stupid game, I hate this, he dies all the time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, my Malum Cato was not nearly that level of successful. I will have you know.
Yeah, Mine walked into the Zinch level and then got lost for about 2 hours straight.
Yeah, really. Yeah, he'll never find Gotrek. He's too busy being lost. Going, I don't know where to go. Skaven will be a menace for anyone to deal with. Yes, they are. They are a pain in the ass.
I think they might be a bigger menace than many people realize, but mostly because none of the factions that are potentially coming will expect them. where the factions in the Warhammer world absolutely do.
Especially if we use the technically canonical line from the end times that says how many Skaven there are, where it says the Warhammer world has 1 billion times 1 billion Skaven, which, holy fuck, that's a lot of Skaven.
I don't think there's any like crust left in the planet. I think it's just rat.
That's just how big the Warhammer planet is. It can host that many fucking Skaven below ground.
Oh, that was a daft number.
1E18 is 1 times.
Proper hyperbole there.
Yep.
No, the Skaven would never lie.
Yeah, never. Alexander, man, imagining all the characters from fantasy teaming up is beyond epic. Teaming up might be a bit of an exaggerated word.
I can't see that happening, which could in many respects be one of the greater advantages for 40k. Warhammer world is fractured, broken, and chaotic as fuck. So, yeah.
Yeah, there are very few scenarios where I think there would be anything close to a united response. And even then, it would never be truly united. Yeah, like Scarbrand and Durthu fighting together. That would just not happen. That just is not going to happen. Now, they might be present on the same battlefield and destroying other parts of the battlefield because Scarbrand gets summoned in from all the slaughter and stuff. But Archaon teaming up with Karl Franz, probably not going to happen.
No.
Kairos and Monster Money throwing spells, they might be on the same battlefield at different points, different areas. I would not get too carried away with fantasy. Is not like a baseball team that's getting together to go take on the 40k baseball team.
Yeah, we don't intend this to be an unrealistic scenario. We intend to try and paint a picture that feels like it could potentially happen. And that doesn't mean that Kairos Fate Weaver is going to be high-fiving Mazdamundi as they start casting their spells. No, almost certainly Chaos in most of these situations are going to be allying with any potential attack on the world, which is going to be really problematic under some circumstances.
How do you think the 40k guys got here in the first place?
Yeah.
Obviously.
I mean, what was the Liber Chaotica? That guy got so lost he found Magnus the Red.
Oh, fuck no.
Even made a joke about
Matthias Fulman or whatever? Man, that dude got lost.
I don't remember the in-universe author, but yeah, he traveled.
Tom Warren, wow, Nagash almost winning is just like the lore. Yeah, the ever almost. that is his lot in life, or unlife rather. The Great Maw is just a tyrannid gestation womb biding its time. Yes.
The opposite. It just eats them.
Tyrannid hyperlinks lands in it.
Yeah. The Maw is, after all, Jack, a god.
Yeah, if anything, the Great Maw is like a meme of a guy just saying, I just keep winning when people keep trying to invade him and he just eats them constantly.
Yeah.
It's a funny god.
Yeah, it is a funny god. I mean, it's terrifying, but also hilarious at the same time.
Big
Scion, how much of an issue would Lorgar be given his self-appointed role of Archpriest of Chaos?
Yeah, self-appointed.
Yeah,
I think that word carries a lot.
Yeah, I think that he would be one of the better threats that we'll kind of discuss because there are forces that he would very much seek to ally with instead of just like attacking everything. There are allies that he could make pretty quickly. If anything, Lorgar would probably love the Warhammer Fantasy world.
I would suggest that he'd just fit in.
He would just kind of join the ranks.
Yeah, he would join the ranks. He would fit in. And would he be an issue? Absolutely. For fuck's sake, it's Lorgar. But would he be a we win Warhammer? I mean, given that as we've discussed multiple times. You want to fight back?
Go, Carlos, go!
Oh no! I was going to say, I think I agree. He'd probably get pretty far in whatever, like Chaos Hierarchy. He'd do well.
He's kind of like a mortal.
He tried to overthrow Horus
Prince
once, and then Horus smacked him down.
Yeah. It's like he's not never chosen.
Yeah, And could he reach that point? Could he become more? Absolutely. But Warhammer has multiple entities of about that level already. So I don't feel that this single instance would be a big mover and shaker beyond any of the other big movers and shakers. He would be part of a horrific war of some kind, inevitably. But like all the wars of Warhammer, he'd probably lose until Games Workshop said it's time for the end times to win.
Right, I forgot he's already a demon prince. And honestly, he wouldn't be that big of a deal then, because he would. It'd be like the end of Aladdin, right? Where it's like Jafar becomes an all-powerful genie, but now he's subject to rules. Lorgar would have the same problem, where he's like, I'm an almighty demon prince, and all the wizards of Warhammer Fantasy would be like, cool, there's not enough magic for you to be here, so bye. See ya.
He might be able to benefit from that, though. He might get a little bit stronger because the wind.
That's true. Yeah, I do think he would swell with power. Yeah.
I think this would be a super lovely thing to do, but it would ultimately be just a really cool story of him effectively becoming an equivalent of an Everchosen, an attempt to try and take over the world, or whatever else it was. It'd be a fun story, but it wouldn't be a Warhammer killer unless that was supposed to be the story you're telling.
Tic-tac-toe killed Be'lakor. We're fine. Yeah, just drop rocks, man.
Drop a stone in his head. Fine.
Problem solved.
Oh,
no
man,
worry.
that battle report.
Dude, yeah, that I will always love whoever wrote that White Dwarf article for actually bothering to do a lore telling of how Be'lakor gets killed by one of the weakest Lizardman characters in the entire setting by just dropping a rock on him. So good. So embarrassing. Total Warrior. What if idea? What if Snorri Nosebiter wasn't a drunk? I imagine the world would have ended multiple times over. Poor Snorri Nosebiter. Yeah, but that's what makes Snorri Nosebiter Snorri Nosebiter.
Exactly. Snorri disagrees.
He's a happy drunk, and then you get a point of view.
Amazing.
No, I say then you get a point of view, and then oh no.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, if anything, Snorri Nosebiter not being drunk just makes him sad. It makes the whole story sad. The last time he did that, I cried. Blues Oyster Cultist. Amazing you didn't kidnap Valrek in this discussion. Well, 3 people is kind of already a lot to have this kind of chaotic of a discussion. Adding more would just get really...
Especially when we've got all of you out there adding to the discussion as well, so yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to speed up a little bit here. Can't wait to see Mazda Mundi proportionate response.
Yeah. Yeah, Mazda Mundi. He's going to be a problem for some attackers. He's going to be not an issue for some others, though. But ultimately, if you are against the Great Plan, the Lizardmen as a whole are always going to be an issue.
Yeah. Who is your plastic dealer? Is it Zinch? Yeah.
Games Workshop. Good argument.
Donoman, yeah, power scaling the Imperium. It ranges from this is physically impossible magic tech to the Earthshaker cannon. The Basilisk is outranged by the 155mm gun M1, first deployed in 1940.
Yeah, I mean, that's 40k in a nutshell, though, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, that classic thing of authors that don't understand, like, science or, like, real-world facts, and they just kind of throw out numbers, and then it blows up in their face.
Or even worse, people who don't understand that war game rules follow a completely different set of scaling. The very short range is designed around a 4-foot table. It's not designed around being realistic range types. But some writers look at the range types and go, well, that's all they can do then. Out come the hotspot, lasgun, pew, pew, pew. Oh, it's only going to reach the other side. Pew, pew. No, it's a freaking lasgun. It'll just keep on going.
It's a laser.
Yeah, it's a laser, for goodness sake. Have you seen why they're banned, little laser pens? Because they go all the way up to the airplanes and blind pilots. Yeah, lasguns are genuinely awful, but they're not, because 40k, they've only got a range of, 24 inches or whatever it is.
Yeah, for balancing reasons. And so it's not every tabletop match is... I'm on that end of the room. You're over there. Fire away, gentlemen.
Fire.
All right, yeah.
Away,
so at the start of the game, we're all in range of each other at the start, right? Turn 1.
Yeah.
Ricky Chapman, a Wordbearer Space Marine got killed by a farmer with a pointy stick once. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll find, Ricky, that in a lot of the older stuff and in a lot of some of the weirder fiction at 40k stuff, the stuff just dies. Particularly Warhammer versus 40k stuff. They just die. And you're left going, really? That's how they died? Be'lakor was taken out by a rock? These things happen all the time.
Yeah, I mean, there's literally nothing funnier than having like a Space Marine or a Custody get killed by like a Ripper swarm, or like Rotlings or Snotlings, and you're like, okay, sure.
I've seen Return of the Jedi. Those Ewoks were vicious. You can do a lot.
Oh yeah,
with big rock.
Yeah, a rock and a sling. It did it for Goliath. It's good enough for me. Ben H, I feel like 40k orcs would have a great time in fantasy, which is very unfortunate for fantasy. Honestly, 40k orcs would probably integrate with fantasy orcs very, very quickly.
In fact, altogether too quickly. And I think also if we end up with something like this, we're going to have a discussion as to why 40k orcs, which are effectively now Warhammer orcs, why do the Warhammer orcs not have tech? What has held them back? And that question might need to be answered if we go down this route. So that'll be a fun argument to have. Because there's clearly something stopping tech in Warhammer.
Yep, Arianto, seeing Terracotta Sentinels cleaving Space Marines. That would definitely be a problem that would need to be dealt with.
Yeah.
Darius Rose, Godskool, and Tuska. Who's this get named? No, Fates player. Leave him alone. He's in the LAWhammer verse and he'll stay there. Lorebeard's verse, whatever. Jesus Christ. Remember, he's dead. Holy Artist, no disrespect, Andy, but please read some more 40k. As most Space Marines are used to getting killed a lot by other factions, and there are similar things to runic weapons that use war powers like chaos magic that can slice through everything.
Space Marines are often dwarfed, to use my favorite term, in that they will use a Space Marine to show how deadly the thing coming in it is. Having said previously, no, they're never going to do this. Space Marines they're this weird thing in 40k where they're either absolutely unkillable war machines, where the 1,000 Imperial Guardsmen bless their Emperor himself because a single one has arrived, just one, has descended from the heavens like an angel and is going to change the entire war, much like Space Marine, the computer game. One or two Space Marines arrive and the Imperial Guards are like, yes, we're saved, it's all going to turn around, yes! Or alternatively, it's a piece of Space Marine fiction where the sergeant or captain or whomever lives and all of the squad are taken out by all manner of nonsense. And you're just left going, well, which are they? Are they unkillable or are they not? And the answer is, it's 40k, they're both. It depends on who's telling the story and what the story is about. But if we just look at what Space Marines can actually do, we just look at their descriptions, the actual lore of what they are, they're terrifying. Properly terrifying.
Oh yeah,
that's something that I don't think that we should dismiss. They are going to be covered in armor that is, for the vast majority of the Warhammer world, impenetrable. They are going to be walking death machines in a way that Chaos Warriors will be looking over going, I could do me with some of that. But it's also worth noting that many Chaos Warriors are covered with the same shit, because it's effectively the same shit. And that means that the Warhammer world is already dealt with and prepared for armor you can't get through, because they have to deal with it every so many 100 years. The dwarves have got a whole variety of weapons that are designed to kill the unkillable.
Dumb man, funny idea. Morslieb travels towards the Imperium fleet and goes full Pac-Man mode. That was something I was going to bring up. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Don't worry. Gaston, I can already hear Icket's laughter as a Thunderhawk is brought into his workshop. God help us all if he finds a power weapon.
Yeah.
It will be 10 times worse constructed than it was at first.
It'll fly, though. God, it'll
10 times
fly.
as dangerous.
Well,
dangerous to the enemy or the Skaven?
I mean, just think of what Thankel was like when he saw the Spirit of Grungni. He was literally scheming about how he could take over the world by turning them into proper weapons, unlike these stupid, pathetic, dwarf equivalents. Rubbish. They'd take over the world by flying. Oh, yes, anywhere. It's going to be great. Yeah, Icket Claw would go wild.
Yeah, it might implode, but it'll probably implode around the enemy, so that's part of the design. that's
and then
intended.
you make another 100.
Yeah. Ted Pereira, I absolutely adore both Fantasy and 40k, large due to the creators like you guys, but I stay with my grim, dark future. Virus bombs for the win. We'll get to virus bombs.
We will be getting to those, because I'm reckoning at least one attempt is going to be made to try and use a planet killer in Warhammer.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? I think we should tackle virus bombs now. Because these super chats are coming in at enough of a rate that they're kind of replenishing as fast as I can get to them. So we should probably just tackle topics as they come up, or we're never going to get there. So, virus bombs. Who wants to go first?
I have a theory about it. I think the bigger they get, the less of a problem they're going to be, because I mean, it's like you're saying earlier that if it's a problem that's going to end the world, the winds of heaven are going to like signify it. Lord Croak might, look up and go, no more of that anymore. It's gone. But they scale differently. Like, for example, in Space Marine 2, Titus launches one. He's on the planet, and there's a whole rest of the game. So they can clearly be a smaller scale thing where it kind of turns into just a really juiced out, like chemical, like poison gas World War I attack, which something lower scale could probably cause a lot more damage like that, I would say. Because, it's the Life Eater virus. You kind of just turn into soup. That happened to a lot of different people, sometimes on accident. So smaller scale ones, I imagine, would probably be more of a threat, if only because there's less. The universe is not going to be pointing out, hey, the planet's going to blow up and ignite if you don't deal with that. Especially if you'll put in the right place. It could definitely turn a province, I imagine, really quickly into just a wasteland. But if they get too cocky and launch the big virus bomb from space, it's probably something's gonna go wrong with it, I imagine. Something's gonna keep that thing from detonating.
Yeah, I actually think that's a really good point. I think any attempts to go for, and we'll kind of discuss why this is a little more in detail in a second once we get past virus bombs, but trying to unleash this virus bomb is just going to kill everything on the planet, that it's never even going to make it to the planet. There are forces in the fantasy world that something we talked a little bit about before stream, but it's worth talking now. The Lore of Heaven, so the Wind of Azir, it is a bullshit wind. It allows people to see things that are coming so far in advance that it's bonkers. Like the Empire. So we're not even talking about like the elves or the Slawn or the Warriors of Chaos or demons, like the really god tier wizards. We're talking about like a little baby. Like there's a guy called Shemtek. There's just a dude named Shemtek who's just a regular Colleges of Magic guy who was kicking around during the times of Magnus. He saw Archaon and Archaon's invasion 200 years before it happened. And he's just some guy. He's not
just some guy. He became patriarch.
But like compared to like point, those forces.
Yeah. And I think that this is probably one of the best arguments that you should take on board as you're discussing what we're going to throw at these people. The more devastating the attack, the more likely the big dudes will step up to stop it. And the more likely it is to take out the Warhammer world, the more likely it is that the Warhammer world knows it's coming centuries before it arrives. Because that's the nature of Azir, the lore of heavens. But it's also the nature of many of the entities in the Warhammer world. It's a world of prophecy. And it's a world where prophecy is believed. Many of these prophecies are real. Many are bullshit, just made by Be'lakor so that he can try and destroy the world in the way he wants it to occur. Archaon, after all, is his puppet, according to some versions of the story. Long story short, though, if we throw down a virus bomb that wipes out everything, then it's never going to reach. They'll be prepared. The Lizardmen will stop it. It destroys the Great Plan. Old One tech will be deployed to ensure that the Great Geomantic Web prickles up and everything that should have come down doesn't. Think about what happened in the end times with Morslieb. Literally, the whole thing should have hit the planet. Didn't. Because the Lizardmen went, no, stop. It's just
quit it.
What the fuck? I mean, they are properly bonkers in terms of their capabilities and their power. Plus, there's another issue with virus. And that's that there are gods of viruses that will move into that space and rule. This is where Clan Pestilence steps forward and goes, hey, let's add this to the Liber Bubonicus because we have all of Nurgle's viruses right here and we have all our own because we're using Nurgle's viruses and making them worse.
Yeah, Clan Pestilence, if you deployed a virus bomb, Clan Pestilence would ascend like nobody would believe.
Deploy the plague cauldron.
It's an interesting mixture because if we go with a standard attack, a standard 40k attack, then they are almost certainly going to dominate in a variety of different ways, depending on what it is that comes in. But if we're bringing in, like, I'm going to drop a virus bomb, or I'm going to drop an exterminatus of some kind, that is almost certain to fail. So you're going to have to deal with ground invasions and things that aren't world killers. And there's a whole host of reasons why that missile will just never hit. Or those missiles, 1,000 of them, will just bounce off and never reach the planet. Because they have literal magical wards against the entire outside of the Warhammer world from coming in. And that's what the old ones have. That's what the Lizardmen have. It's bullshit. It's actual bullshit. The Lizardmen are actually prepared for a planetary invasion of this sort, which is proper mental, which is
well,
fun.
and that's before you even get to like Grand Cathay and the Celestial Dragon Emperor and his great council of astromancers.
Yeah.
Or Kuei Yin, the literal shape-shifting moon dragon, who are gods. They're basically gods just hanging out.
Yeah, so
And there's actual gods all over the fucking place. We've got
yes, but
thousands of them.
I think it's important that we, rather than just deal with this big potential, that we drill down to some specifics. We're going to need to get some votes out so that we can actually decide what's properly attacking here. Because there are going to be a multiple situations where 40k is not just going to dominate, it's going to massively dominate. And it's important that we discuss it out, because ultimately it's not going to be us deciding what happens here. It's going to be you. So as we discuss this out, we're going to throw out what we think should happen, throw up the polls, and let you decide what actually happens. And then we'll go, right, okay, fair enough. If that's happening, what happens next? So where are we going to start, do you think?
Well, I think we got to start with the main characters, right?
I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
The main characters of 40k?
According to who? According to the people currently writing for GW? Because throw the Primarchs. Deploy the daddy issues.
Yeah. Do we want to start with the blueberries?
Oh, man.
The greatest of them all. It's only fitting.
I think it's only fitting to come out the gate swinging. Why don't we do we get Guilliman, Roboute Guilliman? On his big old battle cruiser with his big old squad of Ultramarines. He goes into the warp because he thinks he's going somewhere else. Something goes awry and he pops out outside the Warhammer Fantasy Planet, and now he's going to deal with this place.
Alrighty.
All right.
Ultramarines, big battle cruisers. Do we have more than one? Do we have an entire chapter, 1,000 Space Marines, or have we got some? What's part of this invasion? Do we have an Inquisitor? Yeah. Do we have... What are they supported by? Do they have their Imperial Guardsmen? After all, they effectively have their own empire, the Ultramar Empire. Are they supported by cruisers of, say, for example, Imperial Guardsmen, all effectively wearing Ultramarine colours? What do we have here? Is it just one strike cruiser of Space Marines with the good old Primarch at the top? Or do we have ourselves an entire 40k force that is, I don't know, getting prepared for a great invasion somewhere?
Well, okay, so why don't we do a poll? And we
so we're definitely going Space Marines then.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we're going to decide. First poll is going to be how many Space Marines.
So I think we have a small invasion force, which is just the Primarch and I guess
Crag's Honor's crew.
So let's call it a strike force. So maybe with a strike cruiser as well. So like a big, they've got a big ship up there, so they're going to be capable of deploying some heavy planetary weaponry, but nothing that's going to wipe out the planet individually. So strike force. Next.
I would say like a medium, like a full chapter with all the bells and whistles.
All the Smurfs are here.
Let's call it a battle fleet.
Sure.
Okay, so strike force is an individual, a battle fleet. So we're talking all of the Space Marines here, but not necessarily with all the Ultramar Empire's additional support.
And then for the large, why don't we do the
a crusade?
What's the current one that he's running around doing right now? The Indomitus Crusade.
Yeah, the Crusade. Okay, so strike force, that's an individual ship. Let's see how a smaller force deals with attempting to pacify Warhammer. A battle fleet, that is a whole group. That's basically the whole chapter, plus some support. or a crusade where we're dealing with the entire chapter, possibly a couple of successor chapters, and a whole variety of Imperial forces on top of that. There'll be a representative of the Inquisition there. There'll almost certainly be AdMech through the wazoo. There's all manner of cool shit that we can deploy. Now, what would you rather see us talk out? Would it be Strike Force, Big Fleet, or a whole freaking crusade? I'm ready to go. You ready?
Yep, fired off. I'm going to give you all 3 minutes to vote.
Fire away, fire away. We're off. We're bulletproof, just like the Space Marines.
Yep. Rudy Garcia, when is the Primarch Slayer book releasing? Which Primarchs is Gotrek and Felix killing? Actually, how many are they killing? Listen, if you show up in a Gotrek and Felix book, yeah. If you show up in a book, you're fucked. You are instantly boned against Gotrek and Felix if you show up in a book.
I was going to say, if the book is Primarch Slayer, I'm sorry, but it's not looking good.
There's a bit of a spoiler.
Yeah, he's going to trip. He's going to fall over at the most inopportune moment, and he'll probably kill himself rather than be killed by Gotrek. And Gotrek will be deeply disappointed he didn't do it and meet his doom.
It'll be like Snorri Nosebiter drunkenly stumbles into him, knocks him off a cliff.
Hey, with honor and distinction.
Oh, man.
Nival, aren't Farside enclaves good guys? I mean, that's an argument some people would make, though 40K has kind of gone out of its way to try and dirty up the Tau lore as much as they seemingly can. Doesn't Farsight wield like a demon weapon currently? Doesn't he have like a big demon sword?
So when he used it, if I remember correctly, like it does do a little bit of absorbing the soul of whoever he kills with it, and it makes him younger. I will give him the minimum amount of credit. Doesn't really use it against people. Tyranids and orcs. I'm sorry to the orcs, but I am also. You are not the good guys.
No,
orcs are good guys. Surely, what?
Only if you really like a punch up.
I would love to bring one to like a pub with me. If that would be fun to watch.
Would you?
As long as you're behind a completely shatterproof mirror.
I hold the door open for him, and then he goes in, and I peer in through the window.
Holy Art is, will you add Primarchs? We just did. If so, we only allow the ones with lore or the ones we know to be alive to be able to show up, like Lehman Russ or Jackatai Khan. We'll play around and see where y'all want to go. Once we finish with the Ultramarines, we'll probably do another poll once we're done with it, where we'll see if y'all want to move on to another race or if you want to do another chapter. Because I know for some people, 40K is Space Marines, and that's it. It's a family drama with guns. Whereas for other people, the Xenos do actually exist. To not just be a punching bag for the Space Marines.
Okay.
Donovan,
there's the biggest difference.
1 billion times 1 billion Skaven reminds me of that Planet of Guardsmen meme. Population 6.8 billion. infinite guardsmen. Orc presence low. There are still some orcs.
That was for that Space Marine game, Chapter Master, where some buggy coding meant there were more guardsmen on that planet than atoms in the universe by a factor of 10.
I'm sure it's fine. All right, time's up.
Well, it's a pretty definitive win over on YouTube. With a mighty crusade led by Guilliman coming to Warhammer.
Okay, on Twitch, it's close enough to basically agree with that. So the Indomitus Crusade has arrived in orbit around the Warhammer world.
So the question is, what does our ultimate tactician do? Because what we have here is an entire crusade, and we are presuming that destruction or pacification of this particular planet is the goal. How does he do it? What does he feel is the best route forward? Does he send scouts? Does he just scan it from afar and find that his tech finds it really hard to pierce through the winds of magic? It's well known, for example, that Azir rises up and it distorts everything that passes through it. And the charting of the skies by the celestial wizards is how much distortion is made by Azir. So basically, they look up and they see that the moon is approximately, I don't know, in terms of their 5 degrees out from where it should be at that particular point. They know what a future entails. That's going to play havoc on all instruments. They try to scan downwards and everything goes wrong. They'll scan wrong. The planet will be scanned incorrectly. So how does he decide that he's going to proceed? What does he think of the warp gates at North and South Pole? What does his psychers think? This is something we're going to have to decide, because they're arriving and they are utterly unshielded against the horror that is the Warpstone Moon. Demons are going to be swarming out from that towards these psychers, all of whom are going to need extra protection. Now, fortunately, they're going to be behind their great Geller-fielded vehicles, their big ships, so hopefully they're not going to be able to do anything, but it's almost like they're in the warp here. So much magic is in the area, so much, as they would view it, uncontrolled chaos is everywhere. What is his best route forward? And I think this is something we're going to have to decide. He is the ultimate tactician. He understands how to do it, but he also does things, generally speaking, by procedure. He's got a set of rules that he follows. He's got a way of thinking, a correct way of doing all of it. Is he interested in what's down here? Is it just exterminatus time? What does he think is the correct way forward?
So I think we should get this into a poll about like what is the step that he takes. But the question is, how do we narrow this down to 4 options? Colin, I'm curious if you have any thoughts on what maybe these should be.
I mean, I imagine like one of the easy one of the 4 is just, exterminatus, get rid of it. I do not like the Chaos Moon. Do not like the 2 massive openings into the
fire
warp I'm
everything.
Not a fan.
Mm-hmm.
But from that,
I think we have our more kind of like measured approach option of like landing parties to large civilizations.
Why and how does he choose them? From his perspective, he's looking down from above. He doesn't have easy access to what is down there. It's not going to be major civilizations. He's not even going to know who they are. He's going to be asking for support from his psychers, all of whom are going to find it impenetrable. There's too much magic down there. So the normal methods of
we need scouting parties.
Yeah, the normal methods are just not going to work because there's too much magic. And it's going to throw the psychers and it's going to throw the auspexes and all of their normal scanners. And it's just basically going to be a little bit like static. The equivalent of psychic static and the equivalent of, static. All of their various data slates are going to come up with, fuck knows, this place is weird, as they attempt to try and gather what's down there. Exterminatus is an extreme response, but is perhaps not the wrong one. How is he going to gather his information when the scans from the auspices
I like the idea from Ricardo of low orbit recon, trying to get below the winds of Azir.
Sending ships down to basically scout out what's going down there. So the first step being scouting, and it'll probably be not down on the ground scouting, as in stomping about. It's going to be ships tearing through the sky. Does that seem to be a correct way of putting it? So I'll mark that as scouting for this one. Do we have a good third option?
If it's a Crusade fleet, he's probably got at least one Inquisitor and their party hanging around. Yeah. I imagine that
definitely,
especially because I feel like there's a chance you might look at it and go, that's almost Cadia-like in a way, because it's like the warp is. It's there. I'm looking at it, but it's got a very clear delineation point where I'm not quite, but it's like, all right, here, hell on earth.
Yeah, it looks vaguely normal planet-like once you get to a certain point.
Yeah, so he might be having hey, Inquisitor, whoever I got with me, you and your acolytes and whatever, maybe check that out, because usually once chaos is on a planet, we lose that planet. But this seems to be pretty stable. What's going on with that? Send in the Inquisition.
Okay, so the Inquisition comes forward and effectively says, we think this planet's important because they can sense that it is, because it is. We know that the Warhammer world is very much the chosen place.
The fated place, yeah.
The fated place. No matter which version of the Warhammer lore you go with, it is in many respects, to ensure that it balances out 40k in the lore, it is the most important place as far as the gods are concerned. It's where all the gods are, and the Chaos gods are determined to destroy it, and have failed again and again and again till they don't. So this fated place, we have an Inquisition group who are very interested in this, and caution, they suggest that holding back is wise. We should go down first because we have got the correct strength to deal with potentially high levels of heretic nonsense. We can hold off against this. We thrive in this sort of situation. We will tell you what we find. So we're looking here at Inquisition scouting rather than flyby scouting. Would that be fair?
Yeah, that's fine.
Given that we only have one left, I think there's an obvious fourth one which we should probably add, even though I think it's really unlikely, and it might end up becoming the one that everyone chooses because it's unlikely, and that's that Guilliman just goes, fuck this for a game of soldiers. Attack! And orders a full-out assault on the planet. A planetary-wide assault intending to secure whatever it is that the Inquisition tells them is important, while simultaneously doing everything that they can to effectively wipe out anything that comes in their way. It is Guilliman, though, in terms of Space Marines, he's one of the more diplomatic. It's very possible that attack might be only attack in certain areas as he attempts to find potential allies down there. But given that they're Space Marines, probably not. They're just going to go hell for leather. Does it seem fair that we go for an all-out attack option as well? Or do we withhold that option because it's not really what Guilliman would do? What do we think?
What if we made it less of a planetary assault and more of like establishing a base, like going in and taking control of an area?
We do have an entire freaking crusade here.
I mean, they would have to take a big area. But...
Okay, we have a lot of potential individuals that we can use. If he's going to show force and intends to use force, why would he only show a small amount of force? What would be the benefit? We're dealing with a great tactician here. We're dealing with somebody who understands war intimately. We're not dealing with an idiot commander who just thinks the Inquisition is right, or that the Emperor is right, or there is only one way to do these things. We're dealing with someone who created all of the rules and understands how to bend them. He is ultimately the best commander that the Imperium has. He's wielding the Emperor's frickin' sword, for goodness sake. Of all people, he's going to make the correct decision. If it comes to an assault, establishing a base camp doesn't do any more than having his ships in space. He's not gaining any further benefit by being in that magical hellhole. Indeed, he's exposing people to potential corruption. So is it better he withholds, or is it better he just wipes the place out with ground forces? And if that's the case, why is he doing it? Why is he choosing that? Because we are always looking to build a cool story. Why does he choose assault?
I think I'm okay with planetary assault then as the fourth option. And I think the logic that we'd be going into it, as opposed to what would be the difference between it and Exterminatus, would be that he becomes aware, or is made aware, that there's enough weirdness when they're like scanning everything and trying to gather information that they become unsettlingly aware that using a force like Exterminatus may have grossly unintended consequences.
Okay. So I'll lay out a couple of things so that we've all got it in our heads. Okay, we have a massive invasion force, but space is big. This is something that people always forget because they think of space in the way that movies project space. And movies make space look small, but space is big. This massive fleet is a tiny dot above the planet. Because for all it is an enormous fleet, it is nothing in comparison to an enormous planet. Even if there's 1,000 ships, 1,000 ships are nothing. Even if they're several kilometers long, still nothing. Even if they're 30 kilometers long, still tiny in comparison to a planet. Just so we get an idea of what we're dealing with. We have ourselves one tiny warpstone moon out there that's acting crazy as fuck, okay? And he knows this. And he's now making a choice as to how he's going to deal with this. His first choice is, the planet's the problem, we have to wipe it out, and the safest way to do that is to stay up in orbit, exterminatus the fuck out of that planet, and we'll deal with whatever other mess as we move away afterwards. Option number 2, we need to understand what's going on down here, send in some scouts to do some flyby scouting. So we're going to be sending Imperial Guardsmen, and they're flying whichever particular ship you want to go with. They're aerial scouting, reconnaissance, along with possibly maybe a gunship or two from the Space Marines in support, a couple of strike vessels. We get the idea. Alternatively, the Inquisitors are, because it's so chaos involved, Guilliman goes, no, this is not my province. I will pass over to the forces who understand this. We're going to go with the Inquisition, and their lead is, we want to know what the fuck is down there, so they take over this. So Inquisition scouting, or finally, Guilliman sees this and goes red-faced, starts spluttering, turns into exactly the idiot that the Emperor always was, and just starts going, attack! Attack! And for some reason has chosen a full-scale planetary invasion.
Moon madness.
And we will justify this afterwards, but it's fair to say that this is probably the least Guilliman option, but it might also be the most fun option. So it's up to you entirely which one we go with. I'm happy with those 4. Everyone ready to go?
Yep, fire off.
Go. Okay, we have the poll up.
JJ Shayaz, who would defect or team up? Maybe Kane enthralls his avatars, or Gene Stealers infect the Oak of Ages. There's a lot of crazy, bizarre stories you can play around with.
Yuck! I love
That'd be
yuck.
That would be very gross. Yeah, there's all sorts of bizarre things that might pop up. And when we're talking about those particular factions, feel free to kind of just like throw out ideas, and I'll be looking at them. I'm watching the chats. Andy, did you start the poll?
My poll just crashed. Let me just see. I'm just going to have to restart it again. Give me a second. I'll just restart the poll.
Fair enough.
Annoying.
While he's doing that, Vault Boy, Night Lords would specifically choose to make the lives of Bretonnian peasants worse, and exclusively just the Bretonnian peasants. Just as the boogeyman that nobody else believes is real. It's just some asshole Night Lords just being mean to Bretonnians.
It's the same vibe as, there is no such thing as a Skaven. No, there is no such thing as a Night Lord in Bretonnia.
There's no such thing as giant armored weirdos hiding in the shadows, skinning the peasants. No, ridiculous.
Oh, that's the even bigger twist. It's functionally no different than the Grail Knights.
It's like, honestly, for the peasants, it's really just there's a new breed of vampire they have to deal with now. Up, the poll's up now.
Yeah.
It's basically just, oh great, the Blood Knights are wearing full armor now. Awesome.
Yeah. The armor got even tougher. Come on, man.
Agar 89,
Nice
Grimgor versus Gazkul. Winner claims the other. Wow! Also just reviewed Dark Deeds. Hey, thanks, Agar. I appreciate that.
Small side on that one. We had some dick come along and say, all these people reviewing Dark Deeds, they're clearly just bots, and gave us a freaking 1-star review, the dick.
Rude?
Rude. So if somebody could go there and throw out an extra couple of reviews over for Dark Deeds, that would be amazing. I don't care if you vote like 5 stars, 9 stars, 1 star, whatever. As long as you've played the game. He hadn't even played the game. He was like, they're clearly bots. I'm balancing it out 1 star. You can go see that review if you want to right now over at BoardGameGeek.com. I almost, in my outrage, sent him a message.
Should report that review. What the hell?
Rude. Anyway, that aside, do play Dark Deeds. If you haven't played Dark Deeds, get from Modifius.com, blah, blah, blah. You know the stuff.
What a dick. People just can't let other people have nice things. Ted Barrera. Wow. Sorry, I didn't actually answer your thing of Grimgor versus Gazkul would be nuts. I have my own personal headcanon about what would happen when orcs from 40k encountered orcs from fantasy, and I think it would be really fascinating, but we'll get there when we discuss orcs. Ted Barrera, I would love to see Gazkul show up with his wad. That will probably happen. Beat up and or subsume Grimgor and unleash the true world-ending green tide. It's called Ragnarok. I'll let you know. Don't worry, we'll get to orcs. Nangwa, I think the thing keeping fantasy orcs back is not having much to think that they can imitate around. Imagination minus inspiration.
That is not how the orc genome works. It doesn't actually matter what their surroundings are. They could be on the most primitive planet that there is. They will start warging it up. They will start building, and if they're stuck on a planet, they will field technology through the roof, and they will be warping out to the next planet to take that one down too. Yeah, that's not how orcs work with a K. But orcs with a C clearly don't do that, but they are, as far as we can tell from the background, at least in terms of their first inspiration, almost effectively identical now to orcs with a K. That being the case, why aren't they orcs with a K? And that's a super fascinating question.
Yeah, there's actually, I mean, even if you look at snotlings in Warhammer Fantasy, when they get together, they have an innate impulse to start building punk wagons. Like, they build these surprisingly intricate designs, despite snotlings being the smallest, dumbest greenskrins. So there's a relationship there, but something seems to be holding back the rest of the greenskins.
You know, what is going on there? And I think there's a fascinating story. It's potentially an entire stream in and of itself discussing orcs versus orcs.
Yeah. Scion of the Emperor, who would be the worst demon Primarch to show up in fantasy? What would be the most hilarious way for it to happen? Thankful fucks up again and accidentally summons Angron. Fulgrim is invited in by Nakari. I mean, in my personal opinion, this is just my personal opinion, and once again, I'm the least educated person here on 40K. I would guess that Magnus the Red would probably be the worst case.
Probably where I was going to.
Yeah, because he actually uses magic. He would have a much better understanding of the world right off the bat than anybody else would.
I kind of agree, and I think Magnus would thrive. Angry Ron would have his issues.
He'd just basically be Scarbrand electric boogaloo.
He's an immediate problem for anyone around him when he shows up, but no more than a bloodthirster already is. It's like, well, great.
Yeah. I mean, really, I think I would agree it's probably Magnus. I mean, there's all manner of potential storylines you could build with all of them, obviously. But if we're just looking to single it down to a single, who would thrive best and quickest? Probably Magnus.
And time's up.
Oh, right. So it's a surprisingly decisive win over on YouTube for an Inquisition sortie.
That is the exact
52%. I would just like to pause for a moment and say, you rock, guys. Because you have actually sat down and gone, what is the most likely thing for him to do? And I think this is it. Because he's a great commander and he knows when to delegate. And he realizes that the ridiculous thing that sits before him is beyond his province, beyond his awareness, and most certainly beyond his understanding. And he can't make decisions until he has intelligence. And the intelligence that he might be able to gather from his own troops could be tainted by the very world in which they're going into. What they see as they do their flybys might not be what's actually down there. What they perceive might not be enough, because they might not be able to sense if it's dangerous or not dangerous. Their auspices might not work down there either. And that would cause enormous issues because the flybys would do almost nothing. So he turns round to a far smaller force that might be able to, Mass Effect style teleport down or just fly down with a small squad and figure out what the hell is going down. And I think that this could be a mess, depending upon how it turns out. Because it depends entirely in which part of the world the Inquisition lands in. And they're going to get very different responses, and they're going to make very different conclusions depending on where they arrive. If they arrive over the Empire, it's going to almost feel like they're going back to one of the many feral worlds. It's a backwards medieval style world. They've seen this shit before. There's multiple examples of low-tech worlds. They'll go, yeah, we've arrived there. It's proper backward. Yeah, sure. They'll be able to talk. They'll have to use some form of psychics. Using psychics in Warhammer World might be bad. Spells, something to ensure. But there's going to be some form of attempt at communication. But if you go to other parts of the world, let's say we land in Lustria, that's going to be very different. Nagaroth. If the worst should happen, Skavenblight. There's all manner of different places. And what happens if they really go to an unfortunate place? They decide that they will first go to the obvious route I mean, at north and south, there's enormous warp gates that go straight through to the realm of chaos and are somehow pumping out realm of chaos into real space in a fashion that isn't warping it, in a fashion that isn't causing psychers to go mental and all over the place, isn't causing all the people to go wrong, in a fashion that's creating something new, magic. Is that what draws them first? It seems the obvious choice, but they might look at that and go, nope. Or do they go to Morslieb? Because that's another potential horror story. What do we put in our options here? What does everyone else think?
I think two interesting options would be, I could see them trying to go to the polar gates and wanting to investigate the source of all the weird stuff going on, which would be a terrible decision, but that just might be how the Inquisition rolls. Is thinking we can handle this, we're experts, and going into a place they have no business being. A second option I think would actually be interesting is them heading for the vortex. Of seeing the vortex in Ulthuan and being like, what the fuck is that thing? We need to go check that out.
Probably visible from orbit.
Yeah, so I could see them visiting Ulthuan, which
swirl, yeah.
The Hyals would be an interesting group to run into because they'd be like, oh, these guys are like weirdly primitive Eldar. What the hell's going on here? But of course, we all know that the Hyals have some pretty big fucking tricks up their sleeves.
Yeah, they're kind of like primitive Exodites.
Yeah. So we got the polar gates, Ulthuan.
Okay, we need two other good choices. Now, what else do we go for?
I want one from each of you.
Okay, we're seeing from space a world that, I mean, you could go almost anywhere. I mean, the poles and the vortex are the obvious places to immediately investigate, but the vortex...
Guys, I don't think they would go to Scale and Blight. I just don't. I don't think they're going to see the marshes of the zombie marshes and be like, that's a great place.
We can do that story real quick. They land and are never heard from again.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Gone.
Fly into the mall. Crunch.
Yeah. It's just that scene from Star Wars and just fly into the mouth. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm finding it hard as an Inquisitor. I'm imagining myself as an Inquisition member. So I'm an Inquisitor and I'm looking down. I'm flying over to the planet. I find it hard to see anything beyond the Chaos Gates, Vortex, and Morslieb.
I mean, the Great Bastion would be visible from orbit.
Barely. I mean, yeah, but barely. There's so much stuff that's visible from orbit in the Warhammer world, and the Chaos Gates much more so, and the Vortex much more so. It almost drowns out.
But I think if they were like, there's clearly some civilization down here.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, I could go with Great Bastion potentially. Can you think of something better than Chaos Gates, Vortex, and Morslieb?
I don't know. Maybe author favoritism from one empire to the next. Maybe Altdorf, just because with the colleges of magic, maybe the winds, they're flowing through it. Maybe they notice there's civilization down there in a flyover. They see.
I mean, it's
congregating
fun.
There.
I just can't see. I can't see how that would stand over all the rest of it.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying
to be the case. It's one of those ones where you go, the story overrules what's obvious.
It's the vortex and one of the gates.
So how about then we go for 4 being Chaos Gates, Vortex, Morslieb, or Civilization. And then we'll decide what civilization. That means
there you go.
There we go. I think I hear my puppy crying in the other room. Would you mind if I be right
check
back?
It. Yeah,
we'll make sure the little guys do it okay.
Yeah,
we will let people vote in the meantime.
So while we're writing that one up, that's the Inquisition are going down. And are they going to investigate the Chaos Gates to north and south, the Great Vortex over Ulthuan, Morslieb, and the horror, the demon-infested hellhole that they can quite clearly see is erratically moving around the world and is potentially awful? Or do they instead decide that their best bet is to try and get local intelligence about this weird world and head towards some form of civilization and attempt communication? Are you ready?
Yes. Go ahead and fire it. I'm also
Here it
beginning to
comes.
very quickly realize I think we misnamed this stream because we are not getting to all of 40K this time.
No, it's going to be Ultramarines versus Warhammer.
Yeah, well, we might get like 2 or 3 factions in. There may well be a part 2 one day. Okay, I'm gonna grab a couple of these real fast. Gavin Savage, how are they gonna contend with Morslieb? Well, if you vote Morslieb, you'll find out. The answer is it'll be nasty. Morslieb it's a pickle. A lot of people, when they kind of look at Morslieb, just think it's like, oh, it's a big irradiated rock, but it's not.
No.
It's so much. It's more like an entity than anything else.
Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that if we get to that.
Yeah. Sion Guilliman would more than likely try to bring the Empire into the Imperium. And Karl Franz would almost certainly end up as a planetary governor. That's very flattering for a good old Karl Franz.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's necessarily the case. Karl Franz is not the sort who would wish to be a planetary governor, I think. No, I think that the Imperium represents something that Karl Franz...
Oh, yeah, no, they'd have to groom an Imperial planetary governor.
Yeah.
The forces on the Warhammer world they are very set in their ways, their religions.
Yeah.
They would balk against that hard.
Yeah. They've got their own views. I think there would definitely be a bit more conflict there than you're suggesting.
Yeah, because Guilliman wouldn't tolerate the worship of Sigmar, and stuff like that.
Yeah, the fact that there's real gods doing real shit down here is going to be interesting for how the Ultramarines respond to it.
Yeah, plus, I mean, just think of how the various religions of the world would react to, the Imperial Creed. It would be ugly. Funny enough, I actually think the one nation that would be best equipped if you wanted to go like a more friendly option would be Grand Cathay, because Grand Cathay doesn't have gods. Now the dragons would be a problem, but they would be
does.
Yeah, the Imperium would have a problem with the dragons, but the dragons
totally.
would interestingly have, and the dragons, funny enough, would hate the Imperium's religion. They would hate the Imperium's religion.
Yep, they would.
I mean, the God Emperor would be ugly in Warhammer, because that would have an effect. Oh, look at the baby!
Come back with a little buddy.
Hey, sometimes they just, sometimes they just gotta be involved.
Yep, the little buddy wanted some attention.
It's adorable.
There you go.
Let's see here. So we've got Morton Crescent. How long will it be till we get actual space vampire marines, and how bad is it? That would, that's kind of an interesting side question we could probably talk about for a second. Could a space marine fall to vampirism?
Yes.
Because they go through a lot of mutation, essentially.
But once they're dead, they're dead. Yes.
That would be bad. That would be very bad.
I think it would make for a great Blood Angel story. One of those what-if stories. Real vampire Blood Angel. Fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
He would wake up.
Dude, Sanguinius returns as a vampire. Oh boy. Ooh, we just fucked some stuff up. We messed up.
God, I'm so thirsty.
Yeah. That would be hysterical, man. If you wanted to make an awesome storyline, piss off a ton of people at once, Sanguinius get resurrected as a vampire. Oh boy. Meet Nagash's newest Mortark. Yeah, it would be bad. How does Tau diplomacy go? Which faction would they appeal to?
We'll discuss that if we discuss it.
Yeah, if we get to the Tau, we'll discuss it, because that would be it would be very different compared to the other factions we'll be discussing.
Absolutely.
Jason Board, I'd love for there to be at least a squad of salamanders who go rogue just to save civilians. Add them to the casualties. They would be a fun little heroic band. If that's how you decide to interpret them. Now, granted, they would run into interesting issues, like how do they handle mutants? How do they handle the factions that many people in the Warhammer world are okay with, like dwarfs and elves, and halflings and gnomes, and all these other little species that are kicking around that people in the Warhammer world they're like our neighbors. They're like, we like them.
And you got to also remember as well that in 40k mutation is a thing that's quite common and is not actually hated to the same degree that it is in Warhammer world. There's many planets that have got mutants all over the place. Even some space marines actually draw from mutated planets and mutants and purify them. So mutation has not got the same level of vilification with the Imperium as it does with Warhammer. So they're not going to have many of the issues that some people will expect with what's down there on the Warhammer world. Other species are just common when it comes to the Imperium, and they are, generally speaking, wiped out. They're Xenos, and they're destroyed, and they are pretty hardline about it. The only Xenos they don't destroy, let's say the Abhumans, because they come from humanity, kinda, don't they? But they're not going to be saying that about a lot of the things down here. It's very possible we're going to get a proper absolute annihilation of anything that's not human, because that's kind of where the Imperium goes. They are not the good guys. They are bad guys, even when they look like they're good guys wearing their big blue uniforms and their little white hats. These guys are not good guys. So this could turn out very, very badly. But we'll see where it goes. Okay, Vortex. I didn't expect that. Love it. Vortex, 42%. It's a big one in Vortex.
So Vortex was ahead by a lot.
Yeah.
Twitch, okay. Twitch chat went for Morslieb.
Morslieb was 17% over.
Yeah, it wasn't enough of a percentage difference to matter.
All right, then. So we're probably looking at the Inquisition are deeply interested in Morslieb, but what's happening with the Vortex? Now, the Vortex is fascinating because they're finding it very difficult to use their normal method of gaining intelligence down there. Their auspices aren't working, so they're pretty much relying on their eyes. Their psychics aren't working at all well either, and their eyes are showing the great swirl, a permanent storm going on down there. What do they think of it? I think this is an interesting question, because we're going to have to decide how much of an influence magic is going to have on these Inquisitors, and how much they're going to deal with the fact that the demons that they are used to being quite distant on the other side, so to speak, are much closer here. They're going to be attacked almost certainly, because they're not the same sort of entity here, and they're directly tapping into the warp, which opens a conduit in a way that Warhammer World doesn't normally allow. So they're going to probably be going down in ships that are, let's say, shielded against this, but it's very possible that they're going to get unexpectedly powerful attacks when they first arrive there. The Inquisitor will deal with it. He'll be just like, oh, this is unexpected. Put up my Aegis, get my Psychic Hood on. This is bad, man. This is bad shit. But any lesser astropath or something that comes along with them may end up getting themselves possessed simply by passing into the atmosphere. That could be bad. We have ourselves a second issue, which is, why have they chosen the Vortex? And I think this is a question that we need to discuss. So why the Vortex? What is it that's pulled them in about that?
And by the way, once again, I am reading chat, so if y'all are saying things that really catch my attention, I will voice those. So just a heads up. One of the things that would, I think, would really draw their attention, other than one of the most obvious kind of things you can see from space of this great meteorological event from a distance, is that if any of their scanners or anything have any ability to sense it, we'll be sensing that there is weird energy here, and the energy is going somewhere. It's going out. But it's not shooting it into space, though. It's shooting it into elsewhere, which is really interesting. But it's also a place where a lot of energy is gathering. I mean, that is, if you were expecting to find somewhere where there would be something supremely powerful, I think the Vortex is where you would be looking at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I quite like that, because we're dealing with an absolute anomaly here. Warp space is impinging upon real space, but in a way that it doesn't do in their standard experience. It's become material. The warp has become material. The winds of magic here are real, and it's spreading out across the world, and it's getting sucked into this place. They're barely effective auspices. Their psychic scrying of the area is going to tell them that something is happening there where it's getting sucked back out. This is potentially the place where they can see how to either get rid of what's coming there or what's actually occurring. That gives at least a starter point for why they're going there.
Yeah, but this also means that the first group they're going to be meeting outside of demonic issues as they get in close are going to be the High Elves.
Yeah.
And the High Elves
Mhm.
are going to know they're coming. The Wall of Assyrian is going to declare how a great, strange vessel will come down from the sky. The Phoenix Guard will be mobilizing. The White Tower of
Where are they going to
Hoeth.
land? Where are they going to land? I mean, it's.
Do you think they go to the Isle of the Dead?
I mean,
I was saying if they're going right for the Isle of the Dead.
If they go for the center, they're in trouble.
Yeah, they are, but I don't.
That's a lot of dragons that are about to fly on out.
Yeah, because it would either be they would start getting close and go, okay, there's an island in the middle where there's storm is here. Maybe that's too dangerous. Let's land somewhere nearby, but not there. Which means they would either end up on the Isle of Flame, which is one of the next closest islands, which would also be bad because that's where the Shrine of Assurin is, or they would try to land on the Gaean Vale, where people aren't allowed.
I mean, if they land anywhere on the inside, people aren't allowed. No one except for the High Elves are allowed in the Inner Kingdoms. So we've got an interesting potential setup.
Yeah, I mean, we could have it as an option, but I don't think they'd have the wherewithal to be like, oh, we should land in that giant glittering city there and talk to them. I don't think that's usually the Inquisition's go-to strategy.
Right, so let's set up a story. We've got ourselves an Do you want to say something first?
Yeah, go for it.
I was going to say, I don't know. I don't want to presume the authority, but maybe a pull for it for which Ordo are they from? Because in Ordo Xenos, some of them are fairly willing to hash things out as much as an Inquisitor
that's a very good point.
But in Ordo, Malleus or Ordo Hereticus are bad. Magic bad.
Yeah.
So if it's Xenos, they might see Lothern or the city and consider.
I'm down for like a quick. I'm down for a quick 2-3 minute poll.
Yeah, but
Chad, give us some orders.
Oh, I didn't stop the last damn poll. Oops.
So we got the Order Xenos. What was it? Order Hereticus? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's the
shit would the shit would hit the fan. Ordo.
There's the big three: Malleus, Hereticus, Xenos.
That'll do.
Malleus,
and then there's like Malleus, the hammer.
Try to pick bigger ones. Don't go for try to avoid the super niche guy from a Black Library short story.
Those are the big three, and then there's but the bajillion Ordo. It's just me, but I want to feel important about myself.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, Guilliman has worked with Eldar before, but they're not going to know that it's Eldar until they're down there.
Mm-hmm.
Or Eldar adjacent. Hereticus, Malleus.
So we'll go with Hereticus, Malleus, and Xenos then.
I mean, if those are the big three, I guess we could just do the big three then.
I think that'll do.
Yeah, all right.
I'm more than happy with that.
Ordo Hydra? I don't think that's an Ordo.
It totally freaking was.
I don't know a lot of 40k lore, but I feel like you're trying to pull something on me there.
No, the Ordo Hydra was a thing.
Oh, was it?
Oh yeah. We just know.
I'm sure that went swimmingly.
All right. Teclis turns around and Captain America's next to him.
Yeah.
How the hell did you get here, sir?
He's like, I've always been here. I don't know what you're talking about.
Wow.
Let's see.
Chat's already going very strong on a vote here.
Super Arlock. Can gods manifest in space?
Yes.
Assyrians need to accept step foot on the Warhammer world specifically.
No, material plane.
Yeah,
it's the mortal realms they're not allowed into, not just the Warhammer world.
Yeah, they're not allowed out in space. And luckily for our 40k guys, this is not AOS where space is full of horrible gribblies and living constellations.
Yeah, where you left mortal realms into the void with you.
Yeah,
quite.
Luckily for them, I mean, unless you count Morslieb as a god, which some people might, in which case there's one very nearby, but we'll deal with that in a little bit.
Quite.
Dr. Awesome.
Some claim to.
Can we have Carl and Roboute grab a beer? And if we were going for a very home warming, no fighting allowed option, maybe one day. Stephen Lucas, the problems of writing the Master of Logistics. Gil likely simulated this scenario years ago. Chat and most writers couldn't do him true justice, but I like to see your crack at it. Yeah, fair.
I think we're doing all right so far.
Yeah, we're trying. There are some things that, you're just not going to think of. But that is also, I mean, it's like what the biggest problem with writing a smart character, right? You now need to be smart.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of really interesting writing essays and interviews you can watch on writing intelligence, and it gets difficult really fast.
Sherlock Holmes.
Without making your character just feel like a Mary Sue knows everything before it's going to happen. Nonsense.
It's the difference between a good and a bad Sherlock Holmes story.
Yep. Marathi, interesting if Eldar come and find their gods alive. Yeah, Eldar showing up would be kind of wild. Which agreed. Maybe that'll be one of the races y'all pick today, because I'm telling y'all now, we'll probably get in 3. Would be my guess.
Let's see.
I don't know where this one got started, but I suggest Caldor Drago defend the fantasy world like how he did in the end times. Allegedly, he's not named. But if that was Caldor Drago,
Stormcast the Turtle, they changed it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say this. If that was Drago, he is such a lame nerd in that book, because he gets beat up by a group of plague bearers and impaled on a spear, and is just there being like, when I get off this spear, I'm gonna kick your asses. And you're like, all right, dude. Whatever. So I don't know. I feel like if he was getting the equivalent of demons shoving him in a locker, but sure, maybe that was him. Charles CK, are 40k Eldar gods the same thing as the elven gods? Cain, etc. Ditto for Gork and Mork. With the human gods of fantasy, think of the Imperium people as humans.
So we have some real issues here, because there is some crossover, but not entirely, suggesting that there is a shared cosmology that reaches out through the warp. However, when it comes to species, the Warhammer species are quite different to the various species you find across the Imperium, largely because they've been infused with magic for thousands of years, and they've also been elevated by the old ones in a way that the species of the Imperium just weren't. So the humans of the Warhammer world are longer lived, they're probably stronger, they're not what you expect at all when you read them from the books, because they're dealing with creatures that are equal to them. The Warhammer world is bigger than the real world, much bigger, probably has a higher mass as well, and the humans are wandering around just like it's a normal real world. The mortals of Warhammer are just different to the mortals you get in 40k. Doesn't mean they're better, they're just different. They're flooded with magic. It's very possible if you took a Warhammer mortal away from the Warhammer world, they'd be entirely sterile, because they wouldn't have any Gyron in them anymore. It's very possible they might just die out off planet. They might not be able to survive without the magic in them anymore, because magic is so integral to what the Warhammer world is. It's not like the real world anymore. There's lots of different interpretations we could take.
Yeah, I would say
the simplest answer is no.
Yeah, I would say think of it as like having vitamin D. Right? Like if you have a human, you just completely remove a vitamin from them because it's no longer present where they're going. Like there's no sunlight, right? That is bad. Because we've adapted to the environment we're in, just like humans in the Warhammer world have adapted to a world full of magic.
You get a blue tongue and die like this.
It also like
something part 1 enemy within something.
And it gets weird when they start talking about science sometimes, and it's like, well, science roughly in fantasy works the same way, but is that because the magic of the world has made it so? Is it because they're different?
The gods
is like, is Isaac Newton right in fantasy because he's just right and it's just how the world works, or is he right because Asurian looked down and went, "This will happen when you do this"?
Yeah. Very good way
to bring up this comment because it made me laugh.
Spencer's are just that big.
They come down and there's Felix and there's tiny little Roboute Guilliman.
That would be a genuinely fucking hilarious twist.
Look him go eyes.
40k is just the little people.
I think that they are, broadly speaking, identical to normal humans. In terms of at least how they appear.
That is time. That would be super fucking funny.
Super easy win for Ordo Xenos over here. So we're dealing with Inquisitors who are quite used to dealing with other species.
Yeah, which means that I think that would make a reasonable argument if we want to do we can either make it a brief poll or just make an executive decision. I think that would make a reasonable argument that when getting close, they would see these great cities and say, okay, we need to establish contact, because if we just go in there, shit's going to hit the fan really fast.
Yeah, I think that possibly that makes sense, because their auspices may not be able to scan using the normal routes, but if they're just using visible spectra, they're going to be able to zoom in without any issues at all. What they see is going to be distorted all over the place by Azir. What they see is not going to necessarily be exactly where they expect to find it when they pass through that, but they can make easy visual adjustments as they pass through. It's not impossible. The Azir is a problem that is absolutely surmountable, and they're going to be able to see what is down there. As they get closer, they'll be able to see it more clearly, and they're also going to see more than just their civilization. There's going to see fucking flying creatures and monsters and all manner of crazy shit.
Is that a fucking dragon? Yeah.
Yeah, quite.
Is that an eagle pulling a boat?
Yeah, and I think long before they even get there, long before, they're going to be able to realize that whichever city that stands before them, whether it is Lathern or whatever else, is not only coded for the Eldar, is quite clearly populated by Eldari. Quite clearly. These are elves. These are Eldari, which is immediately going to give them an expectation. I think that to make the story here run more smoothly, it almost certainly would be better if we've got someone who's used to dealing with the Eldari. Someone who is, and possibly even has an Eldari on staff. Okay, so somebody who...
I mean, Guilliman's been kicking around with a lot of Eldar pals.
Exactly.
For the Indominus Crusade.
Eldrad was hanging around.
Quite. I see absolutely no reason that we don't have Eldari on staff. And this is where I'm going to say something that might be vaguely controversial, but I'm going to suggest that they speak the same core language. Because they do indeed share gods, and the language that the elves speak was given to them by their gods. They didn't develop Eltharine. They had it given to them by their gods. They are the children of the gods, the chosen children of the gods. Indeed, many an Eldari group out there might go, these are potentially lost children of ours, or alternatively, possibly even where we came from. They'll come up with nonsense like that. It's almost certainly not true. The elves were both raised by the old ones and empowered by their gods. But I think that communication here is going to be unexpectedly possible because they are coming from a similar, they know the secret elf handshake.
They just walk up and dap.
And that's going to be, I think, super weird. I'm quite happy with that being an unexpected twist here, so we can have ourselves an easy way of getting ourselves towards communication, if you wish to do so.
I have a twist that I would like chat to decide, because chat could better represent this force than any other way we could possibly do it. Which is that while this is happening, I would like Pat to decide, what is Morslieb up to? Does Morslieb approach Guilliman? Does it just erratically wander off doing its normal crazy bullshit? Because Morslieb's going to do something, but whether it comes close or whether it meanders around and just ignores them.
Oh, come on, look, it's Morslieb, isn't it? Morslib's always looking for chaos. And look at these things. These things, there's going to be all manner of, if you can imagine what it's like to Morslieb, which is a semi-sentient god. It is the old warp engines, if you will, of the old ones that used to power the gate in the north. And it has been spat out into the heavens. It's made almost exclusively tip-to-toe from warp stone laced through with the old one technology. That's loosely speaking what Morslieb is, and it's become sentient. It is constantly spitting out bits of itself. It is important to multiple species down in the Warhammer world, and it has just seen a constellation of stars arrive around the planet. And by that I mean every single soul can be seen by it, and it's in its hunting grounds. This is Morslieb's hunting grounds. And a whole constellation of souls has come. And if someone like, say, for example, I don't know, a chief librarian, for example, should happen to be out there, that's going to be like this great burning edible sun of power that it's going to go, oh, hell yes! I'm crashing towards that bad boy as it comes over like a half-drunk fly, getting ready to potentially make its way over. I think it's quite likely that we might end up with a, as was nicely marked out there by Grey Fate, waka, 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 enormous Morslieb-sized Pac-Man heading towards this fleet as our Inquisitors are making their way down towards, presumably, Lethern. I love this.
Yeah, I think we should make a poll to determine the unpredictable and chaotic nature of Morslieb. Because
what's it gonna do?
What better way? So, does the Bad Moon attack? Does Morslieb ignore them? And maybe as a third option, it could be Morslieb wanders close but doesn't attack.
So it just stares.
Yeah, so it just stares and maybe causes problems, but it's not an all-out assault with like...
Yeah, I kind of love that. Okay, so we've got one which is Morslieb is the more sentient version of it, and that normally only happens during Geheimnisnacht or Hexensnacht, important days where Morslieb is full down below and all eyes are looking up towards it. It's almost as if all of those worshipping Beastmen, Skaven, or whatever else, Chaos Sorcerers, bad guys doing bad guy things on bad guy day, they're all going, hey, big bad moon, as all the little goblins are hiding away, go, bad moon, or whatever else it might be. It's empowered at this point. Or are we dealing with the moon when it's much less empowered? So it's just sort of meandering like a distant star, and we can have them sort of see it at a distance.
Busy on the other side of the planet.
Or it comes close and they see it for the horror that it is without it ever coming close enough to cause them any damage. Will that make them respond? So as a story, that's super cool as it goes by and they see what possibly might be a face curving up on this enormous chunk of warpstone, demons potentially flying in and around it, the natural entities that live on Morslieb, because it's got things that live in it. Some of them have even fallen to the Warhammer world. Yeah, multiple times. So that's super cool. Which one do you want to go for? Attack, close, or ignores?
Poll launch. Okay, that gives us a chance to get caught up here real fast.
Does the face look like candy? Yeah, fuck off.
Yeah, of course it does. It always does. What do you mean? That's yeah. Kobo, speaking of Dark Deeds, just ordered a copy last night. It's on its way to Iceland. Awesome.
Thank you so much, Kobo. That's awesome. Dark Deeds. Oh, you're the best. I love you forever.
Donovan, Inquisition lands in the Empire. This language seems strangely familiar to the form of Low Gothic found on Krieg.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah.
Pancreas is silliest clown. Good to see Colin on Lorebeard. Thank you all so much for giving me the world so magical. Well, we're so glad to have you. And honestly, I feel for this stream, I should be wearing clown makeup, but I couldn't be bothered. FA41, what if the Ordo Xeno sees the Great Maw investigating? That's how you die. Very fast.
Into the mouth.
Fly down, never seen again.
Yeah, because if you go watch the Lorebeards episode Andy and I did on the Great Maw, it is not alone in there. There are parasites and all sorts of horrible gribblies, and it's not a place you want to be. It's not good.
Not cool.
It's not a friendly place.
Yeah, no. Rocker Boy Jukebox. Hypothetically, if we successfully launched a Cyclo torpedo and nuke into Skaven Blight, how big would the explosion be? I mean,
huge.
It'd be a big explosion.
I think that'd be a pretty huge one because the amount of warpstone there is actually terrifying. And right down to just the warpstone snuff that all the Grey Seers have, to the chunks of warpstone, to all the warp tokens, having all of the runes that keep all of this warpstone innate and stop it from blowing up, be eviscerated would cause not just the explosion from the actual torpedoes, but secondary, tertiary, and all the way down to Omega level explosions.
Yeah, honestly, the nuke or the torpedo wouldn't be that big of a deal. It would be the chain reaction that would be the problem.
The chain reactions would be the problem, and it would spread warpstone dust all around the local area. It'd be pretty horrific. It'd be awesome.
Yep. Maybe a few Inquisition squads all split up. For the sake of time, we're going to keep it a little focused. Focused. Inquisitors in Cathay get scolded by dragons.
Stop it.
Yeah, if the Order Xenos was down there chatting, there would probably be harsh words being exchanged. Like elves, funny enough, the Aesir are probably one of the best to deal with because elves really enjoy diplomacy as almost like a game. Politics to the high elves is fun.
Yeah, they're political creatures.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they're probably one of the best to deal with because they want to win said game. Blister Chris, Kane gets into an adventure with Kochek and Felix. Neither of them know how this happened.
I mean, it wouldn't be out of all expectation given the craziness of this scenario.
Yeah.
Holy Eris, Guilliman is known for tactics, so he probably won't have Malleus with him. Also, Guilliman will have the Inari with him, such as Ivrain of the Eldar following him like a wife. People do love that meme.
Yeah.
God, they love that meme. Space Marines change sides as Bugman's is the only alcohol that gets them drunk.
You know what?
Finally.
Yep. I could go with that.
Mass defections as they realize
The Dwarf Empire.
The table.
The Dwarf Empire enters a new golden age as the dwarves find out some new interesting trade partner.
Endless centuries of indoctrination wiped out by Bugmans.
It's just that good.
Diamond, if this just goes close, I'm imagining that scene from Shaun of the Dead. Is it still out there? Garrison opens the curtain of the moon.
Yeah.
It's just looking at us. It's just sitting there
menacingly.
Akar 89. Guilliman hears the call of Sigmar. The ideas of unity and community being important that his father's experiment has failed. He converts, becoming a traitor Paramark, but not to chaos.
I think that's not unlikely. As much as this may be heretical to say, Agar, I think that's not a bad idea, because we are actually, after all, dealing with a world where the gods are real. And the Emperor is a dick. And he's a proper fallen, broken idiot who did all manner of stupid things. And the more you read about the Emperor, the more you go, what the fuck? He's just a giant man baby. And what a mess he's made of everything. He may be immortal, he may be a whole host of other things, but he's not a good god. And the Empire, the Imperium, is horrible. It is a fascist regime of the worst kind because of the necessity of the dangers they face. And the Imperium's not good. There are alternatives here, and they're not weak. And that could make for an interesting story, which I think ultimately, if you're doing it properly, Guilliman would not bend. He would not change from his beliefs because he is who he is. But that wouldn't mean that he wouldn't see the inherent potential nobility or a whole host of other things there.
Yeah, well, neither did Sigmar, so here we are.
Yeah, well, I don't want to be diabetic, but, I know what I am.
Hey, quite. It doesn't matter if he wants to be a god or not.
That's very funny. That's very good, Colin.
I don't want to be diabetic either, but cheers to that one.
All right, that's time.
A heavy win for Close By.
Same thing on Twitch. So Morslieb approaches
almost like the idea.
A predator just hanging out, being like, what's going on over there?
Yeah, it's exactly what it's doing. It's eyeing them from afar, and sometimes it's literally eyeing them. And it's causing the astropaths who are attempting to scry it and understand it to go berserk, to go crazy. Some of them are literally bleeding from their ears, going mad, calling on the names of dark entities. They realize that this thing out there almost certainly is directly tied to chaos. It is bad, really bad, and it's meandering about, and let's be honest, anything they throw at it's going to be almost certainly absorbed. I mean, what can they do about it?
One of the things that a lot of people misunderstand about Morslieb and Warpstone in general is that when you're dealing with that much raw magic, trying to influence it without being able to use an equally powerful magical source is pointless. Because it will transmute things. It can and you can say, oh, well, we'll fire like an energy beam at it, or we'll fire a missile at it. It's not going to be what you fired by the time it gets there.
Yeah, what you need to do is what the Skaven do. And what the Skaven do is they use Warpstone to take out Warpstone. That's basically the only way you can properly do it.
Diamonds cutting diamonds almost.
Yeah, it's like a diamond cutting. Exactly. Yeah, use chaos against chaos, so to speak. And they don't have these tools. They are not equipped to deal with raw warp's energy of that scale. They just aren't. And if they fire, say, a gigantic, let's say, moon-killing missile, it doesn't really matter what it is. You fire it over there, and it won't be that by the time it gets there. It'll mutate into something else. It'll be absorbed or eaten by a demon. It will just enter the realm of chaos.
Do you think Morslieb cares about physics? The moon has an erratic orbit.
I'm sorry to say physics doesn't pay anything with Morslieb. It's a crazy thing. It's a
It
god.
goes where it wants.
Izagus isn't home right now. Please
Yeah,
leave
I
a
mean-
message.
If you're on the Warhammer world and you look up at the sky, sometimes Morslieb is a big, huge moon, bigger than their other moon, Manslib. At other points, it's a tiny little dot in the sky, and its orbit literally changes through the night. Sometimes it goes across the heavens and then just arcs at a different Yeah, Blackstone Fortress.
Yeah, a
That'll help.
Blackstone Fortress
I
would be
mean,
interesting.
That
'Cause-
might actually.
That would be a fun one. Blackstone Fortress, yeah.
Yeah, that would be. Unfortunately, to my understanding, the Imperium does not keep those on hand to chuck at problem-causing chaos shenanigans.
Even Abaddon didn't want to chuck it. He just kind of it broke, so it was all he had left with it.
Yeah, that would be something that I think could make a bit of a difference. Totally. But we're dealing with here a crusade. We're dealing with a whole host of Imperial vessels. They don't have the right weapons, and their psykers are going mad when they attempt to do anything about it. So Flyby, I think, makes the most interesting story. They're terrified of it, those that are able to scan it, leaving Guilliman in a very difficult place, something that is basically padding around them like a wolf around a flock of sheep.
Yeah, well,
like
plus
it's going
anyone
to do something.
Anyone
Yeah.
being bathed in its moonlight that isn't exceptionally endurant. That's
point.
not a word, but like
And they're so
regular
much closer
people.
too.
Yeah, so many people on the ship
mutation.
are going to mutate.
Yeah. Oh, though will they? The Gellerfields, and they'd have to activate everything though, wouldn't they? They almost certainly would. They'd be activating whatever
Yeah, it'd probably be
defenses that they
ugly at
could.
first, and then they turn on all the defenses to just sit there going, the Inquisition needs to hurry the fuck up.
Yeah, totally. There's going to be a bunch who are deeply affected by it. Basically, anyone who's on the psychic side, anyone who's on the null side is almost certainly not going to be affected on it. So if they're on the null psych side, so to speak, but there are some who are going to clean mutate as they sit there beside the giant gun that they have been trained to fire since they were a baby, and they look out across, and their auspices are going, and then a third eye starts appearing in their cheek purely because they were bathed in the green light.
Cornchiva, so one of the interesting things to deal with would be like your blanks, right? Blanks are there are blanks in Warhammer Fantasy. A lot of people think there aren't. They do exist.
They do.
That being said, magic is super fucking spooky. You like Luther Harkin in some ways he's not really a blank, he's more of like a black hole. But he is a magical entity in and of himself, which provides some additional protections. But there are people in the world that are functionally blanks. You could argue that dwarfs are partially blanks. Because they're so resistant to magic. But magic is nasty. And
We're going to bring up this little bit here as well. I agree about the Sword of the Emperor, but psych out grenades, psych cannons, this is small scale stuff. These are like individual weapons for dealing with individuals. What we're dealing with here is an entire moon of chaos. And an entire moon of physical chaos that doesn't get banished. You can't put it out back to the warp. All the stuff that is designed in 40k to get rid of demons doesn't work on it, because the stuff that they're dealing with kind of just doesn't. The Gellerfields, I absolutely agree, that's going to hold it off. But they have to be activated, and they're activated when you go into the warp. So there's going to be problems to begin with, but there won't be once those fields are activated.
Yeah, they're one of the things that is tricky with Morslieb is like in fantasy there are things that destroy chaos. There's a lot of things that destroy chaos very nicely. There are things that can permakill demons. There are things like that exist. That's not unique to 40k, but Morslieb is unconquerable because it is just in the sense that
no, it's not. I'd say that Morslieb gets taken out by magic. And
you need a lot of it.
That's but
you need a lot of it.
That's how the Skaven, for example,
Yeah.
pull it down, or how the Skaven were intending to try and blow chunks off of it, but generally using giant warp cannons, using effectively warpstone to take out bits of warpstone, diamond against diamond.
Yeah. All right. So hold on. I actually just want to grab a couple of little things here. Dr. Awesome, Guilliman crash lands and learns about the world. Well, he hasn't crash landed yet. He does have defenses, and they are working. That being said, he might head down there. We'll have to see. Did I mention the Gash though? Nope, we haven't gotten to the Gash yet. The Gash is still hanging out, doing whatever he wants to do, and just chilling. And to be clear, like when it comes to like the light of Morslieb, there are people who are going to be fine in its light because they have whatever willpower or endurance or whatever you want to call it there are people like Guilliman could probably stand it and be fine. It'd probably feel a little weird, like his skin might itch a little, but he's gonna be fine. It's not gonna mess with him.
The weapon he's wearing is not going to do a thing to him.
Oh well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, with his sword, he's just like, yeah, whatever.
Nothing.
If there's
fine.
If there's anything you can give the Emperor credit for, it's that he kind of, in the one-on-one, can take on. He let Nurgle.
Yeah,
he lit Nurgle's garden on fire.
I'm just bring this point up because I kind of agree. Ever since the Psychic Awakening, almost all humans, besides the Sisters of Battle Nulls, have low psychic response. So yeah, I think a lot of them would be, and I agree with that one, Vault Boy. I mean, I wasn't wanting to push that one too hard because it sort of sucks, but they do have defenses. As we said, their Geller fields, for example, are designed to stop chaos. It allows them to pass through the warp, after all. So they've got lots of defenses they can deploy. It's just they won't be up to begin with because it's not what you normally do in real space.
Yep. All right. So our Ordo Xenos person has come down to Oath 1, and for the sake of expediting time a little bit, they go to Lothern. I think that would be a safe thing to say.
Yeah, I think let's keep it super simple, super safe. They can't communicate, but the Eldar with them can. Eldar learns all gods. Their gods are supposedly here. Magic is 100% real. All of them can do it. The same dangers of Slaanesh are here as well, and they've got similar methods of dealing with Slaanesh in terms of storing their souls in crystals and similar. Loosely speaking, these are Eldar, but different, because these are Eldar that have been elevated by the old ones, so they're not physically exactly the same. They're not identical to the Eldar. They are different. This is a different species that have a lot of similarities and, importantly, have a similar, let's say, theological standpoint, but without their gods being wiped out. This is a crazy story.
Except Sheogorath. Except for maybe Sheogorath is simply being a trickster and using a different name.
I mean,
perhaps.
It could very easily just be Luek. I mean,
it might just be Luek.
There's no reason to say that different names aren't deployed here. Could very easily be Ladriel. Ladriel would fulfill that role with some ease, but I think I'd probably go with more of Luek and the way that Luek dances. There's far more connections there between the two of them. It's a different setup. And it's a very recent one because the old ones were here just 10,000 years ago.
Yeah. Another thing I want to grab. One thing to keep in mind, Morslieb, the problem with Morslieb is not that it's sentient, not that it's a living planet. It's what it's made out of. That's the problem with Morslieb. If it was just, it's a big planet that's alive, you can deal with that with mundane means. The issue with it is that it's a completely, utterly magical entity that is just, it's so big, it's so much magic compressed that it has a presence in real space.
Yeah, and it's in real space. Yeah, it's just different to anything. But that doesn't mean it's not unconquerable. It just means that they have not got an obvious, easy method route.
Yeah, I think they can make something to deal with it and give enough time.
They're just not there yet. I mean, they can shield themselves from it. They've done it. And this thing is also hovering around them. And as long as it doesn't decide like a bowling ball to charge them, they're probably going to be fine. Let's go to the other side of the planet or warp the fuck out of here because, holy shit, that's some scary bastard stuff. But I do think that it's very likely that there will almost certainly have been some attempts to fly close to it to determine what's up, and there will be some losses at this point. And it won't be losses because Morslieb does anything at all. It's just the demons that are around it that will infiltrate the vessels. Some of them will warp and twist into something else. Engines will fail. Tech will no longer work the way that it used to. Magic is a bit random. Who knows exactly how it's going to turn out? You're basically rolling a D1000 table for every ship that comes up. Some of them are going to sprout tentacles. Some of them are going to grow wings. Some of them are going to turn into whales, fall down onto a bowl of petunias. Who knows what's going to occur? It's going to be properly weird. And that's cool. And they'll be like, yeah, let's not go near that thing. And then possibly we should try and get them off planet because what if it's like that down there? But as they're finding out down there in good old Lothern, hey, it could be worse. Also, humanity's the worst. They're all scum. They're all mutants, every single last one of them. Because the Azure, as far as they're concerned, are better than everybody else. Don't go to anyone else. We're the only ones you could probably talk to. And do you reckon you could take out the Chaos Gates? That'd be great. That'd be grand. K-Fag Spy.
Yeah. Yeah. So, so our Inquisitorial band learns information. They learn about the vortex. They learn about magic. They learn that humanity is out there. Some of them are allies with the High Elves, but they're primitive and backwards, and they got problems, and they're not worth talking to. Just ignore
let's
them.
make it relatively clear here. 90% of the humans in the world, as far as they're concerned, are not their allies. Almost all of them. Barely any are allies. The vast majority of them are chaos hordes or those distant dragons who are literally the worst. You basically, cut a long story short, the vast majority of humanity sucks, and we have to control them just to try and keep the worst elements of humanity for wiping out large chunks of the world. They're going to take a pretty over-the-top view.
Diamond, that's very true. Yeah, the Mechanicus would be doing some stupid shit around Morslieb, and it would be going very badly for them.
Yeah, I think, we've got a story here of lots of attempts to determine what it is, most of which will probably fail badly.
Yeah, so from there, I guess the question would be, what does the Inquisition do with this information? Presumably, it would be time to go back.
Yeah, return. It's time for Guilliman to make a decision.
Yep.
I think.
So, what are the decisions that he will be deciding between?
Yeah, I think this is... chat, throw some ideas while we're here. We've got Guilliman now, who realizes that we've got effectively a planet in a state of constant war against chaos, that the chaos gods are desperately trying to tear it apart, and that the gods here have kept the chaos gods out for the last however many thousand years, since the chaos gods effectively went ape and tried to destroy everything during the cataclysm. It failed. They also learned that the old ones lived here 10,000 years ago. The old ones were on this planet 10,000 years ago. The old ones crafted this.
Which to Guilliman is just a nap.
That's a thing. Okay, and interestingly, when the cataclysm occurred, was just about at the Great Horus Heresy. Just about the time when the Elder went mad. Just about the time when Slaanesh was born. It's all feeling a little bit too close. And this world apparently has been fighting
Slaanesh's
off
birth
against
was
it
like
ever since then.
way before the heresy, wasn't it? Was it? I have no idea. I thought Slaanesh's birth was like...
I mean,
Depends
before...
which timeline you go with, but it definitely happened at some point in the past, but not way before.
I have no idea when. I want to make that really clear.
No.
That's why I'm asking.
No, the prince is young. The prince is young. It's all in that relatively early time.
It was 5,000 years before the heresy. That is not far. That is not that far.
It's all in that cusp time. Okay, and it's all a bit broken. I think this is also accurate. The prince is...
Well, it's also, timey-wimey,
timey-wimey gods.
Yeah.
Slaanesh ever exists, always exists. There's many people who believe that Tzeentch has never been born, which is why he's a multi-headed god. He's a god of multiple, because he's yet to be properly born. There's some who say that the emperor will be birthed into Tzeentch, and that's what the great corpse god becomes. But that's neither here nor there. The fall of humanity would make a great Tzeentch, if you ask me. But that doesn't matter. We have all manner of weird histories combining here. And Guilliman's being told by the Inquisitor, this is important, and I don't know why. What do we do? This isn't the great invasion I was expecting, people. What story are you building next? What does Guilliman decide when he sees this? Does he decide pacification is required? Does he decide something else? This is a great crusade that's gone wrong. He's landed in the wrong place and he doesn't know how to get home. So what does he decide next?
Yeah, so chat, throw out some ideas of what you think. What do you think Guilliman would do with this information? What would be the plan? We're gonna be literally looking at chat for this. Also, while we're doing that, I'm gonna grab some super chats really fast. Fire Snake, wasn't there a living planet in 40K? Yes, but Morslieb is not a living planet. It is a colossal hunk of magic, just being
quite
an asshole.
It's not just a brethren moon from Dead Space. It's hell turned into a rock.
Yes, that also just looks at science and physics and says, haha, cute. Because it doesn't, it breaks reality. It is a different reality just sitting in the material realm where it's not supposed to be.
If you want the closest comparison, it's kind of like how all the moons in the Elder Scrolls are not just moons. Those are gods.
Fred Slipknot, would you consider developing a pair of dedicated homebrew lores, such as a lore to Bad Moon, lore of spiders for Night and Forest Goblins? Yes, I would. Sure. Agar, I saw your comment earlier. We did talk about Guilliman, the Sigmar thing. If that was the super chat you're referring to, and we thought, yeah, that would be a very reasonable idea, which may be one of the responses we go with, is that Guilliman hears Sigmar calling to him.
He did outright say his dad's not a god worth worshiping if he is a god. So,
let's see. We've got Dino Man. It would be cool if they scan Morslieb. The results initially come back erratic, and then the results begin to have nonsensical messages in them, and over time they begin to become more coherent. Like the printout should say what the atmosphere is, and instead it says your souls are doomed, but nothing seems wrong with the equipment. Yeah,
and also those who are doing the scanning start going mad. And some start bleeding from their eyes, some start hearing stuff, some go on a murderous rampage. Shit is going to be going down because of the passing of Morslieb.
Yeah, you could definitely write your own little side story about people on the ship wanting to know about Morslieb, like your AdMech guys, your people that are more curious, and then you have the likes of Guilliman saying, shut everything down. Stop, like we're closing all the windows that are facing it, shut everything down, and people not listening to him or trying to get around it because their curiosity is getting the better of them. They hear whispering in their head and yada, yada, yada. I mean, that could be a whole story in and of itself.
I'm going to bring up a comment, actually, just as we're doing this, because I think it's quite a good one. It is right here. Forced evacuations, because he thinks he's better than everyone else, and he thinks that he's got the right way around. I don't think that's a bad idea. That's a good one. Yeah. Nice one, Stambu the Great Moose. I do think there's something in that one.
Forced evacuation of men, I assume, mankind.
I imagine.
I can't imagine he'd give a shit about the elves and dwarfs and stuff. I mean, he may be Guilliman, but he's still Imperium.
I imagine he'd probably, if in that case, he'd probably at least start with the, that various human civilizations, and then
which there would be immediate ramifications because there are forces that would want to get on those ships for their own reasons.
Anyway, let's grab another couple of super chats before we give ourselves some answers.
Okay, another one that I've been seeing that I think would be good would be to put it simply, like a diplomacy tour of establishing allies, trying to making a foothold. He's here. They need time to figure things out. There are foothold.
Diplomatic route it allows time to decide how best to deal with things. Move the fleet away from Morslieb. Rather disappointed to see Morslieb follow them like it's a
but like hearing
freaking wolf.
Down, the Inquisitor saying, hey, down there it's not as bad. Like once we get below that apparently Azir wave, it's like way easier to handle down there.
Yeah, they're going to have a host of things because as they arrive, their engines are going to be attracting actually.
Shit's going to get all over the place.
It's going to be really, really, really weird for them because magic's going to be gathering in their bodies in a way that they've never had. Suddenly, the Space Marines are probably going to be fertile again. All of their chem gelding will go if any Space Marines go down there because Gyron will flush them full of life again. There's going to be a whole host of weirdness going on as the various forces of the Imperium, if we go with the diplomatic route, arrive. They are not going to be what they once were.
Elemental exposure. At what point does Team 40K realize Sigmar is the 2nd or 11th Primarch? What do they do about it? I think it's implied that the Primarchs know about their missing brothers and they just don't talk about it. So I would imagine they would probably know that it's not Sigmar, or if you're going that route, that, oh my god, it's Sigmar. But Sigmar is very tiny for a Primarch. He's just a normal, like he was a decent sized guy in his time, but he's not like a 12-foot tall demigod.
Yeah, how the Primarchs changed over time.
Yeah, like Primarchs are, calling them human, I'm never on board with because they're not. They're so wildly different. So I can't imagine he would look at Sigmar and be like, oh yeah, that's a Primarch. He was just a guy with a hammer. He was a really cool guy with a hammer, but he was just a guy.
Yeah, when Marneus Calgar used to just wear, old Guilliman's armor, and then, wait a minute, no, how could he? Marneus Calgar's just a normal Space Marine. He'd be dwarfed by it, like a tiny little child wearing their dad's trousers.
You need to get another You need another Ultramarine on his shoulders to.
It'd be the Grey Knight. It'd be the Grey Knight baby carrier, where he's sitting in the center with controls, just piloting Guilliman's armor. Let's have a look at this. Necron Old Nullfield could close the Eye of Terror. They were fighting the old ones in the War of Heaven. They were winning once they made their the Catan and their tech gods. Yeah, the Necrons would be interesting.
That's.
Yeah, the Necrons would be really interesting because the Necrons were the old ones being here, and what? Oh man, interesting.
Yep.
But
which
the Necrons aren't here in this scenario right now.
No, they're not.
Yes, and the Necrons, once again, we're using 40k, like we're dealing with modern 40k stuff, and the Necrons seem deeply, deeply depleted from what they once were. Because otherwise, they should be curb stomping everyone all the time, and if they can just turn off the Eye of Terror, then come on, get on with it.
Well, in Battlefleet Gothic, they do. If you win their campaign, they just no more.
Fire Snake. Also, if psychics are similar to magic or not, how would this impact the dwarfs and Tyranids?
Yeah, I think it'd be super fascinating because psychics are no longer really the same thing as magic. Psychics drawing on warp power as they do, magic instead using the winds of magic, which are material forms of warp energy, a completely different style of, let's say, magic. For want of a better description, psychics. They're different. Let's use the names for what they are. One is magic, the other one's psychic. So the dwarves' resistance to magic may not apply to psychics. It may not apply at all. Equally, all of the psychic shields that hold off other psychics may do nothing to magic in the slightest. Magic might just pass through it because it's entirely material, unlike psychic powers. So there's all manner of different weirdness we're going to have as one clashes against the other. And I would suggest that you can basically choose and you wouldn't be wrong. And I imagine each writer, if they were to approach this, would have a very firm belief that their version was correct, and they would be quite happy saying, oh no, they're exactly the same thing, or oh no, they're completely different, or oh no, one overrides the other this way but doesn't in this way. And I think that's loosely where we're left, where we're saying they're different, which means we'll have different weird bashing off against each other. We haven't decided what our crusade's going to do. At the moment, I've got forced evacuation, form a foothold, or cleanse the fucking planet.
Cleanse the planet? That's cool.
Yeah.
Because let's be honest, now that it comes back, oh look, there's elves here, and they tell us there's all this. Oh, 90% of the world's bad. There's mutants everywhere. Wait, tell me that bit again? Okay, right. And Chaos is trying to, nope.
This could be the start of a new Eye of Terror. We have to cleanse the planet. Yeah.
I think that's a great one coming in from Kurin as a question. Because I think...
we can actually just kind of skip to it for a second. Would some of the Imperium now be able to use magic? Yeah, I think so.
The problem isn't that. The problem is that some of the Imperium will now be untrained wizards.
Yeah, they wouldn't be able to wield it.
Or not. They wouldn't know how to wield it. They wouldn't use the correct words. They wouldn't understand what they're doing. They're now basically witches, which means that they now are open to psychic attack from a different route to what they're used to. And they also have to try and figure out how to deal with these great winds and these energies moving through them. Its psyker could also be a wizard, but it's going to need some training. And very possibly, they could end up killing themselves or others around them by accident in the same way that anyone who's magically active and not trained can do in the Warhammer world normally.
Yeah, it can still have very much the psychers and untrained mages still can very much have the same end result of you are now exploding into a portal to the realm of chaos. Good luck, everyone around you.
Yeah, a demonic legion has manifested in your skull, and your head explodes, and 8 bloodletters come out and start killing everyone around you. Classic.
Corn's a prankster like that.
All right, does anyone else in chat have any last thoughts? I mean, that's a pretty good trio.
Because I think it's a good question just as we're going. I think it's a good trio as well. Void shields have a hazy definition. They definitely do. And they do indeed throw stuff into the warp. How would this affect the winds? I think it would be like lots of miniature vortices, really. And I think they would indeed be siphoning the winds of magic back into the warp. I think they would work quite effectively. I think void shields in particular would be more effective than many would expect. And certainly for those who are looking for anti-warp technology, they won't be first thinking void shields is the way forward. It's because they are material. The winds of magic are something that's in the material realm that are conforming to their own version of physics. So yeah, they'd probably be more effective than many people realize. So yeah, I think that was definitely worth bringing up.
What's interesting, Rush, is the people that are very, very faithful, it would help against certain forces in the Warhammer world. The people that are becoming wizards, faith will not save you.
Sadly.
It is not going to help you at all.
The faith will probably, help them like direct demonic possession as it does, because it is, it's faith in the Emperor. A sister of battle, if you throw a lightning bolt at her, it's still not going to feel good.
Yeah, there's still a real lightning bolt. Yeah, these aren't warp lightning bolts. These aren't warp energy. These are magical energies which are formed into material reality.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest thing that is difficult to understand about magic versus psychic powers is that it's not energy. Like, it's not when you use magic in Warhammer, you speak a set of words and use the winds of magic to basically alter an aspect of reality, but what you unleash is real. It is a real physical thing that has just been unleashed, which is you need to have a way to effectively deflect or ground it. Dwarfs are very, very good at that, of being able to be hit by magic, and they are able to I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it. Their resistance allows them, much like stone itself, as stone is used as a grounding force, to basically ground and deflect it into the earth itself.
No is the answer to this one, Shadow Raven. It's not warp energy. It is warp energy that's been turned into the winds of magic. So it came from the warp and it has been turned into something different. Originally, the answer to this was yes, in the way that the background was written during the, particularly during Warhammer 3rd, 4th, 5th edition, around that area, and Warhammer 40k 2nd, 3rd, 4th edition. During those editions, the answer, particularly if you go back to Space Hulk 1st edition, in fact, the answer would be they're identical. But then they rewrote everything. They then graded their psychers, ranging from various grades all the way up to alpha, alpha plus, beta plus, all the rest of it. They made their what the gradings did different. They changed magic and Warhammer. The winds of magic became completely different to how they were first established. While using the same language, they then embellished it and changed it. And warp energy was also changed in comparison to what it would be defined as in comparison to, say, the winds of magic. So the answer to this one is no, which is a bit of a surprise for many.
Yeah, especially because you draw magic to you just by existing. Like, Space Marines, their armor is going to be attracting shaman like a motherfucker.
Just to bring up this one as well, 40k does have spoken word magic. Absolutely does. Warp energy can be manipulated using the spoken word during a whole bunch of different things. There's lots of ways to use psychics, but that doesn't mean that they are doing the same thing as magic.
I think if it's a way to help kind of clarify it for some people, think about Dungeons and Dragons. You cast the fireball spell. It does not cause magical damage. It's a magical spell. You are using magic to alter the world. The fire itself, that's just fire.
Yeah.
That's a good way to think of it.
Yeah.
All right. Did anybody else in chat recommend Guilliman stuff? I feel like everyone's too busy having fun.
So we're just doing forced evacuation, form a foothold, or cleanse it all.
Well, I like David saying Guilliman should just quarantine the planet or the whole system. Just quarantine it.
He just leaves.
Unfortunately,
declares it Perditus.
Yeah, he should just do the start. Just do the start of the what we all should do. At the start of the sleep.
Quarantine. If you choose quarantine, that means you're saying we're finished. Okay, and what the Crusade does is it nopes out of there hard and tries to find another way to somewhere else because that's its only option. It took one look and went, yeah, no, everything we're doing is going wrong. This is all weird. Let's get out of here and just mark it out for quarantine and we are done. I don't think that's necessarily a bad end for this one, but it does mean that we don't have our big clash of Warhammer versus 40k.
Yeah,
All
the
we
stream
had
will be alive, which would be the ultimate Fool's Day.
which, I mean, it's April Fool's. I mean, this is what the stream's for. You're making
Pranked.
the choices. You decide where it lands. And if you disagree with anything that we're saying, just choose something different. But we have a forced evacuation. We have form a foothold. We have cleanse it all, or we have quarantine it and move on.
Shadow Ravane asks, so in terms of blank / nulls, would they be protected from magic?
Yeah.
So
To
like
a degree. To a degree. The anti-psychic aspect of them would stop magical energies, but it would not stop spells, because the spells effectively recreate reality into something different. So their natural position where they're sucking in magic would almost certainly suck in parts of the winds of magic, but not all of them, because it's more material than warp energy itself. It would be a complicated state of affairs, which would probably, in a Warhammer tabletop battle, be turned into probably a 5+ save.
or like magic resistance, resistance 3,
exactly,
or something.
magic resistance 3 or something. It would be effectively summed up as it sort of works sometimes.
Yeah, they'd be in many ways probably very similar to dwarfs. Dwarfs are essentially a race of blanks.
Yeah,
That's
they are
literally what they are.
In a magical world where they're suffused with the energy of magic at the same time. It's a lovely situation.
Yeah, so I think in a lot of ways they would act like dwarfs, where sometimes spells would hit them and just not do anything, just bounce. Yeah. But sometimes a spell would hit them and they'd melt.
I think I'd compare it almost to the Yuzhang Fong from Star Wars EU, because you try and use force pull on them, does not do anything. Force lightning is part force, but it's using the force to make lightning. Lightning still hurts. It is magical lightning, so it's not as much as if, you or me got unlimited powered, still not going to feel good. And if your magical spell is I pull a rock and throw it at you, it's not the magic that's hurting you. It's I just got a rock hucked at my head. So something like that could be kind of how blanks work with the
good
magic.
reference. Yeah.
They leave, but Morslieb follows them. That would be a huge win for so many people in the fantasy world.
Massive celebrations.
The Imperium are finally the good guys. They took Morslieb with them. Oh my god, that would be very funny. All right, y'all got just another little bit here.
We have a
we
pretty firm winner at the moment over on YouTube. Approximately, let me have a just quick check it where we are. About only less than a third of you voted though. So if you want to get a different result to form a foothold, go and vote now.
Now's the time.
Yeah, indeed.
Dr. Awesome. So when does Trazen try and steal Galmaraz? Which Galmaraz? That would be the question I would ask.
Now it's getting complicated.
Because if you think there's only one, oh my dear sweet summer child. That being said, Trazen would be one of the funniest characters, because there are a lot of artifacts that you could give him that are insanely powerful, but people have lost them in the Warhammer world. So it would be very funny. Tom Warren, isn't there some human slave trade in Lothern? Yep.
Yeah, there is.
Lothern is the trading capital of the world. Only competition is Marienburg. You can find sugar, spice, everything nice, and then a whole lot of, oh dear.
Now the Hiles might use some different language than slave, but there's
I'm sure they do.
Yeah, they're indentured servants. It's completely fine. It's not the same at all.
100% fine. Nothing to see here. They're just humans. Who cares?
Aranthiel, what if a Primarch looks at Xin Yang and Kuei Yin? Xin Yang, obviously they're dragons, but that's not obvious. And I don't know. I don't think a lot of 40k individuals would be able to realize what it is exactly they're talking to. No. So they might see something like Xin Yang and Kuei Yin be like, oh, these are something else. These are big people. Because especially now that we have official art of what Xin Yang looks like, he's a pretty borderline deific looking individual.
Yeah.
He is not
And
fucking
then
around.
it's an almost deific piece of art, though, so his actual reality might be slightly different.
Yeah, he might be much more maintained in person. But
you meet him, he's only 5'1", going, ha!
but I mean, knowing GW would not surprise me if he was
No,
basically
it's
a Primarch.
GW. He'll be 7'9".
Minimum. That's when he's hiding his power.
Benjamin
Yeah,
Fraser,
totally.
a unique anti-chaos planet, conquer it immediately. I mean, hey, those could be very useful assets to the Imperium.
Yeah. And by the way, it looks like that's definitely where we're currently running towards on the foothold side. It looks like they're moving down unless you want to change things. We've now had about just over a third of you vote over on YouTube. So if you're currently listening and going, oh, well, maybe it should be something different, go press a button. Go vote in a different direction.
And time.
Oh,
Really
then you've got
easy.
no time.
Nope, never
It's
mind.
a very easy form of foothold over on YouTube.
Same here. So I think we should immediately launch into another poll of where he goes.
I think he's got an entire crusade. He goes everywhere. There's no doubt. He's not going to one place.
Okay, so where do we want to focus the camera lens?
Where do we
I
put
think-
Guilliman then?
I think possibly we should look at a different answer and say not where does Guilliman go, but what does the world do?
Okay, better question.
Because the world is going to do a variety of different reactions. The High Elves are not going to want anyone on their territory. That's pretty obvious, but they'll be happy to have somebody drop down and trade at LAWvern and only LAWvern. Anywhere else, deeply personal insult, get the fuck away from us, here come the dragons. Alternatively, pop over to the Empire. You drop down in the middle of the Empire with a big shiny spaceship full of giant space marines who are, I don't know, ogre-sized monsters covered in armor.
We're being invaded!
Some will think it's invasion, others will think it's chaos has finally come. There's going to be all manner of different answers. But they're going to have enough intelligence now that they're going to be...
Sterling.
They're going to be able to make the correct choices. They're going to land in
They land in
Altor.
Sterling, go, never mind, we're leaving.
They're going to land in Couronne. They're going to land in Magritta. They're going to land in at least one of the Tillian states. You could pretty much pick one. They're going to land in Kislev. They're going to be dropping down in all the major capitals. They're definitely going to be dropping down in Cathay. They're going to be dropping down in Nippon. They'll be dropping down in anywhere that they consider as a potential ally to assess them. And where they can, let's be honest, they are not going to be kind.
Yeah. No.
The Imperium isn't. Now, it's possible an individual might be kind, as in, say, for example, Guilliman himself might arrive somewhere and go for I'm going for the diplomatic option. I'm trying to be the good guy here. Any core resistance, though, and they will, guns out, take control. And this is going to be, I think, an interesting step. So the reaction is, how likely is it that the fascist state is going to be fascist?
That trick question? It sounds like a trick question.
Which is why I say, how are people going to respond? And ultimately, this is the big one. As everyone drops down and the Ultramarines do what the Imperium does, which is takes control, how does the world respond? How do we split this one up?
Well, so the top option, or the first option, is obviously essentially poorly. with determined resistance. So war would break out.
I would say, how about we could all go run through like just the immediate, like it's just on site places first. Like they're gonna land in Lustria. There is no negotiating. Get off of my front lawn.
Yeah, that'll be immediate violence.
It would not surprise me if shields go up. And unexpected shields go up around various Lustrian cities. Magical shields, obviously. Old one tech in some locations, in other places, just pure magic as the toads come out mumbling ancient spells, and they'll just be rebounded. They probably won't even get in. In silver ships they came, and in silver ships they were seen off.
I mean, there are some large areas of Lustria they could still end up at.
Oh, easily.
Which
it's basically,
Lustria,
it's basically just
surprisingly,
Katachan down there.
Yeah, it's surprisingly deadly to literally everyone.
Yeah, it's basically just Katachan, but the Marines will survive this without any problems. They'll be chewing at the plants. There'll be no problems.
They could definitely get some footholds, but like they're gonna they land over Hexawaddle, and then whoever had the poor timing to be sent to that place is Lord Croak says hello, and you don't get to say anything back.
What's that giant metal bird full of shaman? I'm just gonna.
It'd be like Magneto versus Iron Man.
Yeah, it kind of will be. It's going to be an interesting one though, because in some places they're going to so massively dominate. They're probably going to get attacked by skinks just throwing what is primitive weaponry that'll do almost nothing to them. There's going to be all sort of clatter, and they're going to have to defend themselves because they're going to have to. They're going to be setting themselves up a perimeter. It's going to be a little bit Avatar. I think they would Avatar there.
Yeah, I think they would set up like a nice base on like Western Lustria, like along on the other side of the mountains. I think they would get a good foothold.
I think we don't really need a vote there. It's very clear that the Lizardmen won't want them, and it will turn to small-scale skirmishes wherever they are.
For the Lizardmen, it's business as usual.
Yeah, and most of those skirmishes will be one-sided and incredibly easy as a drop pod. They come out. It's going to be really easy to establish a foothold for them there. And it's going to be them scouting out the local area. The Dark Elves will welcome them, then slaughter them after they've and then take their stuff. The Dark Elves will appear as like the High Elves, almost certainly, and then slaughter. That, however, may never come to pass because the first connection was through the High Elves, and the High Elves will have warned them off, and they will mark effectively. Dark Elder can't trust; they're the worst. And they'll be like, "All right, gotcha. Yeah, okay, Drukhari, got you now."
they're not wrong, is the thing.
Yeah, quite. And I think that's quite a likely. I mean, they probably wouldn't even bother with them. Does that seem fair?
Not unless it was a particularly like arrogant branch of like attackers.
Empire is bad. Empire is dropped down into Altdorf. We're from here. We're taking control.
Yeah, Empire's a vote because Empire things would be.
Because I can see that turning into a fight. And it's a fight where, sadly, our Emperor is massively outclassed. For all he has a weapon that can go through that armor like it's made of jello. It will just pass through it.
I think the only thing the Empire of Sigmar would have to fight back would be the Colleges of Magic. That would be their only realistic hope.
Galmarez is a strong weapon.
Because, I mean, to be fair, Balthazar Gelt is like fucking terrifying to something like a Space Marine.
Yeah, I mean
that armor has to be attracting shaman like crazy.
I could give my daughter a gun, and if she shot me, I would die, obviously. But they don't have guns; they've got blades. If I gave my daughter, when she was say 6, a sharp knife, she would not hurt me. She couldn't hurt me because I would stop her because I'm so much bigger than her. And I'm so much more capable. Karl Franz is the little girl. The Space Marine is the adult. Who has all of the training and probably a good century's worth of hold off against he's just a mortal man. He's not really empowered by God in any great way. He's a good fighter, yes. He's a diplomat. He's all these other things. What he does have, though, is an incredibly sharp knife, the equivalent of, in that if it gets into him, he's dead. If that hammer hits him, he's dead. Space Marine would never allow that to occur. Unless there was a point of arrogance where he's like, I will stand here and show you how puny your weapons are. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck, that hurt. But it's still unlikely to kill them in one hit.
And his teammate goes, "Oh,
and
okay."
then his 99 brothers are then going to turn around and go, "That weapon's a problem."
Yeah, so I think the Empire's probably a vote. Bretonnia, I think, is fascinating because I think the Marines might actually lose if it actually comes to a fight, because the Knights are blessed into effectively, particularly the Grail Knights. They're basically Space Marines themselves.
Yeah, I think a lot of people underestimate, and I think it's because of like kind of the memes and the fact that Bretonnia didn't get later books. They're often a punching bag and stuff. The Imperium is actually the way that 40k works of take really powerful big boom and destroy your opponents before they get close is the worst possible way to fight Bretonnia. That is a horrible way to fight Bretonnia because the Blessing of the Lady is nuts.
And the blessing to let bolter shells just bounce off them as they charge in and then attack with weapons that can indeed, with their blessings, occasionally, sometimes, get through Space Marine armor. But only some. Most of them will die. It's an interesting combo.
Many peasants and knights and stuff are going to die in droves, but peasants. But there's going to be your Grail Knights are going to be a genuine fucking problem.
I think the Empire needs a vote because we need to determine how Karl Franz is going to respond and whether it turns to war. I think Bretonnia, it will turn to war. There's no doubt. Their attempt to make an impact upon the Bretonians will not work. And I think that will be a war that the Imperium finds surprisingly difficult because of the amount of magic that comes to bear and the amount of god stuff that they do not know how to deal with that also comes to bear when the Grail Knights come in with their pure faith that manifests in a way
the Wood Elves will come out of the
very,
forest.
Very different to the distant Emperor helping folks out over on an Emperor who might not even be in this universe. So all of their normal faith-based stuff might not even work here.
Yeah.
No Astronomicon. We're beyond the Astronomicon here. Mm-hmm. The Emperor is gone. There is no Emperor to call upon here. It's a
well, if anything, they'd essentially be creating a new god, but he wouldn't be that strong. With their worship, I imagine
that wouldn't work. That it's far. You can't just spirit gods out of nowhere. It takes that's time and time.
Yeah, well, or if anything, I think there'd be a weird reaction in the realm of chaos. Something would happen. I don't know what. I could see a demon prince. I could see Be'lakor trying to take advantage of it.
Oh, there'd be a turning of the warp.
Yeah, I mean, Be'lakor has impersonated other gods before. He's very good at it.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Be'lakor all along, ha ha ha. But anyway, let's focus on Karl Franz. So what is Karl Franz going to do? Does he capitulate? Does he realize what he's up against and go, nope, we're not fighting this shit? I'm
almost tempted to change the vote and say, what does Sigmar's cult do? They're more important than Karl Franz.
Okay. Well, I mean, we could just say, what does the Empire do, just to simplify things?
Yeah, Empire, because the cult is in many respects more important than Karl Franz. Because if the cult says no, these are heretics, then
the
Empire just won't.
Yeah, the cult will be more fanatical about it too. Karl Franz might have the normal, I'm just a man. We should take the knee because the death won't be worth it. It won't be worth it. But I could see the cult being like, this is Sigmar's empire. We fought against the Greenskins. We fought against the Evertosans. We will fight this.
Yeah, let's make sure that we make this as clear as we possibly can. This is the Imperium arriving and saying, we're taking control now. This isn't, we're coming in and being diplomatic. This isn't, we're coming in and being nice. This is, we're dropping in and you are backwards people and we need to take control of the people so that we can use you against what we consider to be enemies. And they're dropping down to do this. How does the Empire react to this absolute control and authority being subjugated upon them? Do they accept it? Do they not? Do they fight? Do they not? What do you think? I've got capitulate and fight. Do we need any more options?
This might sound super wishy-washy, but Imperial Empire civil war between the two sides. I mean, I'm imagining, if nothing else, let's say the cult of Sigmar might bend the knee. Ulrich up in the north. I don't know how he feels about it.
Yeah, I think you're on something. I think the Midnight would be like.
Yeah.
So capitulate. I've got capitulate, fight, civil war. Do we need anything else, or are we good with that?
I think that's great.
Yeah.
Okay, start poll. Let's slam through as many super chats as we can in a short period of time as we can.
Okay. Didn't Gilman fall in love with an Eldar? How about he steals a Lariel Helen of Troy style? She finds out that Eldar, right? Thank you, Hammond, for just your fanfics are inspiring. Nibel, might you not view dwarves, ogres, etc. as abhumans? He very well may. That's certainly possible.
The second that an apothecary gets hold of them, they'll find out they're not. They're not human.
Yeah, they're different internally, very much so.
They are Xenos, and they should be, at the very least, held back. But most likely destroyed.
44. Would the Dark Feast start happening on the ships? If there was a ship that was really fucking stupid about throwing up their Gellerfield, maybe. About not throwing it up, I should say. Hammond, when did they realize Sotek
Just
is
see
the
what
other
happens.
Primarch? Ah, yes, our great serpent brother, the missing one. That's why they don't talk about him. He can't.
Hey, he's a snake man.
That's I mean, look, where did Omegon go after the heresy? The Hydra, the snake guy.
Yeah. It's
He
him
turned into
all
a
along.
lizard.
XL1, how many Skaven will it take to pilot a set of Space Marine armor? Realistically, probably like
that. Like 6 of them inside. Fight! Fire!
Yeah, just a weapon team. They'd probably do the Storm Fiend method, where they put a Storm Fiend.
I was going to say, yeah, there's a
big fat rat ogre with a brain rat on the back.
baby on the back.
I mean, that's literally what Storm Fiends are. I remember the first time I ever saw Storm Fiends, I'm like, oh, they're Skaven Space Marines. That's just what they are. Kobold, Guilliman tries to evacuate the vast human population of Cathay, and then one of the dragon children, or even Shin Yang himself with the Moon Emperors, contact to say, please, fuck off.
Fuck off. Yeah.
Yeah, these are my people. No, thank you. Korenshima, would some... Yeah, we talked about this earlier. Yep. Hannah, thank you. Great Horned Rat is revealed to be the Emperor.
No,
the great inheritor.
That is heresy against the Great Horned Rat. When the rat says something, he means it. There's no lies. He's going to eat you. He will then eat 1,000 Skaven.
How dare you insult, slander, Great Horned Rat? Yes. The Greyseer Council would be up in arms. Dinoman, Event Horizon. We're leaving. Yeah. Get the fuck out of here. Magla, the Skaven and Admech are going to have a fun war. Oh, yes, they would. They would both love it. Chaos Dwarfs would be in there, too.
Love it.
Well, those that aren't out there directly, the scientists at the back would be like, this is great. Look at all these cool things we're making.
Whoever's going over the salvage is having the time of their life.
Because wouldn't happen, but also scary thought of Lizardmen, Skaven, and Chaos Dwarfs attacking the Space Marine Legion all at once with weapons and monsters. Yeah, there are some potential bizarre scenarios where various forces would be getting attacked by a lot of different groups, and it would be horrible. And that's, I mean, just thinking about, like, if imagine like they land out in the Darklands and they're attacking Chaos Dwarfs and stuff, and the Chaos Dwarf weapons are fucking scary shit.
Bad.
And you have to remember that then the vampires show up, like the necromancers. There is nothing at all whatsoever preventing a necromancer from finding a group of dead Space Marines and being like, yoink, I just got some new whites. And these whites are way fucking scarier than my normal whites are. Like, vampire counts would be elated at the arrival of the Imperium. Sorry. Man, I have this board that I think was missed. What happens if a warp storm passed over the planet? Would it be sucked up by the vortex?
So warp stone is in the warp. It's in the warp, and it cuts off the warp and anyone attempting to go through the warp, and it causes all manner of issues. But yeah, no, it might cause the gates to wax and become stronger. It might cause chaos to wax. That's likely, but it wouldn't be sucked up by the vortex, because all it would do is just cause more magic potentially to come into the world. So the vortex would be doing its job, but the exhaust would go.
Yeah,
it would be an incursion of chaos.
It would be adding fuel. Downman, speaking of the Dragon Emperor, do you notice in the Adepticon video, Miao Ying refers to her father as divine at one point? My suspicion that was a poorly thought out line. Do you agree?
Yes.
Yeah. Essentially, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that wasn't the best line.
Arenthiel, I mean, would a Primarch see Zhen Yang as, like, dad? Maybe. They might see similarities looking at him and saying, this guy kind of reminds me of dad.
He's not a god, despite all of the everything. He's got a secret plan he's not telling his kids much about.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would say, yeah, he's definitely very that coded. Sir Panza, we find Guilliman's kink isn't actually elf donkey mommies. It's massive sleepy toads. Ah, yes, of course. Jesus. Donovan, I feel given the Cathayan Astromancers, High Elf Mages, and Slon seeing this advance to Azir, they may have a coordinated response of aim everything at the sky. Yeah, there is some magic that exists thanks to Azir that allows the manipulation of meteorological and astronomical bodies. That is kind of bonkers.
Hell of a lightning storm. The rocket artillery.
Being in space means that you are subject to the manipulation of Azir.
I'm going to bring up this quick one from Diamond X as well. Warstones happen in the Materium. They don't happen in the Materium. They happen in the Immaterium, and they often bleed through to the Materium, particularly when the Materium is when it's thin there, and it's not quite. It's an immaterial source is the issue, and we have methods of dealing with that here. I think would be the best way of responding to that one.
Yeah, because I mean, worst case scenario,
I've mapped entire warp storms for Games Workshop, and the warp storms that cut off parts of the different sectors are immaterial, all of them. But because they are what the ships pass through, they can't pass through them, so the Materium is entirely cut off by the warp storms as they attempt to pass through into those areas. If they stick in real space alone and could somehow, I don't know, travel very fast in real space, they could probably reach there, but they can't do that because that's not how travel works in 40k. Yeah. Well, at least for the Imperium.
Yeah, if you
Ogre and Rattling Ambassadors,
had a handy hyperdrive, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, to the Ogre tribes. Well, you wouldn't need to bother with that. A Space Marine. I mean, Ogres are pretty chill.
Are very different to Ogrins.
Yeah.
Really different. Ogrins are more like old ogres before they got turned into what the ogres are now.
Yeah, ogres, they would expect some cultural things that are violent. They could be spooky. Ripped all the guardsmen into Lustria. God help those poor men. Yeah, that's not going to be a good time.
Oh dear.
The base camp not too bad.
Yeah, Marathi, Brett's win, Carl lose. It's a bad day for Pansy.
I don't know. Given what's been decided in the vote, I think this might turn out slightly differently to what I was originally suggesting.
By the way,
time. Okay, so over on YouTube, it's an easy win for Fight, and by easy I mean 1%. After that, it was Civil War, 44% versus 43%.
Twitch chat.
No. As I pressed the button, it equaled out at 43% each. So it's a draw between Fight and Civil War.
All right, Twitch chat, what do you got for us?
Twitch chat actually getting to play a part today. Twitch chat went Civil War.
Civil War it is then. Okay, so the center of the diplomatic envoy from the Imperium is Altdorf. That's where they go. And if we're going for Civil War and not Fight, that means that Karl Franz almost certainly capitulates. Because he's going to have to be the one who goes, look at this, look at what they represent, look at everything there is here. We are going to be absolutely annihilated. The best way to deal with this is to get on the inside and influence from within. So on the inside, we can talk to them and steer them towards the correct way forward. He takes the diplomatic route. A lot of his people disagree deeply. They're potentially right to do so because the Imperium will effectively take control in a non-standard way. Often we think of the Imperium as almost these distant overlords who just let the planetary governors deal with it in whatever way they want as long as the planetary tides are met. So they can go do their own thing, but we are dealing with an isolated crusade that can't find a way out of here. They're now effectively caught in a giant warp storm. Effectively, there's no route out. They can't feel the Emperor. There is no Astronomicon out there. There is nothing out there. The psychers are going mad. Magic is mental here. They're effectively trying to form a foothold so that they can just try and figure out how to do anything anymore. So they're taking control. They're not just simply saying, I'm appointing you, let's take control. They are taking control themselves. They intend to be in control. Chunks of the...
There you go, Carlos.
Yeah. Chunks of the Empire will follow Karl Franz. Some of the colleges of magic will follow Karl Franz. Large chunks of the Empire will go, no Emperor tells me what to do. He's the first, arguably, among equals. And all of the Elector counts have the same authority as the Emperor in their own states. And they're like, no, fuck off. I'm not going to bow down. Someone like Boris Todbringer, who'd be like, fuck you. No. Valmar and Raukov, yeah, he'll have none of it, although he will probably fall to Karl Franz's persuasion. If we go over to, say, Helmut Feuerbach over in Talabikland, he's a staunch heart Sigmarite, so he'll go with the cult of Sigmar and the Emperor if they both go the same way. And the Sigmarites, I think they might I don't know what the Sigmarite's going to do. This is Civil War
I think
option.
I think if the Imperium was genuinely taking over and said, "You worship no gods. That is what we do.
No,
You do not worship gods.
You worship the Emperor.
Or you worship the Emperor, rather."
unless they would conflate the Emperor with Sigmar, it wouldn't stand. If they conflated it, be fine.
I don't think they would,
could make
though.
that work.
Because, I mean,
Yeah.
the Emperor is not that similar to Sigmar. There are some similarities, but they're pretty minor.
But
Yeah.
could they swing the worship of him as somewhat similar?
Yeah.
There is still
Yeah, I
a
mean,
lot of the trappings
if
of
you had-
Catholicism in each.
Yeah, if you had some really clever, manipulative individuals sent to deal with the Imperium,
Nah,
That
we're,
would
we're
help.
going for civil. We're going for Civil War.
Oh no, I'm thinking like
Okay, I think we're going to have a split that's perhaps not expected. On one side, we're going to have the Emperor, who realizes this is the best for the people. Him being advised by the cults not to do this, and him saying, we have no choice. They are intending to end chaos. This is the correct way forward. The cults saying, we can't do this, and him saying, we have to. The colleges of magic are behind me, and the cults go, fuck you. So it's the cults versus the wizards in many respects. And I think that's probably a very general divide, but a loose one that we can probably go with, given that Civil
honestly,
War's
that's
been chosen.
kind of a best case scenario for the Imperium.
It is.
Like, genuinely.
It really is, because the faith-based magic, divine magic, so to speak, is so much weaker than magic. And that's not going to be particularly beneficial in a conflict of that type. It's going to turn into a guerrilla war where they have very little real impact.
Yeah, so, okay. So the Empire is basic false, essentially.
The Empire falls to the Imperium relatively swiftly. And the master of logistics that Guilliman is, he'll never even come down. But he will take Karl Franz up to meet him. To effectively have Karl Franz bend the knee to Guilliman up in the sky. And he will. And he will explain what matters are. However, they've managed to control their magic. They will explain that Morslieb's the fucking worst. Keep away from it.
keep those shields up, lads.
Yeah,
Shield.
indeed.
What is
So,
300?
and then
Shields.
down on the ground, we're going to have a guerrilla resistance where they're going to be trying to take down the oppressors, those who have come in, and it's going to be the gods versus what is the establishment, the nobles who are largely falling behind, at least in Reichland. But as it spreads outwards, Middenland won't, Nuln won't, they just won't. Most of the provinces are not going to agree, and it's going to fall into a massive argument. But I think Karl Franz will see what he believes to be the bigger picture. Given what has been voted.
I imagine a lot of it is too. He'll look at this, he'll look at the Reichsguard, fine cavalry, best armor he can get. He's going to look at the Astartes next to him, and he's going to do 2 and 2 and realize that he's not going to win that fight. I imagine there's a lot of it.
And people aren't going to like it in the slightest. They're going to hate it.
No,
but
I don't think.
But I think
Yeah,
that
he's not going to like it. I can't imagine.
Yeah, but the reality of it is Yeah.
Interestingly, a civil war is very beneficial for certain forces that are not friendly.
No, of course.
But so we have over in
no,
Bretonia, wars just breaks out.
Pardon?
Oh, it said so. We have over.
I didn't want to interrupt. If you got some for Bretonia, yeah.
No, I was just saying. So war breaks out. Fighting is ugly. Where Bretonia is going to be doing a lot of hit and run battles.
Yeah, Bretonia they're going to come down, they're going to claim, and they're probably going to end up either having to kill the king, because Lewin is not going to accept it, and they're going to probably find that that's a far harder ask than they first realize. Lewin Leoncoeur, though, stats-wise, isn't necessarily that great, so he's probably going to die. In the greater scheme of Grail Knights, he's not the most powerful, but he is very old. He's like over 100. He's a proper old chappy. And his magic items are not particularly well best suited for dealing.
His
with...
regen does make him pretty hard to put down, though. Like that man literally bleeds light, just pulls back together.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That might.
It might be harder than they think.
Like I don't think Bretonnia is going to be like surviving sieges and having great. I think it's going to be a lot of hit and running and retreating to Athelor. I think the elves will let them in.
I think Bretonnia. No, I don't think it'll be like that at all because the elves hate the Bretonians. They've got no real love for the humans in the slightest. And Aquitaine are all right sometimes.
I mean,
it's a wild hunt to deal with them.
Yeah, I think Athelor would be very anti-Imperium.
I don't think it's they're not going to love the Imperium. They're going to see, well, Grail Knights are fighting and we don't like them, but we need our puppets, don't we? So it might be a case of you can come into the edge.
I don't even think
maybe
your average wood elf doesn't see them as puppets at all. They just see them as them over there. We could argue that. We could argue that because of the whole Ladriel thing or whatever, but they don't necessarily view it that way.
The average wood elf doesn't.
I would generally say that something like this occurs. The Imperium come down, they take control from the center court. The king refuses, many refuse, and they're cut down. And they are surprised to find Luon getting right back up again, and it turns into a slaughter. As they fight back and they push back, and they slaughter them. It's horrendous, and they take control, and they state we're in control now, and they spread it out from there. And then the old Grail Knights and the chapels from the mountains, the ones that haven't seen the light of war for maybe the last 100, 200 years, start surfacing. Then the Green Knight comes, and they have got a whole load of shit on their plate.
The Fey Enchantress would declare an errantry war.
The Fey Enchantress then declares an errantry war from outside. Couronne has to be cleansed. And I think the Imperium are going to lose this one. They're going to win all of the initial conflicts. But when the Bretonians learn what they're against, they learn the ranged fire, they learn that they can be taken out from 100 miles away because they can just fly by and shoot down. It's going to be deadly. It's going to be awful to begin with. But they will pray, they will withdraw, and after a certain amount of time, their true leaders will come back. Gilles Le Breton is not dead after all. It is going to be a horrible war in Bretonnia. And what should have been easy, because out of all the realms, you think this would be one of the easiest ones. I think it might actually be the hardest. Actually, that's not true. Kislev. They'll come down to Kislev, bend the knee, magic everywhere.
Ice.
The ice court will have literally none of it. No man's going to come into their court and tell them what to do.
They have seen through 12 Everchosens by this point. You may as well be the 13th.
Yeah, and they'll view it very much in that regard. The ice court, I think, will be cold. They'll be calculating. They will feign acceptance, and then they will kill them all. They will just completely wipe them out. Ice magic everywhere in a way that they just aren't ready for.
Nightmare realm. It is genuinely a nightmare realm.
A lot will die on both sides. The entire group that's sent down will be destroyed, and on the other side there'll be casualties in thousands. It's not going to be an easy fight. It's not like, oh, the ice magic wins. Hey! This is going to be, they come down to take control, and the group that comes down gets killed. So it doesn't turn out the way that they intend. Meaning that we have a very different war in their hands, as they almost certainly turn to an air war, because it's much easier to just boom, 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 boom from above than it is from down there. So we have an issue here. They might just ignore them. But Kislev is not going to accept an overlord anyway. Cathay.
Cathay is... Yeah.
There's about to be a second Great Maw coming down here.
The Celestial Dragon Emperor is gonna listen, or actually, they probably wouldn't even get to see him. Yuan Bo is gonna hear that proposal and be like, "I am going to kill all of you people."
Yeah, they have no idea what they're getting into with Cathay. It's going to be...
Cathay is the most dangerous, genuinely.
Yeah, genuinely. And they're also going to be the first... They're going to be very together and mobilized, working as one great group in harmony. Unlike many of the other factions, Tilia will fall with ease because it's so many separate groups.
I mean, it's Renaissance
Australia,
Italy.
something happens. They probably lose. We don't know.
There will be some casualties on the Imperial side as they move down to take control, but it's not going to be all that much. If we go over to Estalia, equally, from what little we know of them, because it's still not a great deal, the only advantage they're going to have is magic. So again, we're going to turn into guerrilla resistance at best. Same in Tilia, guerrilla resistance with magical groups surviving better than those without. Those without just get annihilated, replaced, and the entirety of the war machines that they have will be re-kitted out, retrained, and reworked for the Imperium. I think it's an easy one. We have no idea about a whole bunch of other realms, so at best we have to say ignore them. What happens in Southlands? Who knows? Stuff. The Imperium mostly wins. Sometimes they don't. The same generally for whatever eastern areas that we go to. We can only deal with what we know directly from Games Workshop. But I think old world style, Kislev is the one that says no at the beginning and keeps them out, but ends up being in a very dangerous place. Bretonia is the one that says no, gets crushed, and crushed for a bit of time, and then is unexpectedly resurgent as all of the Fey magic and all of the old Grey Knights who generally don't come out. Those Grail Knights come to the bar and they can go toe to toe with a Marine with weapons that can go through armor as if it's butter. So it's a proper fight.
Yeah, our guys that are dueling greater demons 1v1.
Yeah, totally. And that's fun. Because that makes for a super fun conflict going on there, where the Empire is just a complete war, with one half staying with and the other half not. Classic the Empire.
Yeah. At least, I mean, hey, that's what Imperials love to do. They love to riot and love to civil war.
But there is a problem. A huge problem, because if you have allied yourself with the Empire, you've unfortunately also accidentally allied yourself with another group who are underneath the Empire, constantly looking for access to the very things that their allies from above are dealing with.
Yeah.
Warpstone. Yes. Warpstone added to that Thunderhawk.
Yeah, that would be the most critical, horrible mistake, which is something I was thinking about saying for the Tau, but clearly we're just going to talk about the Imperium today, and we might do another one of these one day in the future if y'all really like these.
This is crazy. We've just done one. Yeah. We were meant to discuss loads, everyone.
But we did talk about a lot of topics, but yeah, no,
we definitely. It's been a lot of fun.
But the Skaven are the ultimate. The thing that's great about the Skaven is they are the ultimate. If you are a faction that tries to use diplomacy and manipulation, you immediately fucked up, because the Skaven are going to get in. They're going to get into your stuff. They're going to get on your ships. They're going to be sneaking in all over the place, and they're going to start stealing shit. They're going to start messing with shit. They're rats in the wires.
And it's interesting that Zarask here pulls out Abarash. No, it'll be the Lamians. The Lamians are going to be the first to make the first change of a Space Marine. And the primary reason is that all those Marines have no idea what they're about to walk into. They're used to being absolutely devout, spiritually cleansed clerics of the Emperor. They are pure, they are unsullied, they are unsullyable, they are certain, they have dropped down, they're now full of Gyron, and their chem gelding breaks. They don't understand what's happening to them. They're going to be speaking to their chaplains a lot. And their chaplains are going to be telling them exactly what they should be doing, but the chaplains themselves will be having difficulties. They're going to be hiking it out of that planet and probably leaving much of it to the guardsmen. But there's going to be mistakes, and Lamians deal with mistakes. That's where they live. There is going to be at least 1 or 2 turnings, at least quite a few dominations. There's going to be an unexpected number of vampire twists, particularly in the Empire.
I genuinely do think Abarash would come out of retirement.
And then,
I think he would come down to fight.
Then, he's got the fight he's looking for.
He's coming. He's probably going to be coming a bit later, though. You're talking like a couple of months in. It takes time.
When word gets around for the Blood Dragons that there's this great new threat, they're going to be flocking.
We need to drink that dry and see if it brings benefits. Has this broken the blood curse? I'm drinking this Marine. I'm coming and challenge you one-on-one. Bang, bang, bang! Dash, 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 dash. He's dodging bullets! Dash, 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 dash. What the fuck? Whoosh, as he leaps up into the air and jumps 100 feet, sword blazing. What the fuck is going on? and poof, poof, poof. Bolter shells in his chest, exploding as he gets back up. Nice try. Dodge, 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 dodge. Yeah, it's going to be proper mental when the blood dragons come.
And
It's gonna
he
be super
fully
cool.
embodying the 10-year-old at the playground right now.
I am a 10-year-old in the playground. I might have a grey beard, but I'm still a child. Yeah, I definitely think that's going to come.
What you got, Colin?
I had another question then for you too. If there's a lot of people are going to be dying, it's a lot of death.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think it's on a level enough where instead of a great ritual with kidnap the elf, kidnap the Everchild, kidnap Pope, Cult of Sigmar, is Arkin going to have enough energy where he can go, well, guess Bone Daddy's coming back a little bit early?
I think Nagash would. I think Nagash would very much hit the gas because this would be a world, especially when Archon and the force is loyal to Nagash. Manfred would be up to all sorts of horrible shenanigans when those forces became aware of, in many ways, how naive the defenses of this new force are against sorcery, against magic. Nagash would like that. He's almost the end boss that just immediately is going to start crawling his way back. Because here's the big thing about Nagash. A lot of people don't know this. Is something Andy and I have talked a lot about. The End Times made a really silly goof. That is where always. Yeah, well, one really big one, which is that a lot of people think Nagash isn't around. He already is.
Oh, he is
sitting in Nagashazar right now on his throne.
Yeah,
waiting.
What a husk, but he's still.
But he's there. He's in physical form.
Yeah, he's not even a husk. The End Times retconned everything. And said, actually, Nagash, all those things we said about Nagash before isn't true. All those people who met Nagash and did things with Nagash, we're just going to pretend that didn't happen, and we're going to say that Nagash needs to be brought back. But yeah, pretty much every single book has Nagash quite awake, and has been awake the entire time, and has been manipulating affairs throughout all of it. And if you want to make it work with the End Times, you can just say, he was going for more power, or whatever you want. Or you can just retcon everything, but it does retcon a huge number of characters. Because
you can easily hand wave it up. He wants a new body. It's like, great. Okay, cool.
Exactly.
He wants to be the new
recently.
He wants to be the new 50-foot tall model.
Yeah, but imagine. Like Nagash. Even if you're going with that storyline, Nagash going, "Hey, that Primarch, that'd make a pretty sexy body for me."
Yeah,
bring that over here.
Yeah, they're gonna the first dead Space Marine is going to be brought back.
Yeah, and being resurrected, either as a vampire or as a white. A lot of people, it is not a brainless thing. It's not a brainless toy. Whites are significantly more powerful in death than they ever were in life. They're faster, stronger. All of the knowledge that they have is available to their boss. It's scary.
Even if it's just as a zombie puppeted by magic, it's in Astartes armor. That's not gonna go down with the spear and the gung ho attitude.
Like the big thing about that Empire Civil War, the faction that benefits the most almost immediately, very quickly, is Sylvania. For Manfred, this is that is the Empire on a platter.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. What this boils down to is a bit of a bloody stalemate in the old world. In that their attempt to impose imperial order is going to be stymied in ways they don't expect. They expect this to be a relatively swift takeover. That's the plan. The plan is to establish new lines of effectively militarization of the local populace, where they intend to enlist them as guard, and they intend to use them to push against the dangers that this world presents, so that they can properly, from their far and relatively distant platform far away in the sky, execute a war that can cleanse this place so that they can better understand it and survive for however long they have to survive until they can get back home, Dungeons and Dragons cartoon style from the 80s. And they come down in an attempt to do this, and the resistance is expected, but the capability of the resistance isn't. The Emperor folding was arguably the correct thing to do in terms of saving lives. And those who don't fold are going to suffer deeply. And it's going to be bloody, and they are mostly going to lose. But there are all manner of pocket areas of resistance. And they are going to be very capable at holding back. Particularly the more mundane forces, guardsmen, but even then, they are exceedingly capable. Their armor, which 40k wise looks like shit, is better than anything that anyone in the Empire has. Anyone. You can shoot them and it'll donk, 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 donk. It will do nothing. You can stab them, and their stab vests are significantly better. It will do almost nothing. Your best chance is getting them in the face, and that's about it. And a lot of the guardsmen will have masks on also. The guardsmen are a significant threat, but on the other side, they have magic. And magic will be repurposed, because people repurpose. When they realize that they've got an enemy they can't kill, they will try to find a new way to kill it. And we have perfect examples of this in Total War. Just take a look at what happens with good old Purple Witch down in Null when she repurposes all of the guns to fire.
Elspeth the war criminal? Yeah.
Yeah, well, to fire with Shyish, okay, meaning that basically everyone is going to be, as the handgunners line up, suddenly capable of dying against basic lead shot. So magic will be repurposed. The war will be significantly harder to win than first imagined, but because Karl Franz flipped the Colleges of Magic largely going with him, it means that the Empire is mostly going to fall underneath Imperial control. The pockets of resistance are going to be low, but that doesn't bring the advantages you first think because of the Skaven and the vampires. Because now they are mixing with the people, they can come up from beneath and start taking what they need, and that will be on the vampire side, interesting new Imperial bloodlines, and over on the Skaven side, interesting new Imperial technology. And no matter how good they are at defending them, there will be raids into barracks. New weapons will be taken. Las guns will go. They'll find out that they can recharge them by just tossing the packs inside a fire, and it'll recharge the shots. Excellent. I've got myself a perpetual, perfect weapon that keeps on firing forever. Those las guns are actually terrifying. There's all manner of cool shit that they'll start getting hold of, and what should have been an easy takeover will turn into a protracted campaign, which will require the Marines to step in. And when they eventually come to the field, that's when it goes the most wrong, because they're not really ready for everything that happens. And a perfect example of that is take a check of just, I'll go with one most of you will have seen. If you've checked the Amazon Prime series, bunch of Marines land, can literally kill everything. Second they hit the first wizard, they're fucked. Yeah, and only one of them makes it out.
They hit that chaos sorcerer guy, and he just
one and fucked. And imagine that, but also with them having to deal with the fact that their armor's heavier because of all the shaman that's attracted to it. So they're having to fight harder to do what they're doing. Their bodies are flush full of gyrin, and they're feeling things that should be dead within them. Their minds are coming up with all manner of thoughts as they overthink everything, because Heish is now through them. They're not used to this.
Yeah, Biblington, Clan Mulder capturing Astartes and using them for things.
So broadly, the Marines will completely cope. Broadly, but individually, many won't. Many will die to magic. Many will succumb to the unexpected nature of this world, and it will cause a host of bodies, a host of collections from Skaven, Undead, and similar, and it's all going to get immensely complicated in a way that the Imperium doesn't expect. They expect this to be a relatively simple campaign, and it will turn into a war, which is really all that Archaon wants.
No, I was going to say, we haven't even talked about Chaos. We haven't even talked about the dwarfs. I mean, granted, for the dwarfs, they would probably just seal the holds. They would be like, fuck this, we're not dealing with this shit.
I'm going home.
Yeah. We'll come back out when it's over. You lads have fun.
I think Chaos is actually going to find it hard, because they're just going to get bombarded from on high.
Yeah, there's You can. The Imperium knows damn well what corrupted land looks like, and
Yep.
if you don't have to deal with it, don't just shoot.
Yeah, I think chaos would be less of a we're gonna unleash numberless invasions to try and kill them to being much more sinister and covert. Archaon would pivot strategies. It would become the enemy within. Yeah. Which would be very interesting.
Yeah, so it looks like the war that you've all built is going to create an old world which, loosely speaking, kind of falls underneath Imperial control as they're wanting to build up their Imperial forces and an armament of the Empire with Imperial weaponry so that they can better fight on in the fashion that they're looking for. Kislev turning into a very dangerous area where the icy flows just never stop. It doesn't make sense. If you're sitting up above, you're like, where's all this ice coming from? Why is the place so fucking cold? Why is this in a permafrost? This makes no sense because there's a freaking god of cold there. And the Empire falling into a civil war they shouldn't have any difficulties with, but they're empowered by gods and they're empowered by magic, meaning that the civil war is far nastier than it should be. And then vampires rising, Skaven rising, all manner of issues that the Imperium aren't ready for. So they're having to constantly readjust. We have the perfect commander for this, though. It's a war he's going to win. He's going to win this war eventually, but it's going to take far longer than he expects. Far, far longer. This should be an easy campaign over like a month or two. All of it should be seized in no time at all. They drop down into the centers of power. They take control of those. They then move out and then repurpose them, bring extra technology, farm everything, knock down all the trees. This should be easy, but it isn't. It's a massive fight. The beastmen coming out from the forest, massacring anything they can get their hands on. The elves of the forest not being at all happy with anything.
Greenskins, all the greenskins of the forest are gonna go get. It's
just gonna be one giant war.
It's bad.
It's the old world just devolves into war, and then what happens with the Cathaian dragons? I think they have absolutely no chance against the dragons. They are fighting them toe to toe. They have to basically either ignore them or bomb them from on high, and if they do that, they'll just fly up. They're not going to stop.
Yeah, the dragons are tricky because carpet bombing them, their magic is so goddamn powerful. And they are very good at what they do that carpet bombing them very quickly would not be an easy option. Because dragons would be able to develop ways to deal with it. Which is spooky.
Totally. It's basically, it just turns into a giant war where they're having to deal with stuff that they've long dealt with before. I mean, this is the old enemy, chaos, but it's not just chaos, but all manifesting in a new way. So the problem isn't that they can't deal with it. The problem is they don't know how to deal with it because it's new. This isn't how they normally work. Everything that they're used to happening isn't happening the way it normally happens. And the Emperor isn't there. Because there's no Astronomicon on the Warhammer world. There's no distant god that everyone can see sitting there. All those calls kind of don't work. The lore of Yin literally having the ability to reflect missiles would become a horrible problem very fast. It's going to be it's going to be much more of a war than anyone realizes on the Imperium side. They expect this to be a primitive world that will fall swiftly, but instead it's a primitive world that learns because it has to, because it's now at war, and it brings its advantages probably too late in the game for most places, but certainly not all. And in those places where they are ready, they are going to win, and they're going to win easily. In some places they've got I think if the dwarves are ever brought in, it's going to be a nightmare for them. Too many runes that can just pass through armor.
They do have a lot of powerful things like knights, Titans.
Yes, they do.
Oh yeah,
those would be very powerful.
Not going to be pleasant for anything facing it. Even a Grail
Especially with
Knight.
the Void Shields. And I think the Void Shields would be I honestly think the Void Shields are going to be, because this is an entire crusade, we're going to have shit like this dropping down in some of the cities. The Void Shields are going to be able to protect against, say, for example, your Gold Wizard, which would absolutely mince a Titan if they've got any strong capabilities. But the Void Shields, I think, will make a significant difference against that, because I do think that they will be able to protect against the spells. I think they will be significantly more useful than, which sounds crazy to me, than the Space Marines. I think the Space Marines are going to be more of an issue and less useful as a ground force than something like the Titans and the Knights, especially if they have Void Shields. If they don't,
at least the Titans are going to have Void
huge
Shields.
Targets. If they don't, they're huge targets that are just going to be brought down.
Yeah, it's interestingly enough, one of the things that's kind of fascinating is that the fantasy world, in like a big epic, you've got all your guys on your side, we got all our guys on our side running at each other. The fantasy world, that is not the fight they want to be in. But like a protracted guerrilla war, fantasy it's ugly. It's nasty. Because there's just so many weird things that can happen.
It's because even like Cathay, you line up all the Jade Warriors on one side and the Guardsman gun line. You said las guns are scary things. Those Jade Warriors are not going to have a good time. There's going to be Swiss cheese everywhere. But fantasy's got a lot of power spikes. Like
really
you walk in an area, guy with a spear. Well, hey Teclis, how you doing, man?
Yeah, I mean, it's fair. The Warhammer world just has. People often go, "Hey, Tyrion, best swordsman ever." He isn't. He's really good, but Warhammer has loads who are better. A Dark Elf assassin, a base assassin, can often take him. They're not as good broadly, but specifically, weapon skill 10 assassins suck ass. And weapon skill 10, I mean, Roboute Guilliman's only weapon skill 7. Okay, they use the same core stat system in broadly the same area, because we know they've transferred stats backwards and forwards between them repeatedly. It's not the same, but it's the same general area. 10 is the best. There's our Bloodthirster, all the way down to 3 being your average trained soldier, and 4 being pretty goddamn fucking good. Someone like 7, Roboute, Tyrion's weapon skill 9. I mean, these are stats, but they're always a good guideline, so we get an idea of at least what we're talking about. He is ultimately the best that humanity can offer, turn into a superhuman, but so are the Grail Knights. It's very possible he could be taken out by an old Grail Knight, and that is ridiculous. That the Primarch could be taken out by what would be seen as an old man just coming down from the Grail Chapel, carrying an old sword, blazing with the blessing of the lady. It's a really different game. Warhammer is filled with stupendously daft characters, because everything that the Imperium has is spread over, not just Imperium, 40k, over the whole universe. In Warhammer, it's all focused on one tiny little planet. And all of the craziness you get in the Imperium everywhere is focused on the Warhammer on one tiny planet. It uses the same basic scale
a galaxy's worth of problems on one planet.
Yeah, pretty much. It's proper stupid. Having said that, though, it is worth noting that Primarchs often are described far beyond their core stats. They are generally, I can go against a greater demon. I can go against this, that, and the other. But then so can Tyrion. So can any of the avatars of the gods, even. They're always doing that. Roboute Guilliman, in this case, is amongst peers. And he might not always win in the way that he would if he was out in the 40k universe, because he'd very rarely meet another peer. It would only happen during a core important story, when he meets anything that's even close to what he is, and he meets a greater demon, or he meets something else. Many greater demons don't have weapon skill 10, for example, but some do, and hey, you get lucky sometimes. But in the Warhammer world, you can meet them almost every other week, because there's so many in one's place. It's ridiculously stupid.
Yeah, and Guilliman doesn't have the best track record. He's lost a decent number of fights. Yeah, he's physical fights.
He's as the Primarchs go, he's lost quite a number of fights. But I think his biggest strength isn't his physical capability. His best strength here is his coordination, his ability to tactically look at everything that's available here and say, this is what the best that we can get out of this. I would suggest that he is almost certainly going to be arguably the best person to be doing this job out of all of the Primarchs. And that's not because he's got the best stats. It's because he can look at the problems, tear them apart, and make them work. He's the king of logistics. He's the king of making process. And he's going to make the Empire work. The issues that we're presenting here aren't the Imperium, they're going to be beaten up by Warhammer. It's more, the Imperium thinks they'll have it easy. And by all rights, they should. But they do not, because Warhammer is stupid. And there's all manner of stupid things in it that cause all manner of problems for them. And the Warhammer world itself is somewhat of a problem for the Marines. So they will take some time to get used to it. But they will get used to it. They'll just realize that their faith has to be deployed in different places to what it used to be before, as they are dealing with their body actually working in ways that it never used to. They could go and have kids now. They're going to be more human. Heish is running through their minds. They're going to be less directed, and no emperor for the librarians to feel out there, no emperor for the chaplains to feel. It's all going to be words and nothing more. All of their faith is now just words. Psychics still work because that's the nature of how psychics work. But the Emperor can't be felt because the Astronomicon does not reach the Warhammer world. So we have a really interesting difference. And then gods and the impact that they have. It's cool. It's basically, we have a gigantic war in the old world, which ultimately Guilliman will win. Mostly. I think.
So we have a lot of super chats we need to plow through real fast. So
dig too deep.
let's get on that really, really fast here. Oh god, where did I leave off? Nope, almost here. Well, so when does Be'lakor meet Be'lakor? Kiss or fight? Well, it's the same Be'lakor.
Be'lakor.
Yeah, he just turns into whatever that. Like, if a demon pops through into one of these other universes, they are that version of them, but they're still them. Though it would be funny to put two Be'lakors in the same room. I think they would hate each other. David Whitfield, bigger question. What does the Changeling do? This is a prank-rich environment for him. He's busy. He's very busy is what he's doing.
Much like the vampires, having the time of his life.
Yeah, he's partying it up. Mr. Pig, don't Space Marine subjects consume part of the Fallen to retrieve knowledge? Would some of them start to get turned into ghouls? So I would say no. If you go watch our ghoul stream, we talk about what specifically leads to creating ghouls. So definitely probably not.
No.
That being
go check our ghoul streams.
Yeah, there may be some unintended consequences due to the nature of magic and what kind of magic they would be drawing to themselves by doing this, and they might attract the attention of unusual forces. But it would be one of the lesser problems they would need to deal with. Also, that is such a funny, goofy-ass skill that I feel like comes up very, very rarely, and most authors ignore it and pretend that's not a thing.
No, it's not really. I mean, it's actually based in science, believe it or not. It's crazy science, but it's science nonetheless. But yeah, they can consume stuff. They can learn about the locals, and I think that works really well.
Crazy stuff.
They're not going to become ghouls.
The 40k versus fantasy fight involving summoning the same demons against each other. I mean, there would be some familiar faces for the Space Marines, as you know, they're dealing with their Scar Brands and Kairos Fate Weavers and stuff showing up and kicking shit around. Vampire Coast, but with tanks and las guns. Yes, there are definitely there definitely there would be some unfortunate forces that would benefit very highly from what's going on. Because for the vampires, I saw someone earlier asking, like, well, how could they operate the power armor with the zombie? When you resurrect something, you could very easily resurrect it with the knowledge of how to operate the things that operated in life. That is not hard. It is very easy for vampires to do.
Usually don't bother.
Yeah, but like the Vampire Coast, all those zombies work guns in life, and they work guns in death, and their bullets are magically enhanced to be more accurate than they would be because the zombies firing them. Because the zombies are vaguely blind, but they still hit people because magic is bullshit.
It is.
Whoa, Hashit and the Horned Rat teaming up upon ye. That is definitely not a good pairing to deal with. And boy, man, Hashit would have very interesting thoughts about these new lads turning up on his space. We didn't even talk about the Chaos Dwarfs. Diamond just thought, I feel the orcs would see the Imperium forces advancing and think, there's a great fight, lads! Whoa! As Grimgor charges straight towards Guilliman.
Disappointing as this may be, I think they'd be slaughtered.
Yeah, I don't think the Greenskins would have a good time against the Marines. Know how to deal with Greenskins, and the Greenskins
and
here.
These Greenskins are the only way these Greenskins would have a chance is if the reason that the Greenskins, the orcs with the C rather than orcs with the K, don't have tech is because the Warhammer world is bound with its tech, and it just simply doesn't work here. So if, for example, they landed in this, the power armor doesn't work, the bolt guns don't work because there is a technological cap put in place by, for example, the old ones, a great Heish field that stops technology reaching a certain point or doing certain things. Then the orcs stand a chance. Because it's now down to close combat and primitive weapons, something that the orcs excel at. But if there isn't something like that, the orcs are dead. Bam, 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 bam.
They're not gonna have a good time. Literally, the only thing they would have that would help them would be funny enough, I think goblins would do better than orcs, because goblins rely on more clever tactics.
Scheming little fuckers.
Yep. Shadow Reven.
Yeah,
what's up?
I think about the orcs, though. Would you say they're still, like, physiologically same thing, though? Because there's a lot of stories where orcs, las guns is a tickle fight a lot of the time.
It is.
Like, it would definitely be easier to fight the Greenskins in fantasy, but I think a good Wa could at least surprise get a good fight going for a couple times.
But in comparison to the 40k Was, it's smaller.
Numbers,
and it's a numbers game, and sadly, as much as I would love for them to run through it because that would be fun, I think that the experience that the Marines and the Guard have facing against the Greenskins is going to be enough that if they're facing against Greenskins without any armor that is designed to protect against what they are wearing, and also without any ranged weaponry that's worth anything bar the occasional enormous stone that lands on a poor guardsman head.
Poor guy.
Yeah, the Space Marine bats that out the air, but crunch. I can't see them doing too well. Sure, someone like Grimgor, he's going to be taking bolter fire with relative ease, and he's probably going to get into close combat and kill a lot, but he's going to die. In the greater scheme of things, he's going to get shot a las cannon to the head at some point. He's dead. He's probably going to go down.
I think your big bads
Aerial
of the Greenskins is
too.
like your Skarsnicks. Skarsnick would be a huge problem. Because Skarsnick's a clever motherfucker who does not fight fair.
Yeah, totally. They'd be looking to get their weapons. So if there is no way for them to cope with the high technology, I can't see the Greenskins doing very well. I want to argue the opposite, but I don't think it's fair.
Yeah, I would only say the forest goblins and the night goblins would be a problem, and it's more due to their beasties than them specifically.
Big massive creatures, Titan squish.
Ragnarok's are big.
That's why they use ambush warfare. But
Space Marine slides underneath it, cuts it in two. The big huge chainsaw.
Yeah, Greenskins. The Greenskins of fantasy. It's not their. Is not the foe they want to be dealing with.
It's not their day. No, I don't think so.
Shadow Reaver, I don't know how big the armies in fantasy are, but the Indominus Crusade have 207 guard regiments, which one guard regiment could be 800 to well over 10,000 troops. That's a hilarious amount of variance. Plus armored vehicles, 80 plus knights, and like 90 plus Skitarii manifolds and thousands of ships. We're looking at potentially millions, if not tens of millions of troops, potentially for 40k with armor support.
Indeed, which is why I say that they don't really have much in the way of chance. However, they have a limited supply, and that might sound silly, but when you're dealing with an entire world, 80 knights, for example, is fuck all. You're placing two there, one there, one there, one there, and all of them can be taken out with ease with the correct spell. The void shields are absolutely essential, and once that's figured out, they will have to determine other ways to get in. But all they need to do is get to it and get underneath those void shields. I was going to say there's a problematic.
A good thing to think about that is that there is a similar concept in fantasy of the whole thing of like creating shields that block everything. The Slan did that, and Kairos Fate Weaver figured a way around it. Where he figured out he could open like dimensional portals within the shield, and the Slan developed a countermeasure to that. The question is, would the Imperium be able to do countermeasures to what magic is doing in response to them? To my understanding, the Imperium's not very good at updating or transitioning their technology. They're more of a let's keep it functioning type faction, not a let's innovate our technology type faction.
Mr. Mike, just to answer this one, the reason I saying that is because the voice shields go down when they're fired at and various things happen. They often go down. They're not invulnerable, and there's lots of things that would cause the voice shields to go down under concerted pressed attack. So often those voice shields may not be there.
They are an everything-proof shield until the shield runs out of battery.
Pretty much, yeah. So some of they are probably going to go down if anyone makes a concerted effort to bring them down with the typical Warhammer Magic setup. Particularly if there's any Shimon users out there.
Well, there's some. That's in some parts of the world.
They're going to get it wrong to begin with, and it's going to go very wrong, and the Imperium's going to win easily at the beginning.
Yeah, and there are also big threats out there. Like there are what are Comic-Con kind of hilariously refers to as dragon gods, which are the Emperor class dragons that are fucking titanic in size. They're living mountains that wield magic as good as your powerful archmages, and they're horrifying monstrosities. Or you've there's a lot of different forces that if they poked the wrong bear, it would not be a good time.
I want to bring this comment up just because I think it's worth noticing. Yeah, Imperial states are similar. They are, but in numbers they'll be so much smaller. You might go, but we have an entire crusade. Yes, you do, and their numbers are still small in comparison to the thousands of Grail Knights that are across Betonia.
It's why Saint Celestine showing up is always a big deal. Because for every battle she shows up and turns the tide, there's about 1,000 that she did not, and then there was no more guards.
Oh. Book of Woes comment there. How should shatter a Void Shield? I'm not certain that it would. I think Void Shields are a significantly more protective force than most people realize against magic. And yes, magic, if it was concentrated on it, would eventually cause the Void Shields to go down, because that's what happens with Void Shields, but it would take quite a lot of concentration. They are uniquely positioned to be quite effective against magic. So that's something that tech-wise, the AdMech would almost certainly grasp after a certain amount of time. They'd be looking for constructing personal Void Shields, which you can get, giving yourself a lovely 2+ save. Do love those things in the old game. Handy, but they're big, massive, huge things. But yeah, they'd get all manner of tech that they would try to put in place to protect themselves against the worst that magic could offer. The Imperium are not going to stand there on their laurels and just go, yes, we're unchanging, we will not do anything, as they find themselves
especially with the college's magic helping them out.
Yeah, totally. They're going to be making developments, and developments are going to absolutely be required. But ultimately, that leaves us with a position where our 40k force is becoming a 40 fantasy force.
40 fantasy. Sir Panza, religious debate where Guilliman realizes Sigmar is everything the Empire should be, but isn't. Yeah, who knows? Maybe Guilliman converts to
the aim. That would be the aim of the Cult of Sigmar.
Yeah, to convert Guilliman.
Yeah, and that will be what Karl Fran's ultimate goal is. Karl Fran's ultimate goal is to bring them to his side. He realizes he can't defeat them, so he wants to bring them to his side. And he will have long philosophical debates with Guilliman. And I think Guilliman is susceptible.
Yeah. I mean, Guilliman had those with like an Eldar.
Yep.
And he was willing to have them. If he's willing to have them with an Eldar, he's willing to have them with someone like Franz, I imagine.
Yeah, I agree. And Karl Franz is quite uniquely positioned to speak for what Sigmar is, what Sigmar isn't, and very much compare and contrast with what the Emperor definitely isn't, and what for many Space Marines view as just, their progenitor. He's not really a god. That's for, foolish people across the Empire or whatever. And for someone like him, the alternative being a god that wants to fight chaos, an actual god. And there's more of them, many of them, and they're demonstrably real. They have faith, and they're currently warring against them, and he'll realize he wants them on side. It's going to be an interesting conversation for poor old Guilliman.
Shadowrun, it's not unheard of for the Imperium forces to use local religion, make it focused on the Emperor. Like there's still a religion where they call the Emperor as a sun god, but they still worship the Emperor. So in fantasy, they could say Sigmar is the Emperor or something like that.
I think both sides would be pulling that.
Yeah.
Yeah. There'd be a nice cloak and dagger war going on.
Yeah. Because there's a difference. There's a difference where in 40k, these gods aren't real. Or sometimes there's something worse and it's chaos manifesting in a different fashion.
Yeah, that's
these gods aren't real. And in Warhammer, they are 100% real. And that changes things.
That's the big thing, is that you can't just walk in and say, oh, Sigmar is the Emperor. That's the truth I'm here to reveal to you. Because there's a guy there that's a seer that can speak with Sigmar's voice and say, bullshit, no. And it's literally Sigmar speaking through him. The gods are active. They're not hypothetical or spiritual entities. They are actual beings that are busy and doing things.
Yeah, and some of them will be pissed.
Locked in.
Yeah, it's going to be it's going to be an interesting campaign that is fought here, because it's one that the Imperium is going to dominate and frequently make mistakes with, because the nature of the Warhammer world is different to what they're used to dealing with. Pardon me. Their normal game plan, it's just the Emperor, isn't it? Of course, Sigmar, just the Emperor, will fail. Just fail, blank fail, because Sigmar is real here. And Sigmar will not be happy when people get things right and wrong in the right or wrong ways. And there are going to be wraths of gods. That's a real thing in Warhammer. Wrath of God is real. You use his name in vain, and that can go wrong for you. Particularly if it's being focused in a particular area. I think there would be a deep and abiding attempt to try and convert Guilliman.
Ellie the Grey, somebody considers all the servitors. A mix of the winds of Gyran and Hish could fuck around with them a lot. Yeah, servitors would get ugly, that'd be awful, super fast.
Yeah, that would be potentially awful. Oh, imagine their minds coming back as the heist floods through them. Servitors would probably
have their mind. Ugh.
Yeah, they would probably almost immediately or very quickly become a not reliable thing. Like, you would need to put them down. It would be bad.
It pops up in 40k roleplay games quite a lot when the servitors go fucked up. And I think that, that's very likely. Servitors get fucked up. They would need to be controlled through different means, or perhaps tighter locks placed upon them by the admin. Oh, it'll be a mess. Oh, that'd be a mess. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Good one.
Cobalt, Emmanuel von Leibowitz sends a contingent of land ships to deal with the invasion, which they get blown up. Yeah, that wouldn't very much well. So. The poor Marienburg land ships.
What the hell is that?
Stomp.
All right, though, I find it funny in these what-if scenarios, the Empire always loses and Cathay is mostly chill with the Lizardmen are going crazy dealing with stuff.
Oh, there's a reason for that. It's because the Empire is a disparate, broken patchwork province that doesn't work very well with itself. And individually, none of them are all that powerful in the greater scheme of Warhammer scaling. They don't have the big guns. You go, they've got Gelt Teclis. Oh, they've got Gelt Mazdamundi. They've got Gelt fucking giant dragons that have ruled for the last 5,000 years. Yeah, fair enough. The Empire is not the most powerful of the factions in the Warhammer world by some measure. But it is a focus place.
It's a bunch of cool guys, but that's kind of all they are.
Plucky. They're plucky.
And I imagine even if you go with, the official line, they are the mightiest nation of the old world, right? It's in the context of Warhammer Fantasy, where war is not necessarily like 40k, take over the planet, burn everything, burn all the Tau on it to the ground and colonize. It is a war with Bretonia. The Grail Knights do not want to lose the army of 95% peasants. They have no one to work the farm then, which is why the Empire is able to win. But
further, normally the Grail Knights just don't take to the battlefield.
Most battles they don't show up to.
Bretonia is also a fractured, broken place of multiple duchies, and most of their strongest troops are monastic individuals who protect their individual Grail temples and don't come to war very often at all. It's really very different to the Empire, where they have strong state army apparatus. They have an entire college of wizardry that is in comparison to the other Old World nations, an absolute force multiplier. Is devastating, but in comparison to, say, Space Marines, screwed.
Yeah.
Screwed.
Magla, is this gonna end in another world die stream? No, just kind of a ugly stalemate that's just worse than the normal status quo.
No, I think it's
Unless
probably
the
going to
Skaven-
end.
Well, the
Unless
world will end
the-
eventually, but it's not the main focus.
Unless the Skaven find the cyclonic torpedo early, and then all bets are off.
I mean, the end times would still happen. Archaon would probably inevitably still win. Would honestly be my throw down there.
I'm just going to bring out this little comment. Oh, I got the wrong one there. This one. The opening blurb in the back says the Empire is the strongest. It is the strongest Old World nation. Okay,
Yeah.
but if the other Old World nations were bound together for one reason or another, they individually have strengths that the Empire does not have. And in particular, the Grail Knights, if they should all go to war against something, are horrendous. It's just they don't. They have other things to do. They don't. The Empire is a massive state army. It's properly daft. By far the most powerful.
Yeah, that's and that's even like in tabletop, they're a combined arms force.
No.
They do not have the best guns and artillery. Those are the dwarfs. They do not have the best cavalry. They do not have the best magic. They have good enough for everything, but when the Marines and the Glasguns come knocking, that
Empire
they do not have good enough anything.
Bronze, yeah.
Yeah.
Quebec Prime. Could the Astromancer Court pull the ships from up? Oh, could they mess with the ships? I believe they could.
I believe that they might. I don't. If they
I don't think in the sense of like grabbing them.
Flying by, pull down magical winds. It's just gonna be. I think it's going to be a bit of a fight, but ultimately most of the tech will succeed. It's going to require something stronger than magic for lots of it. If it's just moving things around using, for example, the elements or striking it with lightning and similar, that's not going to be enough. You need more than that to take out your average 40k ship. It's going to take actual proper magic spells that lance through, that destroy. So that the wind that you might expect to be very useful, Azir, isn't going to be as useful as you'd first expect. But the dragons using the Azir, they're going to be fucking awful.
Yeah, if anything,
Just
what
awful.
would be the most deadly thing about Azir, I don't think would actually be the lightning, comet calling, all that, unless they were like really stationary, in which case the comets very quickly become a problem. But I think the biggest issue from the Celestial Dragon Emperor's Astromantic guys, his big old council of Astromancers, is their ability to see the future and their ability to fuck with odds. To fuck with, because luck is a literal force in Warhammer Fantasy. It is a manipulative
it has a
force
god.
that can be, luck can be fucked with. It can be manipulated with. And Azir wizards can do weird things.
And the biggest issue that the Imperium faces on that side with what they're doing at the moment is that they don't have enough psykers. They just don't. The numbers of psykers that they have are relatively low in comparison to their overall forces. And that's going to be a problem, which is why taking the Empire is so important, because it gives them access to the magic. And I think that that's going to be greatly to their benefit.
Though in some ways they picked one of like the worst magic nations.
Well, you know, I mean, it's also one of the
At least they got a diverse group of magic. Yeah.
Yeah, at least it's the best in the old world. It's not too bad.
Once Skaven gets a thunderbolt and just lands on Morslieb.
Oh, the green cheese! Yes.
Instant promotion to Vermin Lord.
The Godzilla 2021 claims Scry and Chaos Dwarfs when getting to test and salvage all their new weapons against Space Marines. Whoa! I'm about to make a name for myself here.
Make a name for myself here.
Yeah, they're gonna be eating good. They are one of the most disastrous things of why it's probably better to try and just destroy everything from orbit, because if you go down there, oh lordy.
I actually think it's probably best to start drawing some conclusions here, because we're just sort of meandering now. And let's draw some conclusions.
Just trying to
at
get
least
some
in the old
super
world.
chats.
Yeah, totally get through them. So let's end this bit with the Imperium takes the Empire, and there is guerrilla movement against them. This allows Skaven to gain access to technology that they didn't have previously as they raid barracks, sneak in, do a whole bunch of Skaven stuff. Many of them are caught. Many of them do not do well. It often goes wrong. Some of them are catapulted in. Some of them try to sneak in.
They are by and large incompetent.
They are, but there's so many of them that enough succeed that they get access to some tech, which means that the Skaven are going to be militarizing in ways that most people don't expect. The reality of what the Imperium is up against will slowly dawn on everyone as daily the reports come in of things not working the way they should do. Yeah, no problem. Daily, there's issues with not just their forces doing what they should be doing, but with how their forces feel. There's all manner of morale problems. Chaplains are having to be deployed. Commissars are having to be deployed. Various individuals to keep everyone in line are needed because they're in a world where magic is real and it's making them feel things in ways that they've never felt before. And some of them will be blessed by gods. Some of them will literally receive the blessings of one of the gods who goes, you will do. Some of the guardsmen are going to start being blessed to Verena, whether they want to be or not. And that's going to be confusing as fuck. Religion is going to start popping up all over these troops who are used to only having a monotheistic view of the world. The Emperor is everything. Be it divine or not, the Emperor is the core of everything that they move with through the Imperium. And the gods, they don't care. And blessings are going to pop up for these new humans who are suddenly in a very different place. Vampires are going to be making some relatively choice decisions. The Lamians are used to having absolute, let's say, domination over the courts. They believe they're in control of them with their spy networks. So they're going to be looking to secure that with their new court up above. There's going to be Lamian infiltration up there probably within a month. And they're going to have got into the fleet. And they're going to be sneaking their way through there, creating new cells up there. Basically, what's going to happen, because of the route that you've chosen, is that we're going to be integrating Warhammer into 40k, and we're going to be integrating 40k into Warhammer. And they're going to mix. And neither side is going to necessarily come out of this smelling of roses. It's going to be a relatively dominant force in the old world, but one that doesn't win anywhere near as it should have done. And their ultimate goal for doing all of this, our foothold plan, is to effectively learn, understand, comprehend, control, and then ultimately push back against what is going to be the foes that they're going to be facing. And hopefully allow the locals to deal with it while they stay separate from it up above, as they realize that the Marines are probably best left up there, not down there. In fact, most of their troops are endangered down there and might die in ways that are wasting their lives because they start thinking. The Imperial doctrine starts unwinding in some of them. That is dangerous. They're going to be getting reports back saying the squads of Marines were debating the relative differences between Sigmar and Ulrich and what that means in comparison to the Emperor. No, they should be praying. Or, no, they should be going through their gun katas, or what the fuck they're doing. They should not be doing this. They shouldn't be philosophically discussing bullshit like that. These aren't fucking space wolves having a pint. What the fuck is going on here? Everyone is going to be different when they've gone down to or been through the Warhammer world. So they're going to start making choices to try and separate them. But it's kind of too late. It's happened. Magic is in the air and everything is changing. And that is ultimately what magic's all about. Question is, I think, how the Chaos going to deal with this? Because it's going to be a toughie.
What?
How's Chaos going to deal with it?
I think Chaos goes the Insidious route of that. These Space Marine, well, first of all, massive amounts of guardsmen, a lot of regular humans, but with magic affecting all of them, people are going to be more susceptible to corruption, to falling, in ways that the Imperium has not probably seen as a realistic threat for a very long time.
I mean, they're very used to dealing with, say, mind control. We've got all manner of things like, say, gene stealer cults. Or
yeah, but people making the decision to side with Chaos.
Yeah, but not because... this is where, yeah, exactly. I agree with you. It's where they themselves are coming up independently of thought without necessarily being influenced by others. This is possibly going to cause a massive crackdown.
Yeah, which, of course, in typical Chaos faction fashion, helps them. Chaos cults are going to be ugly. Cults are going to be the name of the game. Like, Egret von Horseman is going to be a nightmare.
Yeah, the Cabal, he literally is going to be a nightmare. This is interesting because I think they made a mistake. They should never have tried to embed themselves. By doing so, they've opened themselves up to the corruption that the world offers. And it is corrupting, and I think it would corrupt Guilliman as much as anyone else. He will go down and he will start thinking. He's already a thinker. He's already someone who is willing to listen and come to a new conclusion based upon facts, or to at least discuss them. And when he's now presented in a place where his mind is going wild with Heish spiraling about, with Ulgu,
I was going to say, just imagine the Ulgu around Guilliman. He's going to be a living storm of Ulgu.
The doubt, yeah, totally. I think what we're heading towards here is potentially a conversion of Guilliman. That's what everyone's aiming for.
The question is, does he convert to Sigmar?
Yeah, it's not going to be. He's not going to fall. Never fall. Get out of it.
Can I offer a counter?
Please go for a fall.
Please
interrupt him. Yes, go for it.
So when Horus Heresy, right? Back in ye olden time, no god, no that, just biggies, somehow not a god. I did mental gymnastics, all that shebang. 10,000 years later, Guilliman comes back. Suddenly there's an ecclesiarchy, mass worship. Initially, of course, not a fan of any of that. He goes to talk to Daddy Dearest in the throne room, comes out, mentions how if my dad is a god, and he's put forth an if, he's not one worth worshiping, which that one tells me there is the possibility that with that if, Guilliman is now somewhat considering there can be gods, and my dad is an asshole. And then he starts reading Lorgar's little book about divinity and the Emperor. So I would say, he's immortal. He's a Primarch. That old age just turns you into Tywin Lannister. That's the worst of the effects, as shown by the lion.
God, if only.
It might take a while. It would maybe not even within Franz's lifetime. Anyone alive in the Empire, I could see him if the world avoids end timesing long enough. I could see him converting to something, whether that's a specific belief in worship of one god, or be that him going as objectively as you can with the divine. They are very much real. I saw one of the guardsmen on patrol the other day start glowing gold and then make the sign of the hammer, and then an orc exploded. So I think even if not an outright convert, I think he would eventually corrupted and the restrictions would lift. Maybe if we want to do the full Ultramarines or Space Roman things, this is like when Constantine the Great saw the cross in the sky and Christianity across the whole Roman Empire. There you go. Maybe he'll have one of those moments.
Like that.
He sees the hammer.
Reference.
He sees the hammer.
Cross. Hey, let's drop this as a vote then. Guilliman, does he A, fill with the holiness of Sigmar and become effectively the hammer bearer?
Duel. He's got the Emperor's sword in one hand, Gomer in the other.
Yes. Sword and hammer. Okay. A symbol of not the Emperor, but of Sigmarism and everything that it represents. Is his attempt to effectively take control of the Empire a failure, because the Empire effectively takes control of him? And instead of Karl Franz being Emperor, you're left with Karl Franz converting, in some respects, Guilliman, and giving him the hammer and saying, yes, go forth and twat chaos in the north. Go on, my son. Love it. That's number one. Or would you prefer that Guilliman instead, let's go full hog with the second one, falls? The true truth of the gods is too much for him. and he goes through a complete crisis of faith. The magic that's running through him, the realization that the world around him is beginning to fall apart, and he goes almost the opposite of what he is, slightly mad. He loses track of who he is as the heist runs through his mind, as different potential futures flash before him, as the celestial wind in his ear zips about him. He is blue, after all. We've got...
That's how that works.
Quite.
And
That's exactly
gold.
how it works. Blue and gold. So,
Yeah.
and ultimately, he falls. He doesn't fall to chaos per se, but he makes the first step towards that, though, as he denies Sigmar, denies the gods, and clamps down exceedingly hard. Kills Karl Franz, starts killing the witches, starts bringing everything to an end, heading towards what he believes will be the best outcome, which is closing the gates. And he intends to do it himself with, obviously, everything that he has at his command.
Good fucking luck.
So, first one is Sigmar. Second one is falls, but that doesn't mean necessarily to chaos. Falls against Sigmar. So, kind of sticks with the Emperor, you could argue, depending upon which argument we go with. Or alternatively, we go for the last one. He becomes not a convert of Sigmar. He is not twisted to Sigmar. He instead becomes tolerant of all the cults and all the gods. He realizes that they are a beneficial force for the Empire and a beneficial force for him to use. Talites make extraordinary scouts, as it turns out. The Ulricans are extraordinary frontline soldiers in a way that surprises the occasional Marine. One or two may have even fallen to one of them. We've got lots of different gods, all of whom manifest in different ways, and they are exceedingly powerful. And they can also, and do also, bless others. He has become tolerant, and he suggests that the Imperial cult is dialed back. And my site just crashed, so I'm going to have to redo my poll.
How are we going to word that in like 20 characters or less?
Okay, so
Tolerant,
start poll.
convert, falls. How does...
Do we have a third option? Do we have a third option? First one is Sigmar, I'm going with. Second one is...
False.
Falls doesn't feel right. He's not so much falling as he's denying religion.
Denying.
Denying. Yeah. And third option is he is tolerant. So he doesn't go to one god in particular. It's obviously Sigmar if he does, but he becomes tolerant.
I have a fourth.
Yeah, what's that?
Fourth and final. Which, because it's the end of the stream, we have to. Guilliman dies. That Guilliman is struck down by some great force within the fantasy world, whether it's the Celestial Dragon Emperor, Archaon, Vermin Lord, some horrible force comes, and the Imperium's leader and the what holds the Imperium together on this little planet gets slain, and it dies with him.
Yeah, okay, so that means we've got ourselves our crazy Sigmar Marine, okay, is option one. We've got him denying and just choosing his own route and basically forcing everyone to his version of things, option two. Option three.
Say that like he already isn't.
Like he already isn't.
The real
Option
world
number
spirit of Fenris.
he accepts everyone for what they are and uses them the best that they can. That's tolerant. Or the last one, he dies. And that brings this entire project into an interesting state. If you choose dies, we will do a poll for how he dies. It could be, for example, Abarash. And he drinks him dry. It could be... Yeah, that'd be nasty. Primarch
Well, we'll make it
vampire.
broad, like the undead get them. Chaos gets them.
It could be a dragon, as they make a diplomatic attempt to move in Cathay. We'll decide afterwards. If you like the idea of him being taken out by something, we've discussed already that hand on hand, there's tons of things in the Warhammer world that can kill him. That's not a great leap. He's immortal. But in the Warhammer world, immortal, everyone's immortal.
Immortal is not invincible.
yeah, totally. He's not exactly invincible. So if we go with dies, we'll decide afterwards exactly how. But Sigmar, denying, tolerant, dies. I'm starting the poll.
Cool. I'm going to get us through as many super chats as I can.
Let's go. Sprint.
Dr. Arso, Archaon, this world is yours to conquer. Yeah, Archaon would definitely have a lot of beef with them. Konoshima, sorry I didn't watch this whole time. I missed the answer to what if Necron erased the solar system via celestial orrery. There are defense systems that exist within the Warhammer Fantasy world, and they would see something like this coming long before it happened, because it would be a pretty dramatic change to the way Azir functions. And there are magical defenses and old one tech. There's so much old one tech hiding around the world. It's crazy. Also, I will always...
I'll go slightly further. It's not just hanging around the world. It's on all 10 planets in the solar system.
Oh, true.
And they were brought into alignment by the old ones. You might find that the entire Warhammer world is its own celestial orrery in its own way. So, yeah, it's not as simple as boom.
Yeah, I will also always look at this as goofy, because if they can do this so casually, why haven't they just blown up the sun next to Terra yet? If it just flip it off and they win the setting. Why haven't they done it?
I think the in-universe reason is it might start a supernova chain reaction.
Wow.
And one of those is going to catch up to you.
You failed to go fast, and because of that, I'm going to bring this one up because I love it. Inquisitor kills Heretic Guilliman over conversion. That's a good one if you go for kills.
Yeah, that could happen.
No, that's a good one. Inquisitor.
Oronthio, a conversation between Cetra and Guilliman. It would just be Cetra being a dick. That would be the entire thing. It would be Guilliman Guilliman would be like, can we be reasonable? And Cetra would be like, how dare you interrupt all of my names and not wait respectfully for a day?
Cetra's going to get killed, and then Guilliman's going to find out that death does not stick in Nehekara.
Yeah, that would probably be a very realistic. Is Cetra would die the first time, and when he comes back, he's going to be real upset. And it's going to be really ugly, because Nehekara is a much scarier force than a lot of people think it is when it's fully mobilized.
None of them die.
That's a suggestion.
Christ.
Darius Rose, the Emperor meeting Croesus. You are much cooler than the 18 walking abortions that are my sons. Why?
I mean,
why
harsh.
do you think that is Croesus? Why would the Emperor like Croesus?
Oh, Darius.
Good Lord. Adam, what would happen to Grimgor and Warzak? They'd die, probably.
At some point. Sadly. And the only way I could see them not dying is if they somehow were able to secure tech, build tech in a way that they currently can.
Yeah, if this whole thing happening triggered the orcs of fantasy turning into the orcs of 40k as far as like tech and advancement and all that crazy shit, then they become very, very dangerous.
Yes, agreed.
Warzag might live by wandering off and becoming, the wandering prophet for goblins too. Grimgor's getting his one last fight in.
Yeah. Warzag might be kicking around doing Gork and Mork shenanigans. Sion, Hashut would absolutely want to bend the Iron Warriors to his will. Hashut will want to bend everyone to his will.
Yeah,
everyone.
He wouldn't have a problem doing it either.
Sign me up. Waiting for Kabanda to show up and destroy everyone. Get the fuck out, first of all. Second of all, Kabanda got fucking one shot by a love tap from Gomaraz. Like, he's annoying, but in the grand scheme of the setting, he's not really that scary.
This isn't the end times as written. You cannot just tank the wind of Akshi.
Yeah.
You do not get to just do that.
I fucking hate everything about Kabanda so much. Everything about that. Just, Cody Smith, against 40k tech, does Gelt become the OP savior? Well, because of the way things went with the chat votes, Gelt is helping the Imperium.
Yeah.
Which I would say is not out of his personality.
Yeah.
He is some of you may die, but that is a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Turns all of the Imperium's metal into lead and leaves.
To be fair, if a gold wizard was just like, I'm just going to change all of your circuitry to be a different type of metal, goodbye, that would be pretty fucked. Tom Warren, could Sigmar be convinced to back the Imperium?
On that, it's 3% off being the case if it's voted for. So at the moment we're on 100. What's that? We're almost exactly a third of you have voted on YouTube, and if more of you vote for Sigmar, that'll be the case.
Yep, vote quick. It's coming up. We're coming up on time. But do I think Sigmar could be convinced to back? I think the god could. I don't know about the man, but the god I think would. Darius Rose, how do you think Abarash would fare in a sword duel against Jagantai, Lionel, or Fulgrim?
That'd be fun.
it'd be Abrash is pretty spooky.
Everyone involved would be having a great time.
They would enjoy themselves. That would be the best way to put it. Morton to Crescent, the average guardsman is going to have their face shaken when the invocations of the Emperor fail and invocations of these other gods are visibly answered.
Yeah, I mean, that's... We're getting
I think Mornington Crescent, that is a very fair point. It's going to shake faith everywhere.
It's very hard to have opinions on gods when someone's like, Sigmar, make my throw a comment at this guy, and it happens.
Yeah. And the Ultramarines are almost the worst for it because, like we said, they're the ones that will talk.
The split here between Sigmar Tolerant and Dies on YouTube is so close.
Oh wow!
Spicy. Darius Rose, Pancreas, you have. Pancreas, do you have a Warhammer Fantasy character that you hate? The Sotek hates Kremlo and Andy hates Gelt.
One that I hate, one that I outright hate. I mean,
is there a character you're just like, fuck?
I don't know for specific characters. I have to think on that. I give you the easy faction answer. I don't like Bretonia, but like as one character that I think of and I just hate.
What are your thoughts on Alberic de Bordelot?
He's annoying, but he's usually, at least in Total War, he's usually dead by some demon or lizard, so he's rarely in my field of view.
Has flipped over on YouTube. We now have a clear leader of Sigmar. If you don't want it to be Sigmar, you've got barely moments to go.
Again,
Gosh,
you
close.
got Sigmar tolerant. If you want to change things up, open the chat and hit vote.
Come on, Team Death. Come on, Team Death. All right. Donovan, I missed your comment about Cathay adopting Imperium tech. It sounds that way, but luckily I've got it right here. It says, we've talked about Skaven stealing Imperium tech. However, I feel Cathay wouldn't have any problem with taking Imperium tech and trying to innovate on quick. A lot of factions wouldn't. Chaos Force would be taking it. The Empire would be taking it. Like there are engineers, crazy guys, some of them motivated by God, some of them just natural geniuses that would be messing with it.
Isn't there a spell in like gold magic that if you touch an item and cast that spell, the complete inner workings of it are now known to you? Goodbye regressing tech. Just literally magic.
Magic be bullshit, yo. The best way I can answer that.
Also,
and we are caught up. Also, someone asked, what would the Tomb Kings be doing? Honestly, the Tomb Kings would be doing what they usually do. They'd be sitting in the desert, being kind of miffed. If the Imperium came close to them, they would respond angrily and uglily. And if the Imperium left them alone, they'd stay there.
The poll is ended.
All right.
What do we have?
Roboute Guilliman converts.
He is a Sigmarine.
How is it over on Twitch? What did it land over there?
Twitch declares that barely ahead of him dying, Girly Man converts to Sigmarism.
Ooh.
Oh, that's going to cause potentially civil war amongst the actual crusade.
Yeah,
it's going to be
him being like, there is a god, and it's not the Emperor. Fuck my dad.
Leandros has just shit his pants.
Oh, I kind of love that. I really love. I can imagine the conversations that are had between almost a living man god himself and Karl Franz, and wizards who are brought in. The Grand
Stop saying AOS, chat. AOS is a completely different beast.
Speaking to Volkmar the Grim, Volkmar von Hindenstern. That's the.
Volkmar would be so for that.
Oh yeah. And Volkmar has the mental capacity to meet with Guilliman head on. I think this is fascinating because Guilliman now is in a position where he has got to what? How does he even broach that with, in many respects, for many of the people he leads?
Yeah, so this is going to be like the Civil War squared.
Okay, so I think that this is really fascinating because what we've done is we've reached an end loosely, which is What happens if the Ultramarines invade Warhammer? And that's that they convert and they join. After multiple wars, after their attempt to be fascist dickheads, after their attempt to take over everything, they realize that there is a better way. And the Ultramarines attempt to convert the rest of the Crusade to their way of thinking, which
that's gonna be ugly.
Oh, it's going to be very ugly because a lot of the other side are proper fanatics. They don't care about reason. They don't care about sense. They only care about being on the right side. And now their leader is on the wrong side.
You know what's funny though is there are some factions that would go so smoothly with it. Like the Admech would be like, "Can we still worship our god?" And the Empire's like, "Oh yeah, we're all about polytheism." They're like, "All right, great." Admech's like, "Cool, we're in."
Yeah, go Sigmar then. Yeah, sure, whatever. Let me still worship machines.
Yeah. Oh, I can still have the machine god. Great. Yeah,
Age of fucking Sigmar.
A very,
Holy
very
crap.
different one.
Yeah, this is where the
The
Empire
Age
suddenly...
of Guilliman.
Yeah, the Empire completely
To think-
changes.
To think we
Wow.
started off like 2.5 hours ago thinking the Empire was the ones getting immediately rolled over, and the Empire's actually the one that comes in and grabs victory from the jaws
Okay,
of
so
defeat.
I mean, if
Wow.
going again with the Romans, they're the space Romans, the Eastern Roman Empire
Mm.
was a lot more Greek than it was Roman.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I love this. Because what we've got effectively is another civil war. And we are going to have a proper civil war because they're not going to like it. There are going to be some that leave, abandoning this ridiculousness and the choices that have been made. Others that go to actual war. There'll be assassination attempts. But rather than Warhammer winning over 40k or 40k winning over Warhammer, they are merging. and the Primarch just becomes part of the Warhammer furniture. The Empire becomes effectively a futuristic version of what it was before, with some of the best weaponry that can be possibly imagined. And they are going to move with him at the top to conquering the old world. So that they can then establish their strong base and then conquer the north. Their intent is to eradicate chaos from the world. The elves will be fine with that. They've got a big, huge bullet sponge sitting over to the east.
The dwarfs would finally come out and be
They'd
like,
come out and-
"Okay, y'all, you've
I-
settled your bullshit.
someone
We'll
mentioned
talk
that in
to
the
you now."
comments. Where did the
Yeah,
dwarves go? They went home for a while.
and the dwarves will be very interested in the technology. They'll be very suspicious of it. They'll want to see it work at least 100 times first, and they'll want to try it themselves 100 times before they even consider it being something that they'll potentially use. But we're going to have a new alliance with multiple tech advances. But unfortunately, because of the nature of the Empire, there's going to be leaks, and those tech advances are going to be universal. The Skaven are going to increase. There's now going to be Space Marine vampires. There's now going to be all manner of 40k horrors turned into vampires and other things. There's going to be conversions to different gods. People going feral. People not understanding what's going on. Some just getting lost to Gur. Magic influencing everyone as they attempt to incorporate what they are. The main fleet itself not wanting to convert, not caught up in everything that's down below, being told to come on down. Come on down. No, it's a chaos hellhole. This is where I think it's most likely that the order comes to virus bomb the planet. With Guilliman on it.
Spicy.
As the rebels to Guilliman's command try to destroy everything. It is the ultimate source of corruption. It's just eternal war down there. It doesn't matter what you do.
You know what would be the ultimate clusterfuck? Is if that moment when they're making that decision and they're planning to kill Guilliman for reasons that are hard to imagine, Morslieb strikes. That's when it finally attacks.
That's
And
not where I
chaos
thought you were
goes
going with that.
just as planned.
Where did you think he was going to go?
I thought he was about to say, and then suddenly the lighthouse in the sky comes back. The light of the Astronomicon.
That would also be a
That
spectacular
would also be
moment.
holy
Is
shit.
that suddenly the Imperium goes, "Hey, we found you. What the hell's going on over there?"
I quite like either, but we put that as a final vote so everyone can decide how it ends.
Oh, sure, why not?
Why not? So start a poll. Okay. Do we virus
Epilogue.
bomb? The warp storm subsides. Ooh, whoa, oh, caps are on.
Morslieb strikes.
Morslieb strikes.
Chaos. Chaos is fine. What they wanted to happen has finally come to pass.
Okay, so your choice is here to make sure you understand exactly what you're voting for. Option 1, the rebel forces of the Imperium are so disgusted with what's happening down that planet and so convinced that that planet is just corruption, a world that is effectively doomed for eternal war, that they try to virus bomb. Second is the warp storm subsides and the Astronomicon gleams through and the Emperor's light can be seen once again by the Imperial forces. That could have significant ramifications. Or number 3, as all of that's coming down there and they're considering virus bombing, the entirety of the Imperial force above is coming up with plans to deal with the horror down there. Morslieb slams through and demons. What would you prefer? Virus bomb, warp storm subsides, which is going to be pure war, or Morslieb strikes and the fleet up above is destroyed.
Yeah, this is actually very funny to me because this is if you're a pure 40k purist and you're like, I hate everything that's happened here, you have your virus bomb delete button. If you're no, I was promised 40k versus fantasy and I'm gonna have it, god damn it, you have your warp storm subsides. And then you have your I'm comfortable with this. This is awesome. Morslieb just Pac-Man cross.
Morslieb eats the Imperial fleet, except for maybe the McCragg's honor.
And here comes the poll. Ping! Oh, this is so daft. I love it.
This has been way stupider, but also much less stupid than I thought it was going to be simultaneously.
Right.
Which is quite nice.
Morslieb strikes back.
Oh, there's no manner of voting going on. Morslieb strikes back. I mean, it has been predating upon them.
It's
like
been waiting.
Yeah, it's been waiting for every moment.
Surprise, Morslieb!
You really thought they would have saw it coming with it's just sitting there the whole time. Quebec Prime talking about East Solution earlier. He goes down swinging for Sigmar. Well, he very well might if that virus bomb gets deployed.
Quite.
Magnetrov. Lorgar. Ah, yes, he finally fell. Wait, who the fuck is Sigmar? This wasn't what I meant. Oh, he almost dies, and Sigmar brings him back. Guilliman resurrect Part 2 Electric Boogaloo. Let's see. Donovan, if they manage to contact the rest of the Imperium, it won't just be the rest of the Crusade. The entire Imperium will erupt into civil war. I imagine Ultramar might back Guilliman, and they basically end up as a splinter state for the rest of the Imperium. Yeah, it could be spicy. As word of this cool new god starts stretching across the galaxy. Kornshima, yes, Inquisitors, this stream right here. I will say, chat, I want to give y'all full props. Y'all have been super well behaved this entire stream. I am genuinely very impressed. There's a good number of y'all. And like I've been watching both chats the entire time and like to be ready if I had to moderate them. And no, y'all have been very great. So thanks for that.
You rock. You're the best audience out there.
Sign of the Emperor. What would Gelt think of the Mechanicum? What would Call think of him? I don't. So I think Gelt would be very intrigued. Gelt is ultimately an alchemist and a scientist. That is his that is his core thing. So to them, they are new toys from which to accomplish his personal goals. What those are
because he's also an opportunist. So he will take the opportunity here.
Yeah. So for Gelt, this is good. This is great.
Yeah. I mean, the Empire as it currently stands is now a fully integrated part of effectively the Ultramar Empire in terms of its kit. The state armies are now kitted out like guardsmen. The wizards are kitted out like guardsmen with all of the benefits that brings. They're going to have access to far better technology as a basis, and some of them will be wearing power armor at this point. It's proper silly.
Yeah, and Call, I think, would be fairly similar. I mean, we see in the what happened with everything that went down at the planet that blew up, the really important one.
Cadia?
Yeah, Cadia. We saw what went down at Cadia, that he was convinced into having a discussion with Trazen the Infinite, and is like open to messing around with tech that he's not supposed to. So I think Call would see magic and Gelt would be like, hello, friend. New friend. I think those two would actually get along in a really creepy, unsettling way. Darius Rose, Franz de Guilliman. Let's play catch, son. Who is the father of this relationship?
Roboute Guilliman.
Like playing baseball with a toddler. Surprise! Pocket moon. Whoa, Morslieb be upon thee. Honestly, I'll be so happy that's how it ends, because that would be the most hilarious bullshit ending in just a really good way. Christopher, vote for the series to continue.
Aww.
So, yeah,
we only did one.
Yeah. If you really, really like this, please like it and leave comments and like beg for it to come back and stuff politely. Don't be like that one asshole that showed up my stream was like, I'm unsubscribing and calling you a blah, blah, blah for canceling Who Would Wins. Well, now I'm just not going to do it out of spite. But if you want to see more of these in the future, let us know.
Discord, chat with us.
Yeah, just let us know. And if there's a lot of push for it and a lot of people watch it, then yeah, fuck yeah, we'll do it again. But we'll do a different faction, because apparently we can only do one per instead of all of my shrinking expectations where I was like, oh, we can hit all of them. Okay, maybe like 5. Okay, maybe 3.
We got just
not even
Ultramarines as a larger faction.
A sub-faction. Yeah. Adam, if the warp storm subsides, would Abaddon be able to come to Archaon's aid? That would be interesting, because big champions of chaos often don't get along.
Yeah, and I'd also say that the galaxy's freaking huge. One of the biggest mistakes that you can make when you think of the entire galaxy is thinking that one tiny little planet in the middle of nowhere on one arse end of the galaxy in any way would make anything more than the tiniest of blips on any radar. The chances of him arriving here from anywhere else in the galaxy is almost none, but it's too cool not to happen.
Yeah. Now, if we do this again in the future and we do a Chaos Space Marine episode,
Abaddon coming,
then you'll have your answer.
The great failure. Here comes my next crusade. Here comes my next crusade.
That's when Archaon gets to be Omni-Man. This world isn't yours to conquer.
Yeah, Archaon looks and goes, "You've had how many attempts?"
Yeah, quite.
It was 13 for both our sides, but those were all 12 different people. You failed 13 or 12 times in a row.
My brother in chaos, I needed one go. What's your excuse? Fire Snake 905. I think other races would go faster besides Eldari and Tal. They normally go to war. That's very true. There are some like Tyranids. Tyranids would be a much quicker discussion.
I think would be a fascinating discussion, because I've already gone through this discussion more than once and have lots of different answers for how it could turn out. So yeah, because it ultimately looks bad for Warhammer if the Tyranids are coming. I mean, Tyranids.
Yeah. The ultimate adaptive race that's pure aggression. Just
and the biomass that they could gather.
Yeah, they'd be
keep them away from the mountains of Morn.
Yeah, really. The Tyranids, dude, the Great Maw would just be like, I just got a brand new people, man. These are my people.
Hive Mind versus Great Maw. I don't want to know who wins that fight. Octarius times a million.
They just hate fuck into a new god. That's all that happens.
The Mawful Mind.
Yeah, the Mawful Mind. Yeah. Hammond, Skyrim versus Warhammer. Nope. Pass.
You need more drugs.
Elder Scrolls lore is like, oh, this is a cool video game, and then you take one step in that pool and you go, what the fuck is happening?
Oh,
I don't understand.
You don't grasp the time-traveling cyborg who might not be a cyborg and might be the avatar of a dead god, but might not be?
Yeah, I don't know what the creator of that was on, but he was on something. Hammond, bring in the Fudge Muppet guys for my last comment. What? I don't know what...
They untangle the mess that is Elder Scrolls lore. They're another
fair.
channel.
Fair. Donovan, the final printout on the Imperial ship scanners monitoring the moon. Waka, waka, waka. The guardsman turns to the window as a mighty maw of glowing stone. Demon flesh and impossible portals form on the moon as it drifts towards them. Yeah, it's what the new Pac-Man game is. Y'all seen that, right? Where it's like a horror action game.
Level.
Yes.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah,
probably trying something new, but maybe we didn't need that new secret level Pac-Man writers.
That was such a bizarre thing. Yeah, one of the funny things about Morslieb is that a lot of people don't know how much it can change. Like, there's a canonical little thing if you play the enemy within where your characters could witness something Morslieb can do, which is that it has a big, horrible fucking tongue. That's awful and can grab or lick things, and it's bad. It's real bad.
Yeah, so just so we can confirm it, over on YouTube, the vote was 61% Morslieb strikes. Waka, waka, waka.
And so the fleet goes silent.
So I quite like this because I think that it speaks to something that we often don't consider with the Warhammer world. And that's that there is plans within plans and end outcomes that all the different factions are looking for. And Morslieb is almost a faction unto itself. And it is a faction of pure chaos. And if this fleet continues, Chaos are going to lose. They are going to lose. And Morslieb, in whichever chaotic fashion it has chosen, spins off and starts heading towards the fleet. The fleet moves, some of it moves away, and then the most horrific thing happens as the whole thing turns into an enormous maw. A skeletal face ready to destroy. Weapons are fired, some shear off, others go. It slams in, missiles hit, bits of it flare off, causing demons to manifest. Skeller shields are switched on. Others try to just escape in any way they possibly can. And for those down in the Warhammer world, they just see Morslieb as a small green dot and then fire in the sky. Fire in the sky that some hours later turns into fire through the sky as large chunks of some of the ships collapse and burn into the atmosphere.
It'd be chunks of it'd be a new warpstone meteor shower.
And laced through with warpstone. Because they weren't ineffectual against the attack of the moon. They fired at it. Many of the missiles hit. Enormous chunks are torn out of it. But it's warpstone. It just regenerates. It doesn't really matter. It's like attacking a troll. Morslieb is not going to be taken out by a missile or 1 million. That's not going to stop it. It's pure magic. It goes through, and chunks of that warpstone go through all of the bits that come down, causing devastation across the Warhammer world. Some places very badly hurt, other places much less so, which I think is a perfect moment for the start and the herald of what will be the next version of the end times, an attempt by Chaos to now take the world. This is what follows. But they have a new enemy now, and it's an enemy that is significantly better equipped than Karl Franz on a griffin with the hammer. What we now have is a dragon-riding Sigmarite Primarch with a fucking Emperor's sword on one side and the fucking Warhammer on the fucking other. And I would like to think that in this version of the end times, he manages to cleanse Gal Rauch, because that would be a really nice way to do it. The big Chaos Dragon comes back as the Golden Fire Drake, because I think that would make a superb mount for our great new version of the Empire that spreads out from the old world to hopefully crush with technology and the tactical know-how of a genuine genius to hopefully bring about peace.
Honestly, that would be so baller. He, the sword chops off one of Galrach's heads and it purifies the Fate Claw, purifies the demon out of it, so Galrach, the Golden Drake, comes back. Ooh, that's spicy.
Chops it off. That's a good fight, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we end up with the Ultramar Empire in the Empire, being led now by an emperor who is not a prince of any province, who is not a count or a countess, but stands above them all Karl Franz is still there. He still wields his runefang. He's still the Prince of Reichland. But the Emperor of the Old World is Guilliman. Oh, what an end you built! I kind of love that.
not at all what this stream advertised it was going to be, but
when
here
they
we are.
strike from the depths.
Yeah. Oh, what about the fishmen? The fishmen are enjoying all the pretty colors from all the baboons going on upstairs among the land dwellers, and I'm sure they'll become a terrible, relevant threat for some reason at some point soon. Super Orlock, nice stream to shelter from a storm with. Thanks, guys. Oh, well, hope you're staying safe. Agar 89. So Civil War and 40k, the Splinter faction start reaching out to the Voltan and the Eldar for better possible alliances. Things seem better. Could very well be. Could very well be.
Could very well be. Could make for an interesting story.
Those Franz driving the Dodge Caravan with Guilliman in the baby car seat in the back, pulling through the. How big is this car? Would you like a Happy Meal? Yeah, because there's so many McDonald's in the Empire.
No, don't you remember all the people in fantasy are actually 20 feet tall if they were in...
Oh, that's true. That's true. How can I forget? I forgot. It's yeah, so you're right. You're right. Franz like opens his little shirt pocket and Guilliman's just in there. Just gives him a fry. Godzilla, Lizardmen giving their Dread Saurian the ethereal upgrade and Mazda Money casting Ruination of Cities under the Titans. Parry that, you fucking plebs. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a reason that the Lizardman storyline literally ends with they maybe set up some bases on the west side and then they basically don't get any further. The Lizardmen are proper fucking madness. The canonical old one tech upgraded Dread Saurians are bullshit. They are bullshit of the highest caliber.
You lose.
Like, know, I'll put it this way. You know it's bad when Total War Warhammer the video game will not represent them because it would be too overpowered. Let that sink in.
And that's Total War.
Yeah,
I mean...
where's my ethereal, shadow-covered, flaming charge, stone-skinned Dread Saurian creative assembly? Where is it?
Probably on the Steam Workshop somewhere.
Yeah, probably. Hammond, be gone, sir.
I think there'd actually be an interesting story there because the Dark Elves would be deeply weakened by Guilliman's win because they use chaos. They often use chaos. Chaos is a core component of how they manipulate and defeat others.
At
they
the same
use
time,
demons.
though, I'll say if any force in the world besides the Lawmians was going to manipulate those factions that were still kind of like, I didn't leave, but I really don't like what's happening here. Marathi is like, she's the fucking queen.
Yeah, I think it's very likely she might even attempt to bring them on side. She'd lie through her teeth to get whatever is required. Yeah. I think there's definitely I think there's definitely an interest.
Yeah, Marathi and Malarian. Yeah, they're not out of the game. The game's just changed, but they're not out.
Yeah, I agree.
Hey, Walker, I think Age of Sigmar shows that the great plan was to break chaos down into winds and make lots of races that could spread them so they and the infinite warp could be infected with spreading materials such realms. That's a very interesting theory. Sure.
I've heard worse theories than that.
Yeah, that's Guilliman on a dragon I splooged.
Not unfair, Adam.
Hey, after seeing the
hell of an image.
After seeing how good Games Workshop's gotten at making dragons, just saying. Yeah, the fact that Primarchs don't have mounts makes them so boring to me. Why are they all walking? There's not an alien monster they can ride? Where's the imagination?
Xenos, bad.
Yeah, really. Hammond, what about the Uberstrike 5? What about them?
Vermintide 1 has been happening this whole time, and then they came out, and there's a Primarch here.
Yeah, what do you want me to fucking say about the Uberstrike 5, dude? They're oh my god.
They're here.
Just to interrupt, I do not see that as an impossible outcome.
Saint Box, there are a lot of 40k fans that are about to be grumbling into their beards over that comment.
I could definitely see that being a story, and ultimately it fails, but I could definitely see it being a story.
She would make the attempt at least.
She would definitely try. Yeah, absolutely. 578. Don't let them fool you. Fishermen now have a route over to Terra. It's a route. Yes, the fishermen in the ocean are like, finally, we have a route to the stars. What is the stars but an ocean of stars, right? Or space but an ocean of stars, right? Big E's about to get new visitors and fall to their fin. Wait, so who counts as Xenos? Man, that's a great question.
That's a fine question. So have we reached the end of our comments? Did
Yes.
it actually happen? Did we manage
Yes,
it?
we're finally there.
I have a little conclusion point. This stream opened with the idea of what happens should 40k face off against Warhammer. And we jokingly did this because it's April Fool's Day and it's clearly a stupid stream.
We never claimed to be anything otherwise.
Yeah, exactly.
Just to be clear.
We are 100% kind of biased, but we were not intending to be biased. We were wanting to approach this with as much of a balanced view as we could, while simultaneously being aware that Warhammer is bonkers. And it is proper over the top in many ways. But I didn't expect us to tackle that question, Warhammer versus 40k, with a conclusion that was, what happens? They merge. And Warhammer doesn't change. Warhammer just continues on. It's just in its next tech level stage. And the battle for the world of Warhammer continues. And now the Empire has broadened its reach. It's now largely an Empire of the old world with some holdout locations. Kislev is never really falling. Parts of Bretonnia will continue the way they are. The Wood Elves are never shifting. Basically, it forms a new empire in the heart of the Empire and beyond its borders. And that is where the great war for Warhammer spans out from, because Guilliman has a plan, and it's to bind all of the, let's say, forces of order together underneath his command to finally rid the world of chaos, which is loosely what the Warhammer world has always been trying to do, and kind of ups and downs its way through that, down through the centuries and the millennium. Will he succeed? Will he not? Doesn't really matter, because that's not what this question was about. It's like, what happens when 40k faces Warhammer? With this version, they merge and they continue to fight. We end up with Warhammer. But this time, 40k actually has a Warhammer.
The plan all along. That's very silly.
I kind of love that. I kind of love that what you all voted for out there, because loosely speaking, this wasn't us. You had the vote. What you all ended up with was a setting that just merges the lot. And it's kind of fun.
Warhammer 40,001. Hell yeah.
Yeah, or Warhammer Fantasy. What year are we in? 2000. So we Warhammer 4000. As we move from the year 2,500, 1,500 years up to 4,000. So we'll start our new setting, Warhammer 4,000 with Guilliman.
Hey,
still
but you know
there,
what?
1,500 years later, possibly with Marathi as a bride.
At least the current. At least now, people will stop complaining about the tech not advancing.
Yeah, quite.
Hey, there it is. There we go.
Donovan, very random point I just thought of. When the Imperial forces first arrived, would they be like, why does it look so much like Terra? Very possibly.
Shit.
It doesn't anymore, because Terra no longer really looks like the world that we know and understand, because it's covered with it's basically gone through 40,000 years worth of humans being dickwads, and the entirety of the, let's just say, where the Palace of Terra is, the Great Palace is, which is of course in Nottingham, it no longer looks like the UK. I mean, I've looked at the maps. I've made one of the maps. Literally nothing like the UK. And the Great Palaces down by the Himalayas, for example, don't look anything like the Himalayas, even though they are all based on those real world locations. So yeah, some of the maps sort of give a real world version, but it doesn't look that close. But I'm sure there are people who would be aware of enough information somewhere to try and draw that comparison.
What if Henry Cavill was the God Emperor next? I mean, there are worse choices, I suppose. He cares for the setting. I appreciate that very much. Let's start, Chris. To be honest, when is any Wednesday stream with audience participation got according to plan? Fair point.
Well, I agree. But it's one of the reasons I love them so much, because who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, I
kind of love that.
Yeah, it's much more fun this way, at least in my opinion.
I agree.
Oh God, he's here. We
And
almost
he's
made
right.
it the whole. We made it almost the whole stream without him showing up. Grimgelto. In conclusion, I unite both 40k and fantasy for peace.
I am disappointed that you don't have Bretonian armor on.
Yeah, you have to adjust. You have to be the hatred of all three of us combined. Yeah, you can no longer be a salamander. You gotta up your game. Hammond
Wow.
transforms into a dragon's. Get out. Just get out. All right. Okay, there's one more super chat coming in, then we gotta go. We are 5 hours into this shit. Darius, I want the movie jingle all the way, but Franz is the Arnold, Guilliman is the kid, and we keep Phil Hartman.
Phil Hartman's
all right.
just hanging around.
Yeah,
Darius.
we're leaving. Thank you all so much for joining us. We hope you had a good time. Like I said, if you really, really want to see more of this, if you want us to do another faction in the future, feel free to let us know in the comments, hit the likes. You know, if this gets a lot of views and it gets around and you post this in your favorite Discords or Reddits or whatever, and people are like, these fucking idiots. But if they watch it, it still counts. So even if they dislike it.
I mean, it was a proper silly stream. Yeah, I'd just like to say thanks to everyone. This stream didn't end anything close to what I imagined, but at the same time, it's exactly what I imagined, i.e. proper bonkers. Of course, we are super biased because we generally talk about Warhammer. We generally don't talk about 40k, so we automatically come with our own prejudices. We can't help ourselves. But I think that by the end of that, we never at any point were saying Warhammer should win. It was more, there's all these crazy things and we need to account for them. How are we going to do that? And you came up with some answers, so thank you very much. Of course, as always, like, subscribe, share this, and do, of course, make sure that you pop over to Sotek channels and PancreasNoWork's channels and do exactly the frickin' same, because that's what we're all here for. And my last little bit of do buy dark deeds, and do drop a review if you can over on BoardGameGeek.com, because we apparently need 100 of those before we register for some stupid BoardGameGeek.com thing. I don't really understand how it works.
So the 1-star guy kind of helped.
So he did help.
Preferably play the game first.
When we had a meeting today, the Rookery, the people who made the game, and we sat down, and he was like, I can't believe he did a 1-star review about looking at it. And I said, but that's one extra review towards the 100 that we need.
Yeah, it's still a review.
There is a silver lining. And yes, thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah, and Pancreas, thank you so much for taking the time to come hang out with us.
It has been amazing, Colin.
We ate up a lot of your time.
For having
So
me
we
on.
really
It
appreciate
was
it.
fun the whole way. I'm always. It's been a pleasure again to be here, man.
Oh, I'm so glad you enjoyed it, because I did.
Yeah, we definitely hope
Same here.
to see more of you in the future if you can tolerate us. And for everyone watching, he made it. He made it just in time.
There it is.
That is a Sigma. That's a Sigma Alpha Balthazar Gelt on top of a Kermit the Frog on top of a Bretonian Knight.
True.
Oh, crap. That
What
was a
an
good way to end the stream.
abomination.
Thanks, Kremgelto. That was truly awful.
Beautiful.
And we will see you guys just LAWhammer Friday, Lorebeard Sunday on LAWhammer channel. Pancreas,
We've got Kodrick and Felix on Friday. But pardon me, sorry. I've literally been drawing a picture of Felix this last wee while. He's looking pretty cool.
Pancreas, you got anything coming up?
Next video is on Greater Demons. That's talk about the funny big things.
But they are genuinely very funny.
And then Halo, because I looked at the MCC on Steam and got nostalgic.
Yeah, I can get that. I haven't played Halo for ages.
Well, you know, maybe
ages.
Better watch out. That nostalgia bug will get you.
No, I don't want to be bitten by that nostalgia bug. I already don't have enough time in my life. Thanks very much.
Do be sure also to check out Pancreas. You have your own podcast, the Lore.
I do Lore Crimes.
Lore Crimes. Yeah,
I'll find me and 3 other cool fellas there. Amber King, the Remembrancer, and Deadless for the Dark Gods.
It's a very good podcast. It is.
Lot of Warhammer. I try and cover all of it.
It's a good time, so make sure you check that out so you can see much more of Pancreas and the other folks that he chats with. And the last thing I'll say is that as just a very random aside, Pancreas and I are getting back into playing Warhammer Online, Return of Reckoning. We even have a guild. So if you'd like to join up with that, you can join my Discord or Pancreas Discord to find information there. So feel free to come play with us in the Warhammer world.
Man.
We have an order guild.
I remember that first time round. I had my own guild back then, and we played it to death.
Yeah, it's a good time. And with that,
gotta properly commit again.
Yeah, we're getting the hell out of here.
Yep.
See y'all later.
See you all later. Bye-bye.
Bye.